Hello. Aje a ce min kuje guda.
The protest don't start to.
I'm telling you.
Everything Maraba will go different.
Let me be this man now. Let this man stay one place. I'm waiting for other security.
You know one thing? If you hear their language, you are not be able to any level. If another person now, we know they hear, they for them to do that.
Hey, look, come on. Let's go start here.
To the crowd.
The police where they are placing, I'm not sure they will call about the entire population. For that police and Moko Junction, where they here, you know the see people. For that Moko Junction on the top, you know the see people here. As a population of police, they are junction on Moko Junction. And the city maybe they know about it.
Police also are guiding them. Police are with them.
Yes, yes. Look at yes, yes.
Police have come to the scene of the tire burning.
This is the only thing they can do. When they don't, they follow them gradually. But if say one use
Life people start like that for this city.
Maybe they fight for. Maybe they fight for. Then you go benefit. Now the same market will they go.
Yes, sir.
Soldiers coming.
Now that's the tire burning. Yes, any other thing I want to do. I don't even know.
Police have cleared the tires.
This suffering is too much. This suffering is too much. Tinubu, you must die.
There's a one never see for our job. What's a month now? You can see him complaining. The cost is complaining.
Even the suffering is too much.
You can see even the native doctor never see food now chop. May the pastors come and join this protest. The imam, all of you. Fuel nana 87 naira per liter.
suka yi da fifi kofar gidan tsohon shugaban kasa Muhammadu Buhari suna ba sa yi ubangiji Allah kawo mana sauki da mafita a wannan kasa tamu. Mutane ne ga sunan sun cacirindo a kofar gidan Buhari, kofar gidan mai girma shugaban kasa Muhammadu Buhari. Mutane nan 'yan daura sun yi da fifi, an kashe hanyoyi da ke fitowa daga mai aduwa zuwa daura da sauran wurare baki da. Wannan daura ce ake fama da wannan iftila'i na tsadar rayuwa. Ubangiji Allah kawo mana sauki wannan musiba da muke ciki. Mutane nan suna ta yi nan gidan Buhari ne, ko gidan Buhari ne nan muke ga mutanen nan ake ta wannan musiba. Allah kawo sauki yanzu haka nan ana
menene kiran ka gwamnati? To Allah ya ba mu fita. Na gode ba.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Thank you for joining us on this historical day in Nigeria and around the world. As most of us are aware, the protest is on first day, first court, and we're hoping that more people will turn out and join this protest, demanding for good governance. As they turn out members who avoid violence, who protest, make our demands in a rightful way. Also, as the father of the nation, we're also hoping that the president will come out to address the nation, to calm down nerves. He is the father of the nation, and an elder cannot be in a house and the house is on fire. That's a parable. We use the parables so much where we come from. Thank you for joining. The earlier podcast was on by Alaba, and this is a continuation of it. And for those of you who wants to join, welcome. The link is already there in the comment section. This is an historical day for the fact that the nation was practically shut down. It's historical in its own. Let's just admit to that. Whether it's we achieve the desired result or not. That is neither here or there. But fingers crossed, we will achieve the desire we desire from this. Somebody asks again, Afro Talk, are you behind the protest asking for a friend? Uh, yeah, we're supporting peaceful protests. This channel supports peaceful protests for a change in governance, a change to this bad government we've had so far. And things are really critical back at home. And those of us in diaspora, we are also feeling the pain. I'm expecting my team, Tope, and Adama. Hopefully, they will come on. They'll come and join me as we take these issues, giving us their own perspective from a female point of view in terms of how it affects them as well, to not having enough money to cook food for their children, hypothetically, if they are in Nigeria, how they struggle with it. So, uh, with for what it is, we give them their support. We'll always give them, because whether we have another citizenship or not, Nigerian, the blood still runs in us. By the grace of God, like I said, the president will come and address us. Yes, I'm going to highlight comments. I mean, thank you for. I really would not say much, but we focus on those of you in the comment section and those who wants to come on the platform to weigh in on this historical day. So let me start with thank you in the comment section. Afro Talk, are you behind the protest? Well, yes, we're supporting the protest. A peaceful one, for that matter, is what we asked for, not a violent one, because we can't achieve anything by violence. I've not seen that happen in the world before, where people achieve things by violence, because whatever they destroy today, it still costs money to rebuild it back. That money can well be put into better use. So we must avoid violence. We must not support violent a protest that leads to violence. Uh, like I said again, I'm repeating for the emphasis that we are hoping that the president will address the nation tonight, because we don't know what tomorrow will hold. We don't want things to get worse. We want to achieve what we need to achieve, and that is good government. Even if it means the president resigning for us to achieve this good government, then if that is a sacrifice he has to make, then he should do it, and he should do it quickly. I don't think he will want to leave with this legacy that is on right now. Everything he has done so far is going to go down the drain, the way things are going in the country. So thank you very much. Eso said that no need to address the nation. Would that bring back the lives of those by Tinubu is a disgrace? It may not bring back the life of those who have died, but at least it's going to save a lot of life and save people from dying, because if he comes out to address the nation, it's going to calm down nerves. The words of the president are powerful, regardless of whether we agree with him or we support him. It's what there was a president. Where the words of a king is, there is power, authority. So I think it would be better if he comes out to address the nation, so that nerves should be calmed down. Besides addressing the nation, it should now start to look at how to fix the nation, because really truly things have not worked. It's not going on well. Petrol price of per liter now is it's very high, and 40,000 cannot even buy my son is necessary toiletries, and so I have to fix my own end here as well. Afro Talk, you said the diaspora is the key for change in Nigeria and Africa. Please, how is that? Please, this is a very nice point you raised. To be highly appreciated if you can shed more light on that, or the point. What we need to do, we in diaspora, what we need to do to support those on the ground there, what we need to do to bring this change. It needs to change. I was taking a study recently on why are we not getting to this place that we have? Why are we not changing the trajectory of things? Why do we keep regressing instead of progressing. And I said this as to myself, God, it seems we are our own enemies doing ourselves, because if we want to fix this thing, we will fix it. Afro Talk HQ, please help us by telling us what we need to do. We take your comments seriously. This is a somber mode, a time where we support uh, our fellow Nigerian friends and family back at home. Not a time for us to fight at each other, not a time for us to curse each other, not a time for us to say you're my friend or not. We are all in the same boat. We ain't going to leave this boat. Nobody is going to jump ship. We're going to stay in this boat together. We go down. I go down. You go down. You go down. I go down. That's what's going to happen in this regard. Thank you again, Afro Talk. I'm waiting for you. Electricity, you do not support the protest. You are asking them to go through the Senate if they want change. Yes, I stand on that. And that is just the truth. And the protest comes in different form. Choke. Like I said, this podcast is a peaceful one. So I will try my best to explain things to you. Yes, they can protest to the Senate, even though they've all run away. They're nowhere to be found. They shut down shop. So if the protests change direction, and we get to know where they are, the citizens get to know where they are in our constituency, and we go and meet them, then it will have a great effect. Right now, I don't know much because I've not watched it. I was at work, and when I came back, I had a few meetings, and the video, I don't know if where they've been to, which government officials have addressed them so far. So yes, I stand by what I said, that our Senate, it's where our lawmakers, that is where we are. But they know, and they run. If they do not know, if they don't agree with me, they would have stayed. If our lawmakers are not the problem, they would have stayed. Trust me on that one. So we can change the trajectory of things. We Nigerians, like what Afro Talk says, say we in diaspora holds the key, or I don't know. Let me see. Let me be sure that I'm quoting him right. He said that the diaspora is key for change in Nigeria and Africa, and I agree with him to a large extent that the diasporas are key to Africa for a change. So I am hoping that the president will come out to address the nation and calm nerves down, because we still have 9 days to go to this protest. We still have 9 days to go to this protest, and we don't want it to get bad. So if the president can come out and address the nation so that the nation can have peace. I heard few people have been killed so far, have died, not yet verified. We're still waiting for people to verify that. We don't want more people to die. Enough people have died already. So we don't want people to die. So if the president, being the father of the nation, will take it upon himself to come out and address the nation to calm nerves down. This protest is planned for 10 days. 10 days of suffering. Now, shops have been closed, no petrol stations, no food anywhere. This is a country blessed with natural resources, and yet we cannot afford these things. And I don't think that is fair in the sense of where we are right now. Where we are right now, we need to fix things properly as far as we are concerned. So, yes, that is my position. Thank you very much for joining again. At McKenna, in my opinion, people like us cannot make any meaningful change. The rot is deep. The best is to talk. Well, McNally, I would disagree with you, which is within my right, to say that even though it's your opinion, to say that we cannot make a meaningful change. The only thing that does not change is change itself. Every other thing is subject to change. Every other thing is subject to change. The only thing that remains constant is change itself. So that I would disagree with you, which is my own position, and I believe you will agree with me. Good evening to you, Martinelli. At Moses Moses, so yeah, you said Tinubu's address to Nigerians cannot change anything now. He has repeatedly made many blunders already. Be patient, and nothing is working. I think there's a phrase that says that the patient dog eats the fattest bone. Is that not the thing? So patience has its own way of fixing things. But I agree with you. I think Nigerians have been patient enough, and I think it's time for a change. The president will address the nation. I'm speaking this. I've not had any word from anybody. I'm speaking this on my own authority, not on the authority of anybody. That the president will address the nation. He cannot have such a legacy in his name. I believe he cares a lot, and I believe that he wouldn't want things to go bad. So he should be able to come out and address the nation, and he will. I'm holding my breath on that. That's for sure. Thank you again, Magnelli. COP27 might be the same situation. INEC is full of Jagaban, bag men and women. Well, there's still time to that. We will change it. Moses Oyebo, you said Tinubu is not the president of Nigeria. He's an imposter. This is why things are not working. Well, whichever way you see it, imposter or not, he is the president. His name is there as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Maybe he will do the right thing and step down because really things are not working. That is why people are really protesting out there. Again, also said, why should Tinubu dare to militarize the protest? Given the antecedent of NSAS, Tinubu should have allowed for peaceful protest, but he thinks everything is garbage. Run away with it at all costs. Well, I think the security agencies are there for a purpose to maintain law and order. I don't know if that is what it did, but so far from the video we've played so far, I'm going to play some again. I don't see any police or military people harassing anybody. Maybe it happens in some other parts of the nation. Not every state joined this protest, but from the few videos we've played so far, and I'm going to play it again and for us to see what it is like. And this is, oh yes, you can disagree with, but without strong and independent institutions, people held accountable across board, nothing will change. Yeah, we're back to this strong institution again. We'll make, let me play these videos first, then we'll come to this institution. Please let your comments come in. If you want to join the broadcast, you can come stage on the platform. I'm going to post the link has been posted. I'm going to post it again for those of you. Remember, today is not for us to fight each other, not bickering, not anything. It's for us what? It's a sober mood. This is protest going on in Nigeria. 10 days protest. Lives have been lost. We're still waiting to verify that, allegedly. So I'm going to play some videos. Then, Macanelli, I will take you on this strong institution, strong and independent institution that you're talking about. Thank you very much. I'll be back soon.
Okay. Hello. Aje a ce muku je guda. Hello. Aje a ce muku je guda.
The protest don't start to.
I'm telling you.
Everything Maraba and go different.
Go different. They go beat this man now. Let this man stay one place. Now where do the other security?
You know one thing? If you hear their language, you are not be able to any level. If another person now, we know they hear, they for them to
Come on, let's go smash the head now. Government no go fit stop this thing. They no go fit stop this protest.
No more. See the crowd.
The operation of police where they that place, I know some people fit call about the entire operation. For that police Mopo Junction, where they here, you know they see people. For that Mopo Junction on the top, you know they see people here. As in operation of police where that junction on Mopo Junction, and they see maybe they know how they cross.
Police also are guiding them.
For that place, and see them cross.
Police are with them.
Yes. Those are yes.
Police have come to the scene of the tire burning.
This is the only thing they can do. When they don't, they follow them gradually. But if say one use
Life people start like that for this thing.
Let me know they fight for. African man they suffer. Let me know they fight for. Them people benefit. Now the same market will they go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as you can hear in the background there, the police are guiding them. They are all in this because it's biting everybody hard. So I didn't see anything like police brutality. I might deny that it didn't happen. I don't know yet. But so far, so good. I've not heard any police brutality in this regard, because the voice you heard in the background is we are all going to the same market. The things also are biting hard on them because, to be honest, I mean, if you don't have money to bribe police, we know they take bribes. So it has come to that point that it is a matter of do or die, because so we must give them credit in that regard, that they are maintaining law and order. McNally, you said, I can disagree with you. That is what intellectuals do. Disagreement is welcome. But without strong institution and independent institution, people held accountable across board, nothing will change. And that has always been my argument. Who is responsible for holding the executive arm of the government accountable? Who is responsible for holding the legislative arm of the government accountable? Who is responsible for holding the judicial arm of the government accountable? My focus has always been the legislative arm. Who holds them accountable? The citizens in our constituency, because they are representing us. And when they fail to represent the people the way they should be represented, and the people fail to hold them accountable, then what do you expect? So it's down to us to hold them accountable, the citizens. You know me, my preaching, my message, I'll repeat again. Section 68, Section 69, and Section 110 of what? Of the Constitution. And that is where. I'll continue this video again.
Soldiers coming.
Now just the tire burning. Yes, and then that's what I want to do. I've been to know.
Police have cleared the tires.
Those boys, you see them well? They're not fear anything. They are ready to die. Hello? How many people will feed you? Wait. Half an hour. 10 to 15 people. Yourself, your body will not tell you. I haven't noticed that from Maraba here. Everywhere they block. They protest seriously. Local issue. Nigeria.
As it's all concerned Tinubu matter, this house that would not agree. But if you send a query, you cannot see all this.
What went off now?
This suffering is too much. This suffering is too much. Tinubu, you must die.
There's a one never see for our job. What's a month now? You can see him complaining. The cost is complaining.
Even the suffering is too much.
You can see even the natives don't never see food now chop. May the pastors come and join this protest. The imam, all of you. Fuel na 87 naira per liter.
As you can hear from the last video, even the gods are hungry. The gods are not seeing food to eat again. That is how bad the situation has gotten. So if the gods also are feeling the pain now, then it's a serious matter. But he said something very important. And even though it come across as a joke or humor, it's said the pastors and the imams should also join in this protest. And so far, so good. I've not heard any one of them I've not seen anyone, heard or seen anyone. I am here as the pastor covering this protest, encouraging it, peaceful protests. And I hope others also will ask their members to come and join this protest. You see, when we give way or we don't want to participate in, encourage and participate in good governance, know how it's going to affect every one of us. The matter as it is right now, Nigeria has happened to everybody, regardless of, irrespective of who you are. So encourage your members to join this protest. It's one thing to pray, it's another thing to act. Even the Bible says faith without works is dead. So we can't base everything on prayer. Encourage your members. Tell them this is all about us. We need to support one another. Also, you said why should Tinubu dare to militarize the protest? Given the antecedent of answers, Tinubu should have allowed for peaceful protest, but he thinks everything is grab it, run away with it, and take it all. Well, like I said, the videos we've played so far, we didn't see anything of such like that. It's been, from the reports I've heard, from the videos we played, it's been so far good. Yes, there's some rowdy area in the north, people looting and stealing. It's expected in protest. It shouldn't be, but it comes with it. However, we cannot deny the fact that people are suffering, they're bitter, they're angry. Let's take our fight to the right channel, which is what we are doing. Uh, which is what we are doing here right now. Uh, Thank you very much for those of you who are joining us. Niger, Niga, you call your name, please. If you want to come on, please kindly turn on your camera, and I will bring you on to come and weigh into this issue. So, Macanelli, again, you said, so yes, you can disagree. Okay, I think I've taken this before, and I've already weighed on it. Ojebeke said, instead of Tinubu to step down, it is best for him for Nigeria to go. Well, I share your sentiment. I won't call it sentiment. I share your view. I think the best thing for him to do is address the nation and step down and form a unity government or an interim government, whichever name they want to give it, among men of integrity, men who can. I mean, if he needs to bring all the political party together, Kwakwanso, Peter Obi, Shore, I hope Shore will humble himself and join himself, because you can't sit on the fence and be drumming all the time where people are down there doing it. So the world does not revolve around him, and I hope he understands that. That is my own opinion in regards to this. Thank you very much again for joining this wonderful historical day here. Moses, I heard from an online broker that 22 states are already involved in the process. So that's a good thing. If 22 states are involved in the protest, that is a good thing. We don't expect everyone to be, but if it is true, thank you for that, Moses Oyebobe Williams. If it's true, 22 states involved in this protest, then it is a wonderful thing. I will say this is first day, 1 day, 10 days, 9 days to go. And these 9 days, we will be here, hopefully, to cover this story. Saturday also, we will be here to cover it. Sunday also, I will be here on Sunday as well, too. To cover the incident that happened during the opening ceremony of the Olympics. But today is for Nigeria at home and abroad. I wish this protest is also taking place in the diaspora, in our embassies and our consulates. But we will plan our own, and we will shake our embassies and consulates here, that because they are also a reflection of Nigeria. You go to the embassy, it's the same thing you see. They charge you ridiculous money to make a passport. You sit down in your house, you apply for another nationality's national passport, and they post it to you. But in the Nigerian passport, goodness me, you have to go there 2 or 3 times. So Lord have mercy on us. We will get there one day. But yeah, you see, like I said, I was thinking that way past few days, that we are our own enemies. That's just the truth. If we want to get things right, we will get things right. For example, the president should have just come out and addressed the nation. What will it cost him? I know we don't like him. We may disagree with him. But to tell you the truth, where the words of the king is, there's power. He is the president. He said no more fuel subsidy on May 29th. Not even the deadline. Not at the time it's supposed to. And that was the end of fuel subsidy. Even there's rumor that they're still being paid, or they're still paying for the fuel subsidy. That should tell you how powerful he is. So if he comes out, hope he comes out. I strongly believe he will come out. And when he addresses the nation, it will calm down. not just to calm us down, then policies. My brother AY was here with me, I think on Saturday or Sunday, no, Monday, and we were discussing about his government and policy that my brother said he should sack some of his advisors, which I agree with him. But for crying out loud, if the head is rotten, you don't need. It's not just about the tail. You have to start from that very top. So he should resign, and hopefully he will do the right thing. Because sometimes, like I keep telling people, sometimes when you walk away from a situation, it helps a lot. Uh, let me say this. In honor of Onyeka who passed away, I think 2 days ago or yesterday. We all know her. She's a great musician, actress. Some of her songs inspires us. But she's gone. As popular as she is, she's gone. So sometimes we just have to think about this thing that uh, life is. I wrote life is. We know that life is a stage, and it's not forever. It doesn't last forever, and because it doesn't last forever, then we all have to what? We all have to sit down and think twice. Because if the president ever think he's going to be there forever, he knows very well that he's not going to be there forever. And I hope he will do the right thing. I'm looking for a quote. I hope he will do the right thing. And one, first of all, address the nation. Two, step down. And three, form a unity government or a transition government made up of men with integrity, men with honor, men that people can vouch for and turn the nation around. That is what we need him to do. It's not easy doing the right thing. But when you and I choose to do the right thing, it's a legacy that we will leave behind for generations to come. And those who have left legacy behind, good one, there's good, there's bad. Talking about good legacy. We talk about them today. Even the bad ones, we talk about them today, but not in that light. We talk about Hitler today, so but not in a good light. So thank you again, Moses, for that information. Please kindly send in your comment. For those of you who are in Nigeria, exception will be made for you if you want to come on the broadcast. You don't have to turn on your camera. But for those of you in diaspora joining us, you must have your camera turned on. Those of you in Nigeria, you want to send us videos, the email there that's showing on the screen there, you can send your videos to that email, which is rudolphokonko@aol.com. Just send the videos there for us and we will play it. Keep us up to date. We are really depending on those of you, our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, covering this program for us. Thank you very much. At SSRDC, please do not in any way defend Tinubu. Militarization of the protest as though it's a war is gross ineptitude of the government. Point of correction, I'm not defending any government or Tinubu for that matter, but take it or leave it, my brother, he is the president. I'll keep bringing that to our ears. He is the president. And we have to come to terms with that. And going to war with him, we ain't going to win. It's all about conflict management and what speaking to his conscience. It's human being. Trust me, when I say it's human being, it is human being, and he has conscience. And hopefully, all we need to do is to speak what to his conscience, the way we speak to each other's conscience. Because if we go to war with him, where will he get to? Where has this administration gotten us today? Bad. And we know at this point, all we need to do is what? To speak to his conscience and for his conscience to kick in and start to do things right. Can he turn things around? Yes, he can if he wants to. The chances are slim, but we still have to give that benefit of doubt. Even Judas Iscariot at the point His conscience pricked him, but he couldn't apply it very well. He went to commit suicide. So, as it is, every human being has conscience. There's nobody that doesn't have conscience. Don't let anybody deceive you, my brother or my sister. Every human being has conscience, and something pricks that conscience. So, I'm not defending him. It's not in my place to defend him, but it's in my place to tell you that he is the president and he is the one that needs to do something. So that is where we are today. Thank you again for your comments. It's highly appreciated. This broadcast continues up to midnight. So if you miss first part, this is the second part. The third part and the fourth part will come. And as you missed out, people should be held accountable across board, which is very essential. My brother, I agree with you. We're saying the same thing. But I'm asking you a question now. You've not answered my question. Let me ask you this question, Macanelli. We do this comment section. Who is responsible? Which body? Let me start from the basic. Which individual or body is responsible to hold the executive arm of the government accountable? Answer that question for me, please, and we will continue. I'll ask you the second question. If you can answer the first one, or when you provide the first answer to my question, I go to the second one. Which individual or individuals or body responsible in carrying out checks and balances on the executive? Please, Martinelli. That is a jam question number one for you. No, jam question 101 for you. I'll give you jam question 107 after you answer 101 for me, please. Thank you very much, Martinelli, for joining. For those of you, don't forget your super chat, please. And from next week Sunday, some of my teams will start with the super chat because we are going another level. Like somebody said, the diasporas hold the key, and we have to use that key to change Nigeria. So we'll be seeing some different things coming up on this platform. If this protest fails, Nigeria can never get it right again. I will want more active protest. Well, Moses, if this protest fails, there's still another time to protest again. We will get it right. Today is not a day of pessimistic. Let's be optimistic. We've seen worse, though not this bad. We've gone through tough times, not this bad, but it's not the end of the road. It's not the end of the road. My friend. There was an incident with him when he brought it to my attention. When I can't, for privacy reason, I can't mention what the incident is. And the first thing I told him that, you see, the train has already derailed. So when the train derailed, an assessment is done. So when we do this assessment, that I described the situation as a derailed train. So can we bring this train back to track and it moves? If yes, let's bring the train back on track. If we can't bring the train back on track, then we need to get rid of the train, fix it, but it doesn't mean that track will remain empty. Train will still move on that track. So we will get it right. Even if it fails, we don't pray for. This is just the number one. If I know I know that if it's a conditional clause, it's not that you want it to fail. But I'm telling you, Moses, we need to maintain a positive attitude. Let's be optimistic, don't be pessimistic. Even in a worse situation you have been through yourself, you can't say if this fail, we will never get it right again. You must have gone through some situation that it failed. You look for another way around it. There's several ways to skin a cat. I don't know if you're familiar with that phrase. So let's be positive. Let's be optimistic. It is one country that we have. None of us none of us in diaspora believe that we're going to sit down here today talking about Nigeria. We thought we've left to put Nigeria behind us. All is a lie. You can never put Nigeria behind you. Some people have said they put Nigeria behind them, but we are back on the same table discussing about Nigeria. That means it matters to us. It means something to us. And trust me, that country is sweet. Guy. What does Nigeria no sweet? May person go up transformer. That country is sweet. And we will get it right. Well, thank you very much for joining again. For those of you in the comment section, for those of you watching, and those of you who wants to come on the platform, you are welcome to weigh in on this. But at currently Motherland's stagnation, I believe that's what you wanted to say. Hyperinflation seems to be at equilibrium. Jagaban and his team seems not to care. Makinelli, can you please do me a favor? You are my brother on this comment section. Answer the question I ask you, please. Provide me answer to the question I ask you, or else I'll stop paying your rent. Let me just put it out there. Please answer the question I ask you. Well, that is a joke. We always crack this joke in the comment section between myself and Makinelli. The question I ask, I'm going to repeat again. Which individuals or bodies responsible in carrying out checks and balances on the executive arm of the government? That is my question to you, Makinelli. Don't deflect from it. I'm going to alert you that question, and I'm going to keep reminding you, because you talk about strong institutions. So I need you to tell me that, please. So you said again, if you care, you can turn a blind eye as the military is guiding them. And there are videos stating of the brutality of the military. Come on, the time of propaganda is not now. The videos I've played to you, I've not seen any. So if you have any video, if you have any video, if you have any video,
please answer the question I asked you.
Can you mute your background? Thank you. If you have any video that shows police brutality and propaganda, I mean police brutality of military, I beg your pardon, let's have it. We want to deal with facts here. The video provided by Rudolph so far that we have played, I've not seen. So I'm going by the video and all the information in front of me. So this is not issue of propaganda. So what benefits will I gain? Propaganda. What benefits? I mean, ask yourself this question. What benefit? Like I said, if you have evidence of these things, provide it so that so that we can go ahead and do what we want to do here. So where did I stop here? I stopped here. If you care, you can. I'm not turning a blind eye to anything. So I'm just going by what is before me. I'm going to play some videos again. I think I stop. This particular video interests me a lot. I'm going to play it.
This suffering is too much. This suffering is too much. Tinubu, you must die.
There's a one never see for our job. What's a month now? You can see him complaining. The boss is complaining.
Even the God suffering is too much.
You can see even the native doctor never see food now chop. Let the pastors come and join this protest. The imam, all of you. We're now 87 naira per liter.
Here is a man. Is this what we want? Is this how we should go about the protest? Yes, it's enlightening that the gods are hungry. The gods have not even seen chicken to eat. The human beings have not seen chicken to eat. Talk less of the Jews or whatever it is. I think they all should come out, honestly speaking. Like you said, the pastors, the reverends, Sid, thanks for joining, Alaba. Thanks for joining as well too. So I'll give you the floor to you to weigh in on it. You were here earlier, Alaba, so I'm going to go to Sid first. You moderated earlier, so you have more insight in things than Sid. Sid, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Electricity, and good day, everyone, and everyone watching. I think it's a good thing that people have come out in different parts of the country to express their self. Uh, but the big question is it going to gather momentum where the pendulum shift? The president seems to have uh, put across his machinery of propaganda across trying to win the gatekeepers and then to see whether he can stem the tide of the protests till today. But the truth remains that the protests, due to the way the president has put all the roadblocks, has created a fear because that's the strategy that was used, creating fear, propaganda that is going to be violent, it's going to be this, and trying to make it as if people should not go out to protest. But if you notice in all this, the president has been very silent because he is a silent operator. He doesn't like to showcase himself until what he has determined is done. Then you see him come out. So if you're expecting President Tinubu to come out and address you, he will never do that. He never did that for the elections. He tells you that he gives people to talk for him. He has his stooges all around doing whatever he wants to say. All he wants at the end of the day is to get his desired result. And if his desired result means to create fear in the system, to use the instrument of state to stamp down on any other thing, he's going to do it. And would scream, shout, talk, do all what we can do today. He's not going to budge. He has instrument of state. He has the imams, the pastors, the traditional rulers. He has them with him. He has the police, the army. They've been threatening Nigerians. Don't show up if you do this. The other day, Asari Dokubo was telling people, if you come out, this is what I will do. So he knows that if he has majority of that, he can as well, unleash it when he wants to unleash it. So he has put a lot of fear in the environment. People are scared to come out because nobody wants to be caught into the crossfires. The strongest part of the protest has been from the north, all right, so which he's trying to manage, and from the reports, I don't think it's not going to be easy to manage it, but he's managing it. So I don't think he's going to communicate to us. I don't think he's going to communicate to any Nigerian. He's not going to come out to talk or anything. It's not his style. So if you're expecting him to talk or appeal to him, we're just wasting time. At the end of the day, he'll run out the 10 days. He's going to allow the 10 days to run out and see what after the 10 days, what next? Because government is government. They can wait for the 10 days to happen. All he needs to say is, security operatives, you just maintain the line, maintain order. If it gets too much, arrest few people here and there, ensure that this is what is happening, but nothing can take over his government. So that's just the truth. And the challenge now, the onus is on Nigerians. How far can you go? How far can you push your demands? How far can you stand up against oppressive government? How far can the Nigerian people on the ground say, this is how far we go? Are you going to change strategy? And the only strategy people can change is if they have a sit-at-home strategy, which is, okay, you know what? The government wants to shoot people. The government have put out their marks and they have put out force and created fear propaganda. All right, let's go back to our homes. Let's sit down for 10 days. Everybody sit down for 10 days. Maybe to affect the economy. If you sit down for 10 days, then the government is not seeing people coming to work. The roads are empty, nobody to shoot, nobody to put tear gas on. Maybe it's a different strategy. You know, we have to, because if you follow the normal protest strategy, Tinubu knows the protest strategy and he knows how to outwit it. You release the hoodlums, you release miscreants, you create a murky water on the protest, create murky waters, use chaos. As soon as you put chaos in it, that's it. Then the military has justifications to come in. So this protest, yes, is good. I like it that Nigerians are bold to say, you know what, we're not a cage people. We're not a people under cage. We'll come out. We'll express ourselves. We'll speak out. The international community now is picking up the vibrations of what is happening in Nigeria. Now, what's the next strategy? To keep your voice loud and clear. Because it's not like he has not heard it. It's not like he had not been given a pre-warning. But for him not to talk to Nigerians, for Akpabio to tell you that you can go and protest, he'll be enjoying in his house and drinking Kool-Aid. It means they don't care. They don't really care. They feel that you have no level.
I say that statement from.
All right.
I know a lot of people who say that they are not surprised.
They feel that they have it in control.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will say they are not surprised at Akpabio's comment, but to me, that is the height of insensitivity.
No, it's not the height. I disagree with you. They've always been having heights of insensitivity. The problem is that we have always accepted it. The height of, when you say height of insensitivity, it's like, oh, this is the first time. No. They do it regularly. Akpabio does it regularly. The government's doesn't Wike do it regularly?
Yeah.
Everybody does it. So they know, you know, there's something that the former transport minister said. What's his name? Rotimi Amechi. He said, we'll do these things. You people, Nigerians don't do anything. You people will not do anything. You people even celebrate them. It's the truth. So these politicians realize that Nigerians, if you create fear on them, create chaos, after 10 days, everybody go back home. We'll come back to normal. They'll speak many things. So Nigerians must think of, do we change the strategy? Do we change the strategy? The strategy would be, if Nigerians down tools and say, you know what, we don't want to die, but we are tired and we're hungry and we can't go to work, we stay at home. If you stay at home for 10 days, the airports are not working, the parastatals are down, the place is empty, shops are empty, everything is down, nobody around, then maybe the impact of that on the economy might force the government to say, okay, we need to talk to Nigerians. They're in their homes now. All right. So that's my own thinking about this.
Okay. Sid, stay there. I have two questions for you. Let me go to Alaba. He wants to say something. Alaba, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to be back. Sid, I was listening to you just now, and I was like, have we both been watching the same day? Did we all wake up? Did we watch the same event unfold? I don't know. Your submission was quite a shocker to me. If this was a soccer match, and the people of Nigeria versus the government, right now the people of Nigeria are leading 1 strong goals to nothing. If it was a basketball game, this is the first quarter, the people of Nigeria are leading by 25 goals to 0 to the government. Sid, I don't know what you've been watching. Watch what transpired today across the country. If you're in government right now, your leg will be completely jittery. Right now, from what happened today in government, in the next 10 days, if you have your job, it will be a miracle. The way the people reacted today. I don't know whether we saw the same thing, see. I just don't know whether we saw the same video from the south, from the west, from the sit at home in the east, from the massive northern reaction that some of it went violent. A few people were shot. I don't know if we saw the same
No,
thing.
we saw it.
You see, what you just displayed about our government is that misinformation our people have had for the past 64 years. You don't know the significance of what you saw today. For the first time, tribe and religion was not able to provide a shield for the government. The Nigerian people spoke across east, west, south, north. If anybody is in government now and they're sitting there comfortably, they're lying to you. In fact, that is why the likes of your Akpabio are not in town. They are outside the country because they know. So they don't have that state of arrogance that you've just ascribed to them. They don't. Not as at goals result for today's match. They don't. They'll be shaking.
Okay,
because
I have a
for
question
the first
for you.
time, Nigerian people came out, and the numbers speaks volume. The protest was a success. The government is not in a position of strength. I don't know whether you know anything about government.
I agree
Right
with you
now,
that
this
I agree
government
with you.
is not in a position of strength whatsoever. And that arrogance you ascribe to them is the arrogance the Akpabios and the ruling class have. And right now, they're coming to terms with reality, and political realignment is internally taking place, whether you agree or not.
Okay,
So
I
I don't
agree.
know if we saw the same event.
I agree with you on that Nigerians have come out. I also agree with you that Nigerians have spoken and have been speaking before today.
They've not been speaking before today.
Wait.
Let's not mix.
Let us not mix. They've been speaking and they came out to speak things. Wait.
Look, electricity is there. Electricity main matter in life is the process of recall. You know why electricity is
I know electricity.
Let me land.
Okay.
You know why electricity's main mission cannot work? Because Nigerians do not have the office of the citizenry. Today, by virtue of miracle or something, whatever happens, they showed that. And don't think that is going to go back into the shell. It's going to be more emboldened. So I don't know what political analysis you saw to give that submission. You just gave a submission of a typical Nigerian big man. We are still in charge. That's a delusional submission on the part of the political elite.
Hold on. Everything is about perceptions. Now, first of all, I agree with you, Nigerians have spoken. I agree with you, Nigerians have spoken loudly to the government. The question is, has the government heard it? Has the government heard it? Because
listen,
wait, let me land so that
they know here is to their own detriment. Okay. It doesn't matter. But right now, people are taking back their own destiny, and they are letting them know loud and clear it belongs to us. Now, you don't even know if the protest will get what right now is good governance. Tomorrow, it might be Tinubu must go. The next day
I've heard
it
it
might
already.
be everything must go.
You already
don't know what level.
Already in some parts, they have already said Tinubu must
go. A lot of people who were cowed in by military display today because of the success will be emboldened by tomorrow. You have to understand political dynamics.
Good. So what I'm asking you, Ferreira, is this. Also, remember that the government too is playing their game. They're also playing the watching game.
They're running out of options. That's what I'm telling you. The government is running. Look, those who make peaceful change impossible will make a violent one inevitable. Do you understand the word inevitable? The people are on a train of inevitable right now. The country is on the inevitable train. You got to understand that. The government has played its own card of impossible. So guess who's that's why I used football analogy for you. Who's leading in the game? We're halftime. The people are leading.
Leading in the game does not mean that you win the game. All right, so
Okay,
that's
we
where
don't
you
have to agree to disagree on that. Make
no
your
no no no.
submission.
I did not disagree with everything you said. I've heard what you said. I align with what you said, but I'm just trying to let you know that most of the time, most often, the reason if it was a government, that is listening, if it was a government that thinks on its feet, they should have started re-engaging with the Nigerian people. But it's a government that does not care.
And
Because
Napoleon would happen to them. They will meet
wait,
their Waterloo. It's not even
that's
up for debate. They
yes,
will meet their
I'm not saying
Waterloo.
that.
You know what?
I'm just
Napoleon
trying to,
meeting is Waterloo.
I'm not arguing with you
I've
on
told
that.
you the key word, English word. It's a game of inevitable. They are on the train of inevitable right now.
I'm not
They've
arguing
played
with
their
that.
impossible game.
What I'm trying to say is this: that at the end of the day, government will still want to push the envelope.
Let them.
Knowing
Let
fully
them.
well that
With the unity of hunger. Electricity has always been, me and him don't agree politically, but it's always been pushing one point. What is the Nigerian common purpose? Seed, they found it. Hunger.
yes. I'm not arguing that they have not found it. I'm not arguing that not found
Hunger
it.
has united us.
I'm just
Where
letting
tribe
you know
and
that
religion cannot break us.
I'm just trying to say that. Are we sure that the government of Tinubu will succumb to the demand
At this stage,
of
it
people
doesn't matter. As long as the people remain strong.
Without instruments of force, which will create fear, and the people will be pushed back.
When it gets to some stage,
Tinubu
those
is
are
not
the
scared
two.
to
I'm
do
telling
that.
you, they are making political realignment, whether you believe me or not. There might not be force, but with the strength the people have showed today, believe it or not, there is political realignment going on in that country. Let other people speak. See,
all right, thank you very much. I decided to leave.
Go back and forth.
I decided to leave the argument.
We're engaging.
No. I'm moderate. I decided to leave the argument to flow. I'll come to you, Alaba. I'll ask you a few questions. I'll ask you a few questions, Ejiro. But let me give Ejiro the floor first, please. For those of you backstage, except you joining from Nigeria, can you indicate in the comment section? If not, you just have to have your camera on, please. KJ, I know you're trying to join. Your show is starting next after mine, so just a reminder to you not to delay, please. Thank you, KJ. I know you are listening to. Go ahead, Ejiro, the first.
Thank you very, very much for this wonderful opportunity. You see, for me, let me start from where the last speaker stopped. If you look at the response of the government so far, the build up to this protest that is happening today in Nigeria, you would say that the government, I'm not sure there has been any government in the history of Nigeria that has been this jittery when it came to this issue of protest. First, they used tribal sentiment. Initially, they tried to pinpoint the protest on Peter Obi, the leader of the Labour Party opposition, and then overnight, these people went ahead to secure a so-called court order, restricting people to trying to confine people to a particular space where they can protest. And the question is, where in the world does that happen? And this further also show how irresponsible the judiciary has become in Nigeria, and how I'm looking for a word to qualify the bunch of judges we have in Nigeria today. How jobless, how seemingly jobless judges have become in Nigeria. Because ordinarily, when you're approached with such, a kind of a matter to say restrict people to a particular location, are we talking about rally? In Western countries where we are, don't people protest? Don't people go on the streets? Will Nigeria be the first? And then you have overnight some funny order from the court saying people should protest inside the national stadium in Abuja. Then is that how it is done? That shows you how irresponsible, how jittery, how scared the government has become, because they know that they have messed up pretty much, and they do not know what can become of this protest. And we can already see this is day one, and you have so many people already coming out. I think the government should have an introspection, especially the president himself. Have an introspection and ask, what exactly is the issue? People are talking about subsidy. You claim you've removed subsidy. At the end of the day, it is discovered that you still pay some money. I mean, look at the whole mess. Who is deceiving who? I understand why Said may be a little bit, pessimistic. Of course, it has always been that way. But I think if you look at the way things are going now, if they are not careful, things will get out of control. And whatever happens, the Tinubu government should be held responsible, because it's sad when you look at what is going. For the first time, people are protesting. Not those days we used to think protest is about infrastructure, good roads, and all. We are talking about the very basics. Food. People are protesting out of hunger. I mean, it is that bad. It is that bad. No responsible government should even be able to come out and say they are in power. They are trying to do one or two things when your people cannot feed. It is that bad. I mean, where does it happen? Why? How did we even get here?
That's a question we keep asking ourselves. How did we get here? I think we all would take responsibility for that. Okay, hold on 1 second, Alaba, please. Madam Gladys, thank you for the show coming in. Let me take Madam Gladys first. Madam Gladys, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us. Give us your take on the current issue that we are talking about.
Electricity, you might want to ask her if this is our first time, so we can welcome our family.
I think I will do that. I'll do that. You have to unmute yourself now, please. Thank you very much. I can see you are joining us from the US. As it's shown there, Rochester, USA. Thank you for joining us, and please, the floor is yours. Introduce yourself. If this is your first time of joining us, let us know. Thank you for joining us. It's highly appreciated. The floor is yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually want to say one or two things here. The situation in the country has been long overdue, because in the past, people thought it was just a particular set of people that were actually going through these pains. And if we look at the way things are actually going now, in the past, we had actually blamed a certain part of the nation as being the people causing all the problems in the country. But we realize now that this thing is above religious inclination. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with tribe. Hunger is hunger. The people are not happy. Okay. So we need to know that what the people are doing now, they are actually on the right path. We should support what is going on, but they should not be violent about it. If there's any way they can go about it in a very calm way, peaceful way, definitely we know that things will go well. And we actually expect the government, if Tinubu can come out and address the people, it will be fine. That is my suggestion. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ma. Again, thanks for joining. Is this your first time of joining us?
Yes, this is my first time, but actually I've been joining online. I used to make comments and the rest of them.
Okay. I hope you will join. You will come more often, because our women, we want our women to have a voice here. We are creating that room for our women because let's be honest, the women kind of feel the pinch more, particularly the ones in Nigeria, because they're the one that goes to the market and they're the one that does all the running. They know what things are like, and so we encourage you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much.
We hope you will come often and weigh in on issues, on such issues, including women issue. Again, I would like to say on behalf of the platform, thank you for joining us. I will still come back to you if you are still here. And
yes, I'm going to wait. I'm enjoying the topic. That's why I said let me join, because I've not seen any woman coming out. So it is not only the men's show. The women are also feeling the pinch of what is going on. Thank you.
Exactly. You see, what you said is so profound. The women are not coming out, and we want them to come out. So please, Ma, can you give a shout out to them for them to come out? Maybe when you give a shout out using a woman's voice or a mother's voice, they will come out. So the floor is back to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you please give a shout out to the women to come and join us, please?
Okay, yes, women should come out to join what is going on now, because the women are very supportive. They should not just be only at the background. The women can come out to talk on topical issues like this politely, to lend their voices, so that the government will know that the women are also going through the pains the men are going as well. Not just to leave all our men. We need to support our men. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma. And for you women listening out there, you heard that. Don't leave it for us alone. Come and support us. We may disagree on how much we give to you a month, or as market money or feeding money or whatever it is. Some of us don't even give, but this is about the nation. This is about our children and our nation. So thank you, Ma. Again, I'll come back to you later on. Let me just go to Mr. James. Mr. James, welcome to the platform. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're echoing a bit, but we'll manage it. Go ahead.
I'm in a classroom. I'm sorry. Just
tolerate. Go ahead, Mr. James. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Ferreira. I was following him this morning, but I was at work, so I could not join him online. He did a very good job. Over here in the Gambia, people are a little bit frightened because it's just too close to Nigeria to experience such a thing that has never happened in the Gambia before. And besides, some of them, among the educated ones, they feel that should Nigeria slide into anarchy, they will be badly affected for one reason. Because if refugees should pour out of Nigeria, let's say if 500,000 Nigerian refugees get to the Gambia, the country here will collapse because they cannot produce extra electricity for 500,000 people, extra water supply, the schools for the children, even the transport network here cannot absorb 500,000 people, extra people. So these are things sort of frightening them when they hear what is happening in Nigeria. As for the days of rage, I remember I slightly disagreed with Ferreira on the previous program. I was talking about the notice they gave the government. It is that notice that made the organization of this protest very difficult. They gave the government a very long, what we call latitude of freedom to really prepare their resistance against the movement. If they had been taken unawares, they would not have been able to pose this resistance they are facing now. But however, William Shakespeare said, all is well that ends well. The boys, they've really demonstrated, they've done what we could not do when I was a young man. Because when I was growing up in Nigeria, I cannot imagine myself doing, even organizing what they are now doing, should I say effortlessly. Let me put it that way. Let's see how it will turn out. It's a pity that people like me even said that the protest should be called off. Ferreira will still remember, I said it should be called off because of the notice they gave the authorities. But despite that, it was not called off. They were able to resist the reactionary moves of those in government. Because we cannot continue like this. For the past 40 years, I've been living outside Nigeria. Because of this nonsense, these boys have taken, they've taken the responsibility to put an end to the unadulterated nonsense, as I will call it. So I think they deserve a pat on the back, and more grease to their elbow. I would have called.
Thank you.
I would have called. I wanted to call Ferreira on the phone, but I did not have his number.
Okay, I'll put it on the chat. I'll put it on the chat box.
Okay. Thank you
on
so
the
much.
chat, private chat.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, electricity. I want to attempt to answer your question. How did we get here? But before I do that, electricity, if you have a pencil, you could help me jot down this. Some things were coming to my mind as possible question for our audience. One, this protest, I'm not using the right. The protesters time.
I will not be able to jot it
to
down.
do that
So
anyway. I have them jotted down. But
you can write it down in the private. Write it down in the private.
There are quite a few.
Copy and highlight it.
Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah.
But one, I was thinking that to take full advantage of the situation the protest is now and not letting it go to the waste, how the protesters can tie up loose ends. That's one. Two, if we argue that there's political alignment taking place, who are those doing the alignment and why? Three, I want to answer that. Traditional rulers sold out. Somebody puts in the comment section. It's not just traditional rulers, it's everybody. You understand? Everyone sold out. And four, bringing up this protest should be the opportunity for Nigerians to bring up the needed discussion that need to be had about that country. And then I'll come back and answer your question. Maybe you want to say something.
Thank you very much. I just want a bit of clarity here. The videos we have played so far, I don't know if any of you have come across or heard anything of police brutality. Seen any video or heard of any police brutality?
There are videos out there for that is happening. We're seeing that in areas in the north and some areas in Delta State, where there's some little police skirmish and harassment. We call it brutality, and then infiltration of thugs. Also, we see that's happening in some areas. However, like I said, like Ferreira was mentioning, how does the protest take full advantage? Because I want to look at it from another angle, that yes, telling the government when to protest, giving them time, is also very important, because what it did was that the international community was watching. Your people are giving you time. They've given you some things concerning the demands. And so it's expected that the people are not just coming out because they are irrational. The people have said, okay, government, this is what is happening. Can you respond to us? And there were some low-hanging fruits which the government did not respond to. They should have looked at low-hanging fruits in those demands and responded to say, okay, this is our response in terms of goodwill and good faith, and then start communicating. But like I said, it's not in Tinubu's playbook to talk to anybody. He has not talked to Nigerians. He will come out when he feels like coming out. He hardly comes out to talk to Nigerians. That is his modus operandi right from time. Right. So Tinubu is operating on the fact that, look, I have instrument of state. I've used these few days to talk with the traditional rulers. I've talked with all other elements to try and quench it. But the challenge of this protest, why this protest looks like what Ejiro said, that the government's a bit jittery, is number one, this is a protest for the first time, is flanking both the North and the South. Usually the protest will be more evident in the South, and the North just goes on its own trajectory. They don't even respond. All right. So, but this time, the North is saying we respond. So it's no longer like people are catching crews, like you saw the video you posted earlier. I just saw it as these guys are catching crews in the South. In the North, it's not that way. The North is more different in terms of when they come out for protest. And that was a fear of government. That was a fear of government that if the North begin to move through for this protest and there's a coalition, the North and the South coalesce on one common goal, then a government is under intense pressure. And that's why he was trying to push back on the efforts in the North to break it down, to see how the North can really hold its people, Kano, Kaduna, and all those areas. And that is where there's been real issues. Can they take full advantage? Yes. Let's see what happens as the days go. Ferreira says it's 1-0 to the people. I want to agree with him that it's 1-0 to the people. However, we're talking of a 10 days impact. Can we sustain it? Can it be sustained? And what will it look like? Will the government be pushed to increase force and push back the people? And that is the challenge, because the government has been using the propaganda of fear, of destruction, of this, and they want to find a way to push back on it. So that is why I still stand that one of the ways to hold governments is to down tools. When you down tools in critical areas of government, then government will feel that economic impact. Government will feel that economic impact and may be forced, because it's who will blink first. That's what's happening. And Tinubu feels that his commander-in-chief, he's not going to blink. He will do it at his own time. He will use force. He has instrument of force. So if we're expecting Tinubu to come out and talk to us, I think that's just being.
But Sid, before I go to Mr. James or Madam Quality, yes, in the past, Tinubu have not addressed the nation. I think the only time he addressed the nation, I think was it. No, he has it. May 29th last year.
That's May 29th. You can't find
May
any
29th when he said the first subsidy is gone. And I think October 1st during Independence. I don't have recollection him ever addressing the nation.
He doesn't.
But don't you think there is hope that he will address the nation given to
I don't think he will. I don't think he will. He would. I think he will wait till the 10 days. Because you see, we're dealing with somebody that he understands protest, he understands pressure, he has been in the midst of it, he understands how to create it, how to unsettle it. All right. And I'm not saying that makes him superhuman. No. He just knows that, okay. And if you notice throughout, what has he been doing? He has been applying all the pressure, financial pressure, monetary demands, putting things, sending rice here, doing this, just to deflate it, creating propaganda of fear that if you come out, even push the worst part was to use the instrument of state, push the military to come out from their barracks and address Nigerians and give Nigerians a veiled threat. All right? The man in the South threatened openly. He threatened openly. We saw Asari Dokubo. He threatened openly. So when you create that, the people are somehow starting to think, if we come out, this is what will happen. They remind you of Lekki. They use a veiled way of reminding people of Lekki. So it creates fear in the environment. So, but Nigerians have been able to come out and say, look, we are peaceful. We are not here to fight anybody. We're just making demands that we are hungry. There's a problem in the economy. the place is tanking in, and it's not only from one state of Lagos, but it is everywhere. All right. Some places they sit at home in the east. There's been largely just people just staying indoors, because most times once there are issues, they will say it's the east, it's the Igbos that are creating the riot. That was the propaganda that was being put in place. So the eastern guys are saying, you know what, let's just hold on and let's watch. But the major issue has come in from the north, which they have not been able to contain. And the more you hear of people being shot in the north, because that's what's going on now, some people have been shot. If that escalates, Kaduna, Kano, Bauchi, if that goes beyond normal, you can't contain it anymore. Then the South will now be emboldened. You realize me? The South will now be emboldened. Yeah. But I don't think Tinubu will come out. Tinubu is not going to come out. You will still see spokespeople keep talking. The spokespeople will keep talking. So Tinubu is going to wait out for 10 days. Tinubu is going to wait out for 10 days and see what happens in 10 days. If it keeps increasing, then he has to find a way to talk to Nigerians, because there's nobody to engage with. There's no youth person that he needs to engage with. All those things that he has played his first cards very early, and the money cards have not, the people have realized that that's not working. So he has to now talk to the people, but that will maybe after 10 days. And depending on the rate at which the protest is going nationally. If it's increasing massively, then after 10 days, he has to talk. But then you don't know what will happen after 10 days. Will the protests increase violently? You know, people are watching from different angles. The international community is watching, you know, security operatives are watching. So I would just say, for the moment, yes, Nigerians are speaking out loudly, and the international community is hearing loudly. The question is the government hearing enough to know that it's time to, you know, come down from their high horses and communicate to the Nigerian people?
Thank you very much. Let me go to welcome in DBC. Let me go to Madam Gladys. Are you ready for us? I want to ask you a question. I played some videos earlier uploaded by our CEO here, Rudolph Okonkwo. Do you think Nigerian women in Nigeria should join it? Because we didn't see much women. Would you encourage them to join the protests, because they are the heart of our nation?
I think the women should join, but the men also have to encourage them. The women are actually having this fear that, is this protest going to become violent or not? But if it is peacefully done, I'm sure a lot of Nigerian women will come out. Even you can see that a lot of people actually have done their own protests in United Kingdom. And I wish such a thing can also take place here in United States of America, where people can come out to support what is going on in the country. Because we have our people out there in Nigeria, and we know exactly what they are going through. The pains and suffering is getting out of hand, and something has to be done. I encourage the women to come out. It is not only the men and the boys. The women should come out to support. And they should also voice out their feelings, say out how they feel about it. Because the women too, they are also going hungry. They're hungry, not just the men. That's my
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to the 10 days planned protest. I see you made a very important point, in the sense that can we hold ground for 10 days? January 6th was just one day, and it was, even though it's condemnable what they their action, but it only happened in a day, and they went to the heart of the nation, where the lawmakers are. Now, Alaba is not here, so I'm not going to weigh in on what is said earlier in terms of our disagreement, because I needed to ask him some questions. He made reference to that we don't have the office of the citizen. I need him to shed more light on that. Mr. James, you are our scholar here, our historian here in this platform. I mean, Alaba said we don't have the office of the citizen. Given to your in-depth knowledge of, would you mind to weigh in if that is accurate, that we don't have the office of the citizen? That's his word, quote unquote.
We don't need, sorry, my voice is echoing because I'm in
No,
the
no worry, we'll
classroom.
manage it. Go ahead. Manage it, Mr. James.
We
Go
don't
ahead.
need office of the citizen. We don't need it. Because if there are key people in place running the affairs of the citizens, these people can easily be victimized. And once they are cut off the scene, the citizens will be in disarray. So we don't need a formal office called the office of what's it called, the citizen. Forget all about that. The way things are at the moment, you see, the social networking is an office of its own, which nobody can do anything about. That is what we should build on. We should fortify it, make it more efficient than creating an office of the citizen. So that's how I see it. Let me quickly talk about three things. When we talk about peaceful election, demonstration, people have been emphasizing that it should be peaceful, it should be peaceful. It is not the demonstrators who are violent. From what we have seen so far, there seems to be an outside force, probably, I want to believe it's the government that is sponsoring people to turn the demonstration to be violent in order for the aims of the protest not to be achieved. So when we are talking about peaceful demonstration, if the government want to make it violent, they have all the instruments of state at their disposal to make it violent in order to terminate everything once and for all. So it is the government, the international community should concentrate on when they are talking about violence in demonstration. Then the second point is, we don't need Bola Tinubu to give any broadcast, national broadcast. It's useless. Because those who organized this protest, they've given him almost a month, if I'm not mistaken. For the past 1 month, what has he been doing? He has relied on traditional rulers, pastors, imams. And one thing I want people to know is this. The level of comfort of traditional rulers in particular is unimaginable. They are wallowing in what I call stupendous amount of wealth. Because when it comes to crude oil allocation, ambassadorial appointment, and what have you, they are an integral part of the equation. So going to them to discuss the problem of the youth, to me, it is senseless. It's as senseless as reporting the native doctor to the devil. That is how I see it. Then the last point I want to make is, people should not see Mr. Tinubu as a superstar. In the history of Africa, we've had so many superstars that were humiliated by the people, people's action. One of them was a Central African Republic called John Bedel Bokassa. Maybe most of you were, I don't know if you were born while he was in office. He was Alpha and Omega of Central African Republic. He was swept out of office through people's action. From the Nkrumah of Ghana, despite all his accomplishments, it is the people of Ghana that called him to order because there was monumental corruption in his government. There is a book, I can't remember the title. If I remember before the end of this program, I will post it on the private chat. Outlining the corruption in the government of Nkrumah of Ghana. The people of Ghana were able to do away with him. Here in the Gambia, we had the Yajame.
Electricity. I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. James. Can you just give me 1 minute?
Alaba, you have to
Very
wait,
important, because I'm outside to correct Mr. James. There was one statement he made.
You wait, Alaba.
It's
You will
very,
correct him.
believe me, electricity is
It
very,
is important. I know
very
what you
important.
want to say, Alaba. I know
Yeah.
what you want to say. It's been highlighted in the comment section. It will be corrected. I know
Okay.
what you want to say. It will be corrected. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We
Go
had
ahead,
the
Mr.
young
James.
gentleman in the Gambia. The people removed him from office. In Zimbabwe, when it was called Southern Rhodesia, they had Ian Douglas Smith. This man was a terror to Africans. 50,000 Africans were killed during the reign of Ian Smith before Robert Mugabe became president of Zimbabwe. The man was removed from office by the people of Zimbabwe. Colonialism in Africa was brought to an end through the effort of Africans. No present African head of state can be more draconian than the colonial authorities. That system of government was brought to an end. In Soweto, South Africa, in 1976 or thereabout, stone-throwing children were able to uproot the government of South Africa, the apartheid government. After the Soweto uprising of 1976, that marked the fall of the apartheid regime in South Africa. And in 1994, they gained their independence. Bola Tinubu is a nobody. As far as the people of Nigeria, if Nigerians are ready to uproot him, it's a very minor thing. We are not yet ready for him. This is why he sees himself as a superstar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Alaba, Mr. James, stay there, please. In respect to the office of the citizenry you are talking about, I'm of the opinion that is what you want to clarify.
Yeah,
Are you hold on one second, Alaba, calm down. Take a cheap pill. Take a cheap pill.
Okay.
Are you saying a literal office, or so just clarify 1 minute, please?
No, it's not literal office. We have to understand one thing. It's the concept of sovereignty. You understand? The way Nigeria is failing now is because sovereignty does not belong to the people. It belongs to the states. You remember when we took over from the British, sovereignty belongs to the Queen of England. And then they handed over to our black brothers, and they now kept sovereignty to themselves. So the people never had sovereignty. In America, that is called popular sovereignty. The 1999 Constitution was so flawed that it was an afterthought to just put one line of the word popular sovereignty in that Constitution. That's how messed up that Constitution is. You understand? So when the people themselves comes together and say, we the people, these are the terms of agreement we want to live together, that is sovereignty. Then, only then can they hold their political holders to account. But as long as the political holders are the ones who owns the sovereignty, they will do with the people as they please. And that is the source of impunity in that country. General Ishola Williams explained that in his interview with Channel.
Alaba,
Thank
I
you.
have two people that joined us.
Thank you for the clarification. I misunderstood you. I thought you meant something like Office of the First Lady.
No, nothing like that.
No.
Nothing. That was why the Kenyans were able to have that effective demonstration against their government, because the citizen came alive. And that is why we Nigerians experienced
gentlemen,
that.
I have two other people that just joined us. I need to give them.
Just a point. I'm sorry. You see,
Go ahead, Mr. James. Just 1 minute.
Yes, in South Africa, the 1997 Constitution, the 1994 Constitution of South Africa, there's a section that which states that any law enforcement agent who carries out a manifestly illegal order shall bear the full consequence of his action. I read the draft version of the Constitution, but there's a section of the Constitution that says something like that. If a police officer should open fire on harmless demonstrators, the police officer himself shall bear the full consequence of his action, irrespective of who gave the order.
Thank you, Mr. James. Welcome, DBO and Augustine. I'll go to you, DBO, first, then I'll go to Augustine. Augustine is part of the house, so he can wait for till eternity. I may not even get to him, and I end the show on his head. So, DBO, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I get a chance to come here once in a while. I've been here one time, and I spoke about a few things about the psychological aspect of of what's on in Nigeria. And the same thing I'm gonna try to use to analyze what's going on in Nigeria right now. I'm just gonna say a few points. Number one is just for to talk about what Mr. Alaba talked about. To put it in my own coin, I believe that one of the things we have to streamline the language that we have to streamline in Nigeria is not terming everything that's happening in Nigeria about the government. Majorly, this is about the politicians. We have to bring the language directly to the people who are causing this. And if we don't isolate them by the language, we are empowering an ideology that is vague. We are allowing passivity to like take charge when nobody knows exactly what the problem is, and so everything is just vague and ambitious. So the politicians are the controllers. They've perfected. Um, they are enjoying the act of the state capture that is existing in Nigeria. They didn't start it. Somebody else started it. The military started it, and we've been suffering from that. However, they are basking in it. They're enjoying whatever is going on right now, and they are riding on it full blown. So the people need to get from the hands of these politicians, not the government, these politicians, what belongs to the people. And my underlining word is for us to isolate government and the politicians. That's how we can get our powers back. If we don't do that, we'll continue saying we're fighting the government. It will seem wrong to the people, to everybody who's looking at it. They will use that against us, and we will not realize that it is the politicians who are highly incompetent. Once they are in front, they will drive, and they will drive everybody into the ditch. So this is what I just want to bring up. And then the number two thing before I just round up is what because I always like to talk about solutions a lot when I get the opportunities to. In this protest, what are we supposed to achieve? If there's anything at all, it is the benefit that belongs to the people we're supposed to achieve. Hunger today, if they ask us what we want, a lot of people will say hunger. We want food, like they're shouting on the streets. But the problem is they are handing us fish bones when the river belongs to all of us. The river with the fish belongs to everybody, but they're handing us fish bones. So how do we take back the river? That's the focus. That should be the agenda of this. I mean, if your family, you know how we have that little family thing where a man dies and the family, they're all fighting for his property. This is that case. And in this case, the person who is the head of the family is squandering all the wealth. This is a microcosm of what happens in our little groups, in our little family. The man comes, the head of the family is squandering all of the money, and everybody else is fighting. Why is it? This is what is happening. So the politicians are there squandering our money. How do we get it back? We have to be deliberate and be concise about what we want. One of the things I think in this case, as this protest is going on, is that we have to, they keep lying to us that the benefit system, the data system in Nigeria is not possible. If we have been falling for that trick, but it's actually a trick by them. They say, oh, it's hard to collect the data is not accurate. Let them give us a 90% accurate data. We don't want 100%. Let's know that when we call for palliative, when we are getting healthcare insurance, when we're getting small scale business loan, when we're getting grants, when we're getting scholarships is going directly to the people. And we can know for sure this people, if we get only that from this thing, from this protest, we have gotten a lot. But that change system, if we don't have any thing that drives the benefit down to the grassroots without anybody's interference, we have not achieved a lot. But if we can do that, we would have achieved massively in this protest. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Austin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Anyhow, I think most people have, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I think everybody has said it. You people have said it all. Sometimes I look at the whole thing, I don't really know what to say because, to be honest with you, it is very pathetic that even the commander in chief has not even said anything. I don't know. I just saw something online now. Somebody says Wike will address the nation. Address the nation as who? I just saw it as somebody posted it on Twitter. As who? That the president cannot speak, the vice president cannot speak. We don't even want the vice, we want the president to speak. He cannot say anything, and you are telling me that an ordinary minister can come and tell me want to address. As who will listen to him? Even to listen to Tinubu sometimes is even too boring for me. I don't know. I'll tell you the truth. I've never listened to him since he became president, even before he became president, because sometimes his job's too boring for me to listen to him. He doesn't. It's not coherent in what he's saying, so it's difficult for me to listen to him. Maybe when I listen, I tell me what he talk. But the point is this: it is so pathetic, and the thing sometimes is a joke. NSA started like a play. Now this one has started as well. So I don't just know what we really see, what we can really classify this country as, to be honest with you. And my greatest point is with these people who collect small money to counter protest. To be honest with you, it's crazy. We need to learn, as they said, the office of the citizen. We need to try as much as possible to do the right thing. But I don't know what is really happening in Nigeria. Everybody, if they give us 1 naira, we feel that that's the highest. You collect it and do any and misbehave, even against the wishes of the people. But now let's see how it keeps on going. This is just the day one. Let's see how day 2 and day 3 is going to look like. But for me, I think the people's the so-called leaders should, I don't call them, I call them rulers. They should learn to listen to what the person, because they cannot win. They are talking, even if they just about, let's say 5 million people come out, do they think that the security agency can stop them? You can't. So they should try as much as possible to listen. If you listen, you will not lose your way. That's just what I'll say for now.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Madam Gladys have something to say before we take a short break and play some of the videos, and we'll come back again. Like I said, this stream will continue. Madam Gladys, do you have anything to say before we go on a short video break?
We can go on the break and get back. The men are actually, they've said it all.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope our women are listening to you.
I wanted to respond to GBO.
You sit down there, you wait for me. You are here part of this show, please don't go away. I still have questions to put to you. We just need to play this video and have that break. Okay, thank you very much.
The protest don't start too.
I'm telling you.
Everything Maraba go different.
Let me beat this man now. Let this man stay one place. I'm ready to order security.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Press down for so long.
Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African.
Even go with the melody. You got to know where you're from. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olagado ni pesigono, Olagado ni pesigono. Mama wilo chilo, bigora muzo, anabaze. Say, onyama. Olagado ni pesigono, nazaboy. Olagado ni pesigono. Mama wilo chilo, bigora muzo, anabaze. Odogu kanano bikechoko. Ama kwa mnika gogogia. Waligwe kwelo.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You.
Malokwa malo ni mego mi fojo Wesigi nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Abamanwụ iyo biko lapụ
Yeah, KJ, the floor is yours.
Zoro.
I tried to get myself in.
Yeah, the floor is yours, KJ. You can stop
I think I off the. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen and lady who have been speaking all this while. My name is KJ, and I'm standing in, or sitting in rather, for Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph is been away for a while now, and we're just trying to hold forth for him. And someone asked me, is he trying to write another book? I said, perhaps it's on the last parts of the paragraphs of the books. So when he is back, I'm sure that you have something new to give to us. But this afternoon, we'll be discussing something rather very pressing to every one of us that we have followed over the years. I mean, if you are above 30 years, you must have come across one of these issues in Nigeria growing up. And today is just going to be another one of those sections. We're going to be discussing this issue. Before I came on, I heard Ferrari say Nigeria has not been speaking. Nigerians have been speaking. I agree with you, he said. Nigerians have been speaking in fact, when we were children, Nigeria started speaking since that time. We remember the likes of Sonny Okosu, who sang Which Way Nigeria. I mean, and Sonny Okosu have sang and he has gone to be with the Lord. And still, we have not been able to find that way that Nigeria is going. We know the likes of Fela, Kuti, who equally sang about the trend of governance in Nigeria. Till he sang and went to be with the Lord, yet Nigeria have not found the way forward. He's not the only one. There are other legends who are still living, like the woman who sang Nigeria Go Survive. What's her name now? Mary, what's the other one? I can't call her name right now. I can't remember all of it. But she sang Which Way Nigeria. I mean, she sang Nigeria. Even everything happened, Nigeria Go Survive. So Nigerians have been surviving under a very weighty and very oppressive regimes. But there come a time when enough will be enough. Will this be the time? I don't want to rush into conclusions because a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. But when you start with one step, know that you have 999 other steps to take before you get your destination. Today being the first of those steps, we want to thank all those who are peacefully staying in the streets those who are saying this time we will be able to achieve our aim before we, think of any other thing. I want to thank all of you who have been here with this channel, trying to analyze what is going on in this present time in our country. Having said that, I want to remind all of us that and I like the analysis everybody has brought, but I'll come with a new site, a new line of sight. People say, the government, the Nigerian people are out there. The Nigerian people are the same people who the government have used over time to scuffle every other move, every other genuine move that has been started by the people. So we have seen, like the game of chess, we have made our move. We're now waiting for them to make their move. And like somebody said earlier, Tinubu is a master crafter, but he's no more master crafter than Babangida, who eventually was called a Maradona. But there's always a day that the lion himself have to what? Take a bow. So that day is coming very fast, and we hope that this will be the beginning of that day. Thank you so much. I was trying to really, what took me a while is about, there's some videos, some clips that someone sent to me from Nigeria, from the north. I have a lot of those clips, but I'm not able to upload it right now because I had to hurry to take over. But we'll go from there. Is anybody hearing anybody speaking from the north? I don't know if I can get those videos across now, but if you are hearing from people from the north, what are they saying? Does anybody have any information, fresh information coming in from the north? Hello, can you hear me?
Of course.
Yes, we can hear you.
No. Hey, madam, you're welcome. Gladys. Yes.
Before we, if anybody has, that's fine. I just wanted to talk about what DBO said, and in terms of not calling them, not saying the government, but saying politicians. I don't seem to agree with that, because when we talk of government, we're talking of both on the three levels of government, all right? The state government, the local government, and federal government. They're all part of the oppression. Then we're also talking about the tiers of government, the senators, the executive, and the judiciary. So they have all come into that political elite, all right? That group of people that form the Nigerian government. That is where the Nigerian government is. It's in the hands of the executive. It's in the hands of the legislators and senators and House of Representatives. That's the Nigerian government. All right. The Nigerian government is part of the judiciary. Judiciary is part of Nigerian government. The governors are part of Nigerian government. The local government chairmen are part of Nigerian government. So the Nigerian people are saying this government headed by Tinubu, who is on the top head of this whole government, has failed the Nigerian people. All right. So we can't just say just only politicians. Politicians are part and parcel of what we call government. So I don't think it's wrong to say and to address them as the government. Government, Nigerians know who we're talking about when we talk of government. It's not just only the politicians, but also the illegal luminaries. Before, if it was in time past, even during the military, we could absorb some of the judges because we had high-standing judges, people that could look into the military eyes and say, no, this is how the judgment will go. We had them, men like Justice Oputa, in Nikitobis of this world, right? But now we have realized that the judiciary, we don't even have it anymore. We cannot boldly say we are sure of our judiciary. Our judiciary is already in the pocket of Mr. Tinubu. So if you look at it, we're addressing the whole government structure, both executive, senators, and all levels. So I felt where you were just trying to just say politicians, no, we're looking at the whole government structure. And if you look at the demands of the people, is that we need to have a new re-engagement. The people are saying we need to have a new re-engagement. We need to come down, and it must be, this government must bring forth a new discussion so that we can know the way forward. So the people are coming to say we want to have an engagement with the government. And who is on the top of the ticket? Mr. Tinubu. He is the executive. He can bring everybody together. So
right.
that's
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I think there's something that we missed, I think, or rather was not fully explained into my mind. And I'm not trying to push my opinion, but I'm just trying to bring another, the sovereignty of Nigeria still lies with Nigerian people. There's no way anybody can tell me otherwise. Yes, in time past, the Nigerian politicians have tried to claim that mandate, but the Nigerian people have not relinquished the sovereignty of their country to anybody who is in office. So you cannot tell me because you are in office, you have now become Nigeria. You have not become Nigeria. Nigeria is still Nigeria. Nigeria is made up of people, not politicians alone. People, the people of Nigeria, that's what the constitution says. At least the constitution we know. The people of Nigeria, and that people of Nigeria lies the sovereignty of Nigeria. We can take it from you if we want to. We can give it to you if we want to. And so for those, and I'll be going into this a little bit, because you see in Nigeria, when people, I'm coming, I can see you, DBO. When people take office in Nigeria, they assume they not become leaders. No, you are not a leader. You are an political office holder of the people. You are not a leader. So the guy who is what's his name, Kalu from the guy who is the deputy speaker, you are not the leaders of the Igbos. So don't give yourself an authority that nobody has installed onto you, and then begin to address the people and say, who are you? Who are you to a nation of 70 million people for you to get up and begin to address them? You have a 4-year term, and that 4 years after that, you go back to wherever rubbish are coming from. Don't get up and begin to just talk to people anyhow. This is the line of thought that Nigerian politicians have in their head that makes them think that they are next to God, or they're even higher than God. You are not a leader. The people know their leaders. If you ask anybody in Nigeria, whether Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Jukum, whatever tribe they know their leaders. And those people, when they need an opinion to be formed, they know where to go and get it. So if you have an office to run, don't assume that you have become a leader. You have become the leader of your people. No, you are just occupying a 4-year term for which if God graces you, you complete it. After that, you go back to who you are and who you are. Until these narratives are changed and the Nigerian people take authority where they're supposed to, knowing that the people who are in government are your servants, we will see continuously to battle to get them to do what they need to do with our money. And that's why people go to thank them for making bore wells or for making roads for them, which you didn't do with your money. That's the reason why you have voted in. I have not seen anywhere people went to in the developed world, in the first world, to go and thank a politician for having done a road for them, or haven't been able to put street lights, or haven't been able to build a community, and then they go and thank them and dance for them. I don't know if any of you have seen anywhere a man is going to commission a place and you see the people of that community gather and dancing for them and praising them, and after which they will give them chicken and goat and this thing, and they will defraud the people. And this nonsense got to stop. It got to stop. I'm telling you the truth. We must have to. You see, what has happened to us as Africans is that when those so-called colonial masters left, our people took over that positions and became themselves the colonizers right now. So we are now being colonized a second time by our own people. And they occupy those high offices and have stewards and servants around them, drivers and all whatnot. Okay? And policemen doing their lawful duty, carrying bags for their wives and and holding umbrellas for them. That's why they've come to a position where they assume that they are the authority and whatever they say stands. We must have taken away that power. We must bring them back to where they're supposed to be as servants of the people. And when we feel that they're not doing well, we kick them out with no mercy. We kick them out. Although you can say, of course, the politics and the arrangement have been queued to favor them, because nobody can tell Nigerian people. And that's why I said to Ferrari, Nigerians have been speaking. Nigerians spoke at the last election. It was not heard. Nigerians spoke in June 12th. It was not heard. Nigerians have been constantly speaking, but nobody listens. They do what they want to do. The time has to come when if they don't listen, we make them listen. It doesn't have to be violent. We can occupy the street, sit in the street, and nobody goes anywhere. And that would be it. That would bring a change that we need, and then they can listen. Thank you. I'll hear you out, Mr. DBO.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to see Nigeria, the whole of Nigeria from top to bottom is corrupt. The policeman is corrupt on the street. The clerk, the cleric, the clergy, everybody wants something for something in Nigeria. Whose fault is that? Leadership. Whose job is to correct a nation? Whose job is to drive a nation towards something? Leadership. Who are these guys? Let me break it down to realistically. If we have to solve this problem, we have to isolate the people that are really causing this problem. If we don't isolate them, this Nigerian system is so complex that the people that are most the pointers, the icons to these problems are the politicians. You talk about the judiciary. The judiciary, as a matter of fact, are being paid by the politicians. The politicians will pay the judiciary will pay the clerk to go get a document. The judiciary will pay the somebody else, the detective or the police officer to go get a fake witness, something, and it trickles down like that. But the people, if you look strategically at it, the people at the core of this, let me tell you from the get-go, the problem with Nigeria is not governmental system like we have identified. It's governance. So if the system, so anybody who gets on that seat will see how passive Nigerians are. We'll see that we don't do nothing, we don't say nothing, and then we see these enormous resources that the governance system that we operate in Nigeria is a 200% trust on the leaders. 200%. Developed nation, everybody is operating a near zero governance system, zero trust governance system, where there's oversight on top of oversight on top of oversight in a way that you cannot pay everybody. That's what everybody is operating across the world. I mean, talking about when we sit here in Nigeria, give all our leaders, they are looking at this tax of money that they have access to. One person will steal 1 billion. How is it possible? One person will single-handedly cut away $700 and something million to pay his children's school fees. How is that even understandable? Governance system that we are supposed to be addressing, and the people at the core of it are the politicians. They are the ones driving these things with the monies that they have at their beck and call. They have all this money. They have 200%. We have committed and we are not checking it, and we are being passive. We the citizens, we are being passive. We are sitting down and waiting for them to feed us, and they are handing us bones, fish bones, when the river actually belongs to all of us. So there's a real problem with how we are analyzing, until we're able to get the analysis of this, everybody will be speaking different languages and will be acting differently, like it's been happening in this protest. Everybody will be asking for things that are different instead of focusing on the core things that will liberate us. So if we change the systems and we address the politicians, because I thought about, okay, so how most effectively can we change the system? I discovered that these politicians are the only people who can reform stuff. They are the only people who can bring up policies. They are the only people who can correct it, but they will never. You want to tell me, what are we talking about? There's an allegation that Tinubu's family owns Oando and that they've just acquired Ajib Nigeria. What are we talking about? This is an allegation. if they do that, then who is the cabal? Who is the cabal? So how no matter the amount of protests we protest in Nigeria, it can never force Tinubu to fish out the oil cabals and to deparalyze them, because he's one of them, if that's true. So if these politicians don't become our focus, and electioneering, what they call it, INEC don't become our major focus in this election, in this protest, I doubt if we can really achieve much. And our mouth should be where our money is. Oil is how the family of Nigeria eats. We should be focusing 100% on that. Make sure that that place is clean. That's how we eat. If there's any hunger we're talking about, this is how we eat. That's how we can become wealthy.
You're mute. You're mute.
Yes, thank you so much. I was just trying to get some video in also. I heard you and I heard what you're saying. You see, I was going to come to Madam Gladys, and I'm sure that Madam, you must have heard how the women in Aba in 1929 was able to hold the government accountable and was able to reverse the politics that of the colonial masters at that time to tax the women. Have you? For me, do you think that the Nigerian women in this time have done their own fair share in trying to cause a change in governance?
Everybody.
No, not you. I'm talking about Madam Gladys.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is possible if the women can come together. If we have women leaders that can actually get the women wherever they are, they have them actually organized, and then they are made to understand that this situation is such that we must embrace what the men are doing, not just sitting back at home. Because the event that took place in Aba, was it in 1928 or 32? I don't know.
1929.
Yes, the women were actually well organized. They knew what they wanted and they went for it. And that was why they succeeded. But in this present time, you see that the women, I don't know why the women are actually staying back, but the time has come now that the women need to be involved in whatever that is happening in our government or our society. They should not just sit back and allow the men to do the talking, move around, do most of the things. There is no need for us to stay back home and claim that we're taking care of our families. What is affecting the men is also affecting the women. I think the women should come out. They should be emboldened. They should be strong. They should know that this is a movement that must be involved by all women, not just getting involved in politics and being settled. Because most of our women, the moment they're in government, they are settled, they are given top positions. You see them to speak up and say the truth. You see them also getting into all sorts of funny things because the men are the ones that have actually made them to become what they are. But I think now if the women can come out to support what is good, insist on us having what is right, I know other women will support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma. Because I asked that question because growing up, we read about people like the mother of Fela and who were also those women of those days who stood shoulder to shoulder with the men and fought for what was right, and eventually were able to, get that in.
Yes, you remember that Fela's mother was actually well educated. She schooled in England. She was quite exposed. The problem with most of our women is that women feel that there is no need for them to be seen or heard. But now the time has come for the women to be heard. I think they should come out, speak their minds, tell the government what they feel that should be done right, not just being settled with bread or coconut. They settle for it and then they do not want to speak up. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you so much. Yes, and I want to lend my voice with her for those of us who are listening. We want a lot of women like her. We want more women like Aisha Yusuf. One more women out there like OBS Ekwesili, who can actually be able to stand and say, look, what is right is right. After all, it's about your children. It's about your children's future. We cannot agree. We cannot continuously to take the backstage while our country go into ruins. Okay. Thank you, ma. Mr. James, I'm coming to you, sir. And you see, when we were growing up, we knew that elders were people who come to a scene and they say how it is. And that's why most places in Igbo land don't have landed papers, because the leaders, the elders will always come and tell you, this is the division in the land. This is where the land, this is your father's fathers, this is your father, and these people are this. Those things were well defined, and the elders, majority of them, kept to that, speaking the truth all the time. How come the elders who have now no longer speak the truth, but rather pander to the desires of the government, including our traditional rulers, Mr. James? Maybe you help us understand that.
No, I will not be able to answer that question for a number of reasons. Anyway, the issue is, you know, the people of Benin City, where I grew up, they have a saying that that is, we live in the world that we met. Societies evolve, and the lives our people live during the Aba Women's Riot, it's not the kind of life we are living now. Colonialism has brought a lot of changes. Our values have changed. We've read the white man's books. We've imbibed his ways of doing things. We even copy his eating habits, his language. Everything about the white man is now our standard for measuring civility. So colonialism has made us to be neither Africans nor Europeans. We are not Africans, actually, strictly speaking. And at the same time, we are not Europeans. And this is also the reason why the policy of assimilation failed in French West Africa, because they were trying to create Europeans out of pure Africans. In Senegal, very close to where I live at the moment, when they finish eating, I mean the elites, when they finish eating, they wash it down with either a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. They behave like white men, but they maintain concubines. Late in the night, you see them going to native doctors to do what the white men will never do, and other things I would not like to mention. So it is the world we live in that that we got accustomed to. That is what the Benin people refer to as Agbonaivae Andi. We live in the world that we met. It's not our fault, and at the same time, it's also our fault, because it is our duty to retrace our steps. But the task is Herculean. I know what you're talking about. In those days, you cannot even tell an old man that you are lying. It's inconceivable, because an old man cannot lie. Just like in the Christian Bible, there's a verse which says, it is impossible for God to lie. So it was impossible when I was growing up in Benin City in 1962, 61, 60, it was impossible for an elder to lie. So if an elderly man should, let me say, euphemistically put it to you, do you mean I'm lying? You say, no, sir, you are not lying, but it is not so. Because it is inconceivable that an elderly man will lie. But that is the world we are living in. So we should be realistic also. I think I've tried to answer your question, but I'm of the opinion that I will not be able to answer it satisfactorily.
You have answered your question. You have answered the question, because there are more values, more principles. People are more afraid of the world to come. Elders then spoke what is supposed to be truth, whether you like it or not. And those days have gone. Those days have gone. I have a video that was sent in. Let me try and see if it will play. Yes, just one. Okay.
YouTube fear they will just remove the whole video.
Okay, sorry, I'll remove it. All right, sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't know. I've not previewed this thing before I started playing it. I'm sorry for that. Nudity that is displayed there. It's not our policy to play such videos here, and I take full responsibility for that. Someone just sent that for me to me from the north, and that is what's going on in the north. And they say it's getting a bit disturbing. You can see there was a vehicle there that was also being set ablaze, and that's what's going on. I don't know if anybody has any more reports coming in from the north, apart from this one which I have. I also have another video. Of course, we have seen what the demands are, but maybe we just, for the purpose of our audience, our viewers, go back to that. Yes, I still have the two. Yeah, you heard what the man said there. There is hope for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Sorry, I'm not an advocate of, but do you think there's still hope? Madam, I'll come to you. Do you think there's still hope for the Federal Republic of Nigeria in a nation where the presidency or the presidency don't even bother to address the people in such a crucial time, don't have regard for the people who put him in that place because the people don't matter to him? Do you think we still have a sovereignty that we can say there's a hope that's coming in future? When will this hope come? Because I've been hearing there's hope since I was young, and now I'm getting old, and I yet cannot find that hope they're talking about. What did they say, ma'am?
Yes, I think there is still hope. Because we cannot say that we have gotten to the dead end of the situation. The most important thing is that the awareness is created already, that we need to come together. There's every need for us to come together and work as a group, not just on tribal sentiment or religious sentiment. It has nothing to do with I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, or I'm a Hindu, or I'm a non-conformist, or whatever it is. Now human beings are involved. And from the look of things, the people are becoming more powerfully engaged. From what we have seen so far, though we are also watching on the tube to see what is happening in the country. I've seen that people are now tired. They've gotten to such an end that they want the way out. And the only way out is just through this protest. Like I said earlier on, we pray that it will not become very violent. It remains a very peaceful one. Protests have taken place in so many countries all over the world where people actually went out, demanded for changes or that things should be changed, and they had adequate results. We foresee that Nigeria is going to be good. Things are going to change.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, your take. Mr. Jensen, can you hear me?
Oh, are you referring to me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Well, unfortunately, I hold a contrary opinion. The country is beyond redemption because the amount of damage that has been done over the years is unquantifiable. And where do you think we can start to fix the wrongs, irreparable havoc that has been wreaked on peoples and communities in the country over the years? That is how I see it. You see, when my father was alive in Midwest of those days, every year he was fond of saying something. You know, when the governor is reading the annual budget, my father will tell us, oh, this is a budget of hope. This is a budget of this is a budget, you know. All his life, the old man spent it living on hope, which was never realized. I grew up with the habit of living on hope. And so far, I've been hopeless. Anyway, Mr. Paul of Arizona said, "Blessed are the hopeless, for they shall not be disappointed." Now, my children have also cultivated the habit of living on hope. That is how many generations now, my father's generation, my generation, and my children's generation, 3 generations living on hope. For how long should we, as a people, keep on living on hope? This is why I always talk about post-Nigeria republics. Yugoslavia, under Marshal Tito, was a terrible country under his administration. Nobody ever knew that Yugoslavia will be wiped out of the map of Europe. New nations have emerged. Even in Ethiopia, the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity, where it was formed, Eritrea had cause to break away. And other countries I cannot even recall right now. So the earlier we start sorting, look, there's nothing wrong if we happen to go our separate ways, because it is the European who made me a Nigerian. It is a European, it's not birth. I did not choose to be a Nigerian. I was born to be in a country called Nigeria, and that country is a creation of the European powers. So it is the wish of Europeans for me to be a Nigerian. Fundamentally, I agree, I'm an African. But the issue of being a Nigerian came into existence after the Berlin Conference. Now, the map of Nigeria can be redrawn. If you read European history, you realize that the present European boundaries, the boundaries of present European countries, most of them was drawn after the Vienna Congress of 1815, after the fall of, the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte. Then in 1919, during the Versailles Treaty of 1919, President Woodrow Wilson came up with the 14-point agenda that gave rise to nations that were formerly under the domain of the Ottoman Empire, mainly East European nations. So it's not a crime for a country to disintegrate and get, the component parts to get themselves properly organized. People cannot just be suffering for nothing. If we are suffering with a goal that in 20, 30, 40, or next generation years from now, things will get better. The future of Nigerians will improve tremendously. That is a different matter. But right now, even those who are stealing the money, what is happening to their children? Look at all the heads of states, all the governors we produce. Where are their children? Well, when you go to the United States, for example, you have the Onassis Foundation, Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and other foundations. The original, founders of these foundations, they died and gone generations ago, but their legacy remains. Our leaders are not even thinking of their personal legacies, let alone that of the country. So why should children be born into a hopeless situation? We are hopeless. Okay, fine. It's not a crime to be hopeless. As I said earlier on, Paul of Arizona said, "Blessed are the hopeless, for they shall not be disappointed." So I don't have any confidence in the country anymore. So that is my opinion. Sorry, Mr. Ferreira, please, is your number UK number or USA?
US number, Chicago number.
Okay.
312, yeah.
Okay.
01.
Hold on, Mr. Ferrari. Now, I heard what Mr. James said, but I want to take it to another angle. The governor of Lagos State, addressing the Lagosians, said to them, after your 10 days of demonstration, will the food prices come down on the 11th day? Will the things that are demanding for come on the 12th day? And vice versa. Now, with that mindset of a people in governance and people who are also able to speak to the system, do you foresee any change even after all this protest is over?
No, I do not foresee any change. You understand what I mean? Rome was not built in a day. Even Abuja was not built in a day, let alone Rome. You get the point?
Okay.
A foundation has been laid for people to build on. You see, the consequences of what we are doing now will not dawn on the nation. Probably we must have been dead and gone. Future generations will benefit from what we are doing now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ferrari.
Yes, KG. Before you came on board, electricity asks a very, very, very vital question that I think is relevant to this.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that is relevant to this protest issue we are analyzing. How did it get here? And then I was hoping to help answer it and then give my own point on it. But I was called to for some urgent emergency. And apart from that, I came up with also 4 very vital issues in this thing that is unfolding. So, right now, those in power, the political elite now, should be jittery because they are in what they call the inevitable stage, which I describe as those who make peaceful change impossible will have to make a violent one inevitable. So they are in the train of the inevitable change right now. I said that. And then I came up with 4 questions. KJ, I want you to note them down because I think they're relevant. 1, the protest, as it has happened today, it's a success, right? Irrespective of the few skirmishes here and there, massive turnout from Nigerians and solid potential that the turnout would increase, even though in the East they stayed at home, which was even more effective than being on the street. How does the protest take full advantage of this? That means tie up the loose end, because there will be those who will hijack the impending positive result, if there's any, down the line. That's 1. 2, right now, number 2, right now, political realignment will be going on among the political elites. You understand? When I mean realignment, they have to protect their financial interests. So they would be doing whatever realignment possible to hold on to it. You understand? The question is, who is doing the realignment? We need to be able to identify them and why. 3rd, KJ, somebody put on the comment section, said the traditional rulers were sold out. I said, no, it's not just traditional rulers. Lawyers were sold out, journalists were sold out, judges were sold out, teachers were sold out, doctors were sold out, every one of us.
What's the question?
No, the question there is that, do we identify the sold outs in us in order not to prevent future reoccurrence as we move forward? Then number 4, this protest, this is the opportunity that should be used to bring up, I typed them out in the comment section in case you're searching for them. This is the opportunity that should be used to bring up all the needed discussion that this country needs. The issue of popular sovereignty, which we haven't have. I know me and you differ a little bit on that. Popular sovereignty, power belonging to the people, not to the politician, not to the state, not to the governor, not to the chairman. You understand? Not to the head of state, not to the president. Popular sovereignty. The issue of constitutional reform, restructuring, the issue of balance and equity, and most importantly, the issue of judicial reform and impunity. This is the time we don't sweep any discussion on the table. If these people realign and wants to say, okay, this is their solution, we have to say this is, because he asked that question, how did we get here? And what electricity is not looking at, you're looking at somebody, a crippled man is carrying a load and is bent, and you are saying, that load is bent. You're looking at the top, you're looking at the load, you're not looking at the bottom. You understand? How did we get here? We got here basically simple on selfishness. Right from day one, from the first coup to 1999 handing over. The first coup, Nursi was not supposed to take over. The ruling party was supposed to continue. Selfishness, it took over. Other things went wrong. The counter coup, selfishness. Then we handed over 1999. Everybody knew. Obasanjo knew.
Okay.
Let me finish. Hold on. Obasanjo knew. Goodluck Jonathan knew.
Hold on. Larry, hold on. Now, what's your 5th question? So we can write it down.
Oh, the 5th question is that this opportunity, are they going to use it to start a national discussion?
Yeah, I've already that
structural problem. Yeah, that's 4 of it. Yeah. So the 5th one is that how we got here is we have to go back and address how we got here, because it's the structural foundation is faulty, and that has to be the opportunity to discuss it as a collective, including those who are agitating for separatism, regionalism, and all the other nism that exists.
All right, I thank you for that contribution. I don't want to give an opinion, but I think that our problem didn't start after the coup. Our problem started before the coup, because
I agree.
When the so-called colonial masters left, Nigerians themselves became the colonial masters. They took exactly the positions of the colonial masters. They inherited their cooks, their quarters, their vehicles, and behave exactly like as if they are now managing the country for another nation, not managing the country for their own people. That's where all the problems started. Because if you are managing, I don't know, can I come to my house now as I'm living in this house now and I'll begin to steal my own things? I'll steal it and take it from my house and go and put it in my neighbor's house and come back and stay. That's what we are doing. That's what the Nigerian politicians are doing. That's what they've been doing over the years. That is why, even the ones they stole, they can't even invest it in Nigeria. They take it out to go and invest in another man's country and come back and stay in darkness, and stay in a system that is not functioning, because that is the only place where you can exercise your muscle as a big man, as a oga don't enter. Oga they drive jeep, oga they wear agbada, oga they wear oga is, don't play with oga. Do you know who I am? Who has ever been working somewhere in any of this outside Nigeria? Somebody asks you, do you know who I am? We tell you to go to hell. Who are you? I mean, it doesn't care who you are, But that is what the system we have built. I'll come to Mama Hecho, and you have heard the things that my dear brother have narrated as the issues. While you are bringing your own thoughts to the table, you can equally identify any of those points and maybe make your own contribution to them. Welcome, Mama Hecho.
Yeah, greetings to everyone on the panelists, and greetings to our viewers and those who will view it later. I'm not here to discuss problem because we know the problem. I want to talk to Akpabio. Shame. Because you talk like say, you see this bread where we not they buy, now you they control her. But I want to remind you something. What happened to Senator Ifeanyi Uba? You know, say as he jet with his family go Obodo Oyibo in London. And even when he reached there, he sing pretentious church song of victory to us. But I hear say sleep, he not wake up. Oh. So you, Akpabio, you can even sleep this night, you not go wake up. And that food when you say una they eat for house, you not go eat them again. So you see this punishment una give my children. How far? Una rig una self into power. We tell una say the blood of the innocent go hunt una. I want ask una one question. Una no see as una dey make policy when they disgrace una. Una no see am. Una no see am. I want beg una, Nigeria youth. No matter what, sustain your protest. No matter what, sustain this protest. I'm not sabi say Nigeria country, e get security like this. Oh. I don't know say we get over 300 ammunition tank. I don't know say our police and our military, they feel they look for protesters catch the overnight, even when they don't know their house. I don't know say DSS, they get sense that they call intelligent. Because if you people really have this, and you have allowed insecurity to sustain Nigeria for all these numbers of years, as soon as they go sleep this night, make una sleep in shame. You people should sleep in shame. Because it is obvious now that this security in Nigeria is being perpetuated by the military, by the police, and by the Nigeria politician and wicked government. Are you people not ashamed? Are you not? You are just disgracing yourself and showing your impunity and wickedness to everybody. They say breeze blow, foul nyash, open. My children are not protest. Una begin the rock, kitty kata, kitty kata, kitty kata. Is when you people decline your protection during Goodluck Jonathan period. Tinubu, you and your Ababakus, did Jonathan run kitty kata like this for you people? Did he bring this number of ammunition and everything to come and fight you on the street? And to the Nigerian youth that came out, that your interest now just to do video recording. You never vessel. Do you have hope? Do you have hope? Do you have hope? What is your hope as a youth? What is your hope as that child growing up? And to the parents, are you not tired that your child graduates from school, he doesn't have a job? And to those who feel they are well to do and they have cars they do, as you drive around the street of Nigeria and see children on the street, and you are able to give comfortable life to your children, don't you have humanity in you to feel that these children deserve the same opportunity as my child? But yet, big manism and womanism, because that they call you chairman, that they hate you. To you, it doesn't matter. Where is the humanity in us? Nigeria, home and abroad, this is our fight. Because wherever you dey, at least for one thing, the weather not dey favor you and me. Because if na winter, we go wear plenty cloth. If na summer, the heat pass oven.
Okay, man.
One way or the other, it not favor me and you. Because the place when we come, we get weather when it suits our situation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And all of us.
Thank you so much.
If Nigeria better today, or we hear say better leader don't enter power, I know say many of us, if not 80%, we go carry our kaya, go back. For those of us who get pikin for here, we know say Nigeria not good, maybe take them go home. Now, born throw away, we born throw away. I rest for now.
Thank you so much, Mama Hecho. Thank you for that. I mean, it's well thought of. I just hope that people, can listen. Whether you think the protest is successful or not, I think it's too early to begin to call that shot for now. So no matter what anybody thinks, Nigerians are saying once again, we're not satisfied with the status quo. We're not asking for a change of government. We're not saying because it is Tinubu that is there. We're not saying because we want the military to come in. We are simply saying Nigerians are hungry. They don't have education. They don't have good road. They don't have water. They don't have work. That's what the people are looking for. They're not looking for your Mercedes. They're not looking for your duplexes. They're not looking for your touring the world with government money. They are simply looking for how to survive on day-to-day basis and be able to live a free life. That's what they're asking for. And I don't think the purpose of government is for the people. It's for the people. It's not for you. It's not when you are a local government chairman who cannot even have 3 square meters and then finally you are elected and you now see yourself as a god of the local government and people can no longer talk to you. You now have policemen and soldier men guard your house, guard your wherever, and then you live at the expense of the people. The same money is supposed to come in and use to develop the people. That's what Nigerians are protesting. We're not protesting. If you like, let Tinubu be 100 years old. If Nigerians put him there or he decided to get himself there, let the poor man have food to eat. Let the Nigerian, the real Nigerian, because you see, there's a Nigeria, there's real Nigerians. The real Nigerians are the ones who are on daily basis toiling in the streets of Nigeria, under the sun, under the rain. They are looking for how to survive. They are earning, an honest living. They're not looking for government handouts. They're not looking for what their uncles or whatever relatives in government can do for them. Those are the people who are concerned about. Those honest, struggling Nigerians who are not depending on anybody to survive. I don't think that is too much for any set of people to ask. More so that whatever you are using is supposed to be meant for the people, not for you. And I agree with what Mama Hecho have laid out and laid it very fine. He who has ears, let him hear what is being spoken about. I had righteous man here. He has gone. I wanted to find out exactly what the situation is in Nigeria. But I see Ken. Ken, you are in Nigeria. I can't. You are muted. You are muted, Ken. Okay, go ahead. Sorry?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. You are in Nigeria. You are in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay. Situation report. What has happened? What time is it there, and what is happening now?
No, I'm not in Nigeria. I live in Germany.
Oh, okay. You are in Germany. So you can't give us anyway. Let's hear your opinion.
Sir, this Nigeria situation, even new people when they born and they don't try them. Right from the day when they born, my father complained. 30 years and 31 years now they go to Nigeria today like this. This Nigeria situation, a lot of people don't even know the kind damage when Nigeria don't already damage. Before I come up from Nigeria 10 years ago, as a politician, I know a lot of things. All those people, all these politicians, when they look like this, they don't even get heart for human being at all. As a politician, for a shop, now me they go, this man go come. As to no food, will give us 100 naira at that place, will shop food. When they contest for House of Assembly, the problem of them for Nigeria is our Nigerian banks are very corrupt. Now then they give this politician, me and you will go back and make the bonus for the bank no give a politician want to do election. Now bank they come they beg them, say make they come for them money. And that this one that they tell are witness. They are waiting and witness. Bank they come, they give them money because they don't let you know once they win the election, they will see pay them back. That's when they try to run election, you don't buy house down. If he lose, if all of them they work hand to hand, and they can't use me and since when all of us they grow up in Nigeria, they use religion to take all of us. As this protest they go on, none of our pastors and but on Sunday now, it's not a pastor who went to the 10 members, see me the pray God will send money for them with the give them. Then we want me there 10 years. On Sunday, if you don't go say everybody, nobody is from each other with religion. You go to your church, so when they go work, go their work. If you don't work, you don't go church. Government make everything. Say if you could work, if you don't even get one, government will support you. But Nigeria, they go, they pay our pastors money, they sponsor them, meaning they pay the people down. If this protest, like get some pastors, now top pastors from Nigeria will come out and tell their members, their class, say, not go and go protest. No worry, they wait on the Lord. Let us keep praying for the leader. All those remember, all of them will do that because I did you have focus. But that the will come back, they won't give them money. He with the family will chop daily bread. They'll chop 2 times a day. In fact, 5 times a day. You when they wait on night, they won't give you apple. And they don't come. You will die. See, they wait on angel. Me, I swear to God there, and they tell people for that, if they give me, still tell me know our politics. If they give me one, they tell me you Nigeria. First of all, I go close churches. So that the people go realize, yes, they need to face life. God knows they call the dash for money for account. God knows they call the dash for money for account. Say, if you don't wake up, say God will come put $10 billion for your account. You know they happen. But this our politicians, they make our pastor to build the cities, they come brainwash us. We something we don't even know our rights again. We Nigeria don't even know their rights again. We don't even know our left and nothing. People don't win castle or everybody for that street with the worshiper. My chair. Outside the government chairman, they will call the worshiper. See this protest now, how Nigeria politicians say no say, people say stop, go destroy the protest. Protest never happen. On I say on intelligence tell on I say they will destroy the protest, they no go dey peaceful. Okay, the intelligence I went on I say no go dey peaceful. If you can get the name of those people, when no go make the protest, they people when they bring a come and make they arrest them. Now, how many things Germany they do, UK they do, everywhere they do. If you get better intelligence, say, okay, this person won't destroy the country, then go arrest her. How you go don't come out for national TV, they talk say, I get intelligence for source. They put a source, they get source, say, this protest don't go dey peaceful. And if you watch wetin dey go on for Kano, as you watch this thing, thank God I don't go work today. I don't go work today. As they watch am, Kano was peaceful in the morning, but in the afternoon, it turned to riot. But now, people now come they lose now, they think that they lose now for government property. But me and you know the way Nigeria beat it. Even though that's when they talk for Kano, our politicians have day. If you not day, 50% day. So make sure say tomorrow, make them for even talk and for news say, okay, wait, the intelligence will confirm it work. They say to election, to the protest for Lagos, this form.
Thank you, Ken.
Who put that bomb? Nobody know.
Thank you, Ken.
Police come and say they still for Lagos.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, Ken, thank you. And I like all the points you have actually, you have touched all the major, and those major points are what we dwell. Those major points are what we dwell on the rest of this, this discussion. It's always easy for Nigerian security operatives to discover those who want to do evil, but they're never able to discover those who are Boko Haram, those who are kidnappers, those who are, stealing the Nigerian money dry, those people who have taken almost all everything that belongs to Nigeria and are living. No, they have not been able to discover or even do a proper investigation. But whenever the Nigerian people want to take to the street, they all of a sudden, all their ability to investigate and find out the evil people becomes very active. Righteous man, you are in Nigeria. I can see that there may not be light in your house. Can you give us an update of what is happening in your location? You must not tell us where you are, but you feel free to speak the way you want. Righteous man, can you hear me?
Yeah. Good evening, KJ.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, all the panelists. I think I'm seeing, is it Paul?
No, there's no Paul here. Yeah, righteous man, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we've been having serious problem with network since yesterday. It's very difficult to have a sound network since yesterday. Even my family slept without light because we couldn't recharge as a result of failure of the network to connect. So you bear with me if you are having a breaking voice or communication while I'm talking. Very, very sorry. Yeah, I think I see James and some Mama and the rest of them. Good evening, everybody. It's been a very nice time here in Lagos. We've not witnessed any incident of killing, and we pray it will continue so. We've witnessed a spontaneous reaction of sitting at home. Most people, most Lagosians today sat at home, and I think they borrowed it from the IPOP style. It really worked effectively here today in Lagos. People, I can tell you, over 87% of Lagosians sat at home today. You know, markets were under lock and key. My wife drove out to see if she can pick some things and discovered that the market was locked. All these abattoirs, they were unable to slaughter meat today. So there's nothing like that. If you go to shopping mall, you discover it's empty. I went there early morning and I couldn't even see bread to pick because people feasted on it yesterday in preparation for the protest that starts today. So what we notice here in Lagos is that people were happy that such protest is going on peacefully. And they do hope that it will continue tomorrow. It's a bold statement that Lagosians and Nigerians at large made today. Even if the protest ends today, Nigerians have been able to establish a point which in a long time to come, it will serve as a deterrent to Nigerian politicians that Nigerians have woken up, we are no longer sleeping. And I am thanking all of you in Diaspora that have given it a wide broadcast and coverage. I've checked some other networks, and I've seen platforms, and I've seen that it's well covered. Nigerians in Diaspora have really done a very good job. I appreciate all of you, your contributions. Since morning, Farade started it, and so many other platforms have done so well. So I appreciate all of you. And we're not going to fail you guys here because we're determined to make sure that things change here. Unfortunately, we had a report that 3 people were lost in Kaduna. And 1 person in Maiduguri. There was infiltration of Boko Haram. They detonated a bomb that killed scores of people. And in Benue State, which is a PC state, the youth defied the order of the governor and they came out to protest. In Enugu, there was no protest. In Imo State, no protest. In Anambra, no protest. Ebonyi, no protest. there was a little skeptic protest in Abia, but it didn't last up to 5 minutes. And those guys went back home to eat the pepper soup and the goosey soup and pounded yam. And in Port Harcourt, the youth had a massive protest and they went to the State House. It was, Fubara was demonstrated what everybody back in the studio in Nigerian televisions were referring as example of being a political leader. Fubara came out under the rain and addressed the youth, talked with them, and assured them of the things he will put in place even while the protest was still ongoing. You know, it was a very good time in Rivers State, and my cousin that lived there was giving me feedback from time to time. It's peaceful, no problem in Rivers State, and we are asking other politicians in Nigeria to emulate Fubara. He's an excellent governor. He has done well. And back to Abeokuta, the place where the protesters were to use were cordoned off and sealed. The governor of Ogun State never allowed them to use the venue that they had already secured. And Yeson Wike just gave a brief press conference just about 30 minutes or thereabout ago, saying that protestants in Abuja should confine themselves to Moshood Abiola Stadium in Abuja. But unfortunately, he was being challenged because in the Constitution did not make any reference of confining whoever that wants to protest to a certain location. So the court order he got could not stand the Constitution, because one of the analysts in the television said, if court gives an order that contradicts the Constitution, then the Constitution takes a superior stance over such an order. So it is what they are debating right now, and we believe that maybe it will be resolved. But generally, Nigerians have come out to speak, and our voices are heard very, very well.
Okay, thank you so much, Rajman, for that roundup. It's good that we're all hearing this, and it gives us a holistic view of what went down. I have the video of Asari Dakubo addressing his people. I don't know, I'm trying to get it up, but it's not, for one reason or the other. I don't seem to. If as soon as I can get it up, I will play it for you so I all can hear. And I also have a friend of mine who sent me their own protests from Lagos with chicken, and this I also have to play for you to see. But we want to welcome Ify, my love. If you are welcome, the way you tie your hair, I'm sure you came for something fire. So let's hear from you. So far, have you been able to follow the different? What do you say?
Good evening, guys. Good evening. Oh boy. Mama Gladys, good evening, ma. I think this is the first time I'm meeting you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mama Hecho.
In fact, we are blessed. We have three beautiful ladies with us today, bring their voice. And we encourage all ladies to come up, because we want to hear from your own end what's going on. Go ahead.
James, see, let me tell you something. I will differ, a little bit from what is going on. I wish he is here, but I think he already left. Previously, I said that I will not be in support of protest. You know why? Because what is happening in Nigeria is deliberate. Of course, we know it's deliberate. Tinubu is not our problem. We have a problem more than Tinubu, and this problem has been here before he came. People will say that, oh, he made it worse. And my question has always been, even including this country where I live now, I've been here for more than 20 years. It wasn't like this when I came here. Things are getting more expensive. Does that mean that something cannot be done? No. But what I'm trying to say is, a lot of people were saying Tinubu must go. To go where? Where is Tinubu gonna go? Tinubu will do his 8 years. Let us be realistic. There are people who held a group of people that are holding Nigeria hostage, and they're not gonna let it go. So the only way we can protest from January to December for these people to let Nigeria go, unless there is a foreign intervention. But as I'm talking to you, nothing is gonna happen. Give it 20 years to come, nothing is gonna happen. The 200 people or the people holding Nigeria hostage, as long as they are alive and as long as they are in government, even if Tinubu dies today, the problem will continue. Another person will take over and we keep going, keep going, keep going. Let us start from your government. Let us start from the councillors. So all these people shouting things are hard, things are difficult. Yes, I'm feeling the pain here, including me here in America. I don't need to say this, but I have to, one of my patients, I have to give her, one of my patients $200 because they cut off her lights. And she was crying. She lost her job and all that stuff. And we talked extensively. And I said, look at my country. I wish you can get on internet and see what is going on in my country, Nigeria. What I'm trying to say is this, whether we like it or not, I am not a fan of any politician. I will never be a fan of any politician. Ifan, what's his name? The Oba guy that died. He's from my country. We were all together during the convention. He was here for Newi convention. In fact, I was even mad when he was speaking. Okay? And when I woke up on last week, Saturday, immediately I, saw that I texted my uncle. He said, no, it's a lie. You must be lying. This cannot be true. Unfortunately, it is true. That is how life is. Abacha died. What happened? Did he make Nigeria better? No. Yar'Adua died. Did he make Nigeria better? No. What is going on? Nigeria continued to get worse, get worse, get worse. So if Tinubu leaves government today, Nigeria is not going to get better. I can understand where the protesters are coming from. But what I'm telling you is that one person is not holding Nigeria hostage. When I'm telling you that what is happening in Nigeria is deliberate, like Mama Hecho said. So we have all this military tank. We have all these ammunition. And we are still talking about Boko Haram. And we are still talking about unknown gunmen. And nothing has been done. Me, myself, I was even shocked. I was like, oh my God, we have all these soldiers. And we're still talking about defeating Boko Haram. It means that it is deliberate. There are people that owns this country called Nigeria. And they are not willing to let go. They don't care if half of Nigerians die trying to liberate Nigeria. They are not going to let loose. Whether we like it or not, if you know how you're going to secure your area, secure your area. But you see this battle, it's not ending anytime soon. So for some of you saying that, oh, Tinubu said a subsidy, we all agree that the subsidy needs to go. But the question is that there was no measure in place. People talking about what is a stupid man, what's his name, your Senate president. You see, these people, they don't have no conscience. Because somebody in his right sense of mind will open, he doesn't have a filter, he has diarrhea of mouth. Opens his mouth and just say anything he wants to say. And this will tell you that these people, they don't care. I cannot survive on 70,000 naira. Me, I cannot survive. I'm not bragging about it. As me, we live for America now. I don't want to say the amount, but there are amounts that I personally cannot survive. But how are you going to tell somebody you're going to live on 70,000 naira? One bag of rice is almost 100,000 naira, right? They're going to buy beans, yam. Somebody came on Daddy Freeze yesterday. One beautiful woman. She was crying. She said she went to the market with 200 and something thousand. And she showed what she bought. One yam was 15,000 naira, one new yam. And she bought two. That is 30,000 naira. So you can imagine rice, oil, and all that stuff, money gone. How many people in Nigeria can you say that make that amount of money to go to market and spend 200 and something thousand? There are people who owns Nigeria until they let Nigeria go, until they let Nigeria lose.
So yesterday we're trying to compare a list.
From January to December, you can protest. From Monday to Sunday, from the 1st of August to the 31st, nothing is going to happen. Believe you me, I am not in support of them. But until you get the grassroots of the problem of Nigeria.
Let us own this government. Those who want to protest can protest, but let us be there eating. Am I right? I must thank Niger Delta.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
So let me for the final word. You're talking about Asar. What's his name? Dakubo. What the idiots?
Asari Yakubu.
The fat idiots. In a country where things work, is that man not supposed to be in jail? You're gonna come on national television and threaten people, and nobody's saying anything. And you are telling me that you're gonna go protest, and nobody's saying anything. This is the same man that came out and against Tinubu, call him all sorts of names. And I don't know, because I'm not gonna say that he was bribed because I don't have the evidence. Allegedly, he was giving money, and he openly came on national television and tell you, if you do anyhow, you collect anyhow, I will give you woto woto. And the people are keeping quiet. These are the people intimidating Nigerians. And you are telling me that you're gonna protest. Ababi is still talking about how he's gonna go to Benin to campaign for APC governor. I think on the 7th, on the 21st, I think sometime in September for the election. And you think these people, they have your interests at heart. I think honestly, some people are wasting their time. If they don't address the issue of Nigerians, the stakeholders, when I mean stakeholders, there are people that owns this country called Nigeria. It's not me and you. We are just citizens roaming around because we don't have, when people say we have stake, and I said, how can you say you have a stake in Nigeria? Tell me who will listen to you. So let us be honest with ourselves. I agree there are things that are very difficult. It pains me. I get emotional. You constantly get a message from Nigerians, asking you for money. If I open my phone, sometimes I just pretend as if I didn't see the message so that I don't read it. Because if you read it, you will say sin, meaning that you saw the message and ignore them. I let it go because you can't solve everybody's problem. We that are in diaspora, we have a lot of issues too. But what I'm trying to say is that I don't have a stake in Nigeria, even though I am a Nigerian, but I don't have any mouth in the sense of the policies. Talking about revolution. For revolution to come in this country, come Nigeria, there must be, of course, I'm sorry to say this, but there's nothing like peaceful revolution. If you're expecting that to happen in this country, it's not gonna happen. If you're expecting to overthrow Tinubu from this government, let me tell you, this man doesn't care if half of Nigerians wipe out. He will stay in the government. He will do his 8 years, unless he died before his 8 years. Other than that, my sisters and brothers, we are wasting our time.
All right, thank you so much. If you have spoken a lot of people's mind. Tell the truth. If I was Tinubu, I will not give up power. He not go come from my place now, and I go come collect them from there. That's the truth. I'm just telling you how a typical Nigerian would think. But it does not stop you from being able to sit down and have a conversation. All we are asking for the Nigerian people is to have a conversation. What is not working? What is working? You don't know how CEOs behave. You don't know how people get to be big in, you discuss and have a discussion, a dialogue, a true dialogue, and adjust the parameters on which you operate. But you can't just sit down and you insist, you get all you can and can all the can and sit on the can. And then you hope that everywhere will be quiet. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't happen. If it happened that way, those places where they steal the Nigerian money and go and keep will not be lucrative as they look at it. It's because those people sit down and they think as leaders. They will try to do the best for their people. And like I said earlier, I want to reiterate, Nigerians are not looking for you to buy them free cars, free houses. They are looking for you to be able to make them be able to go out and work, give them electricity, give them water, give them good roads so they can carry their products from their farm and go and sell. And then you can do whatever you want to do with Nigerian money, you can do with it. Just give them a normal life. That's what they're asking for. Security. Allow them to go to their farms. Don't use Boko Haram or whatever to be chasing them from their farms. If people are going to their farms and they have food to eat, nobody will, really bother themselves who is in power.
Can I say one more thing before I leave?
Please go ahead.
You see how greedy we are. Again, I'm not going to call name. There is one of the senators in Nigeria. My friend's husband is his very good friend. When I mean very good friend, he has a house here. I live here in Atlanta. Nobody's living in that house. That house is paid for. He doesn't have a job, but because he's a Nigerian politician. And my friend's husband advised him, why not rent this house out? He had packed 2 Mercedes there. Mind you, he doesn't live in America. He's not an American citizen. Neither is he a permanent resident. That is just to tell you how greedy these people are. And this is the way they loot money. And taking it further, I'm going to talk about my uncle, but because nobody knows him. He called me one day, we were talking about this politics of a thing, because he knows that I'm so much interested in politics. He said to me, Ife, you see these Nigerian politicians, they are wicked and heartless. They are wicked and heartless. Guess what he told me? He's doing very well. My uncle is very well. He's doing extraordinary well. He said somebody called him a politician. He refused to call his name because I would go mad. He said a Nigerian politician called him. He wants to loot money. He's going to give him $20,000. But he wants him to loot the money under his name. Up to today, he refused to tell me who the person. He said, some things you just want to keep it to yourself. And the amount he's calling is ridiculous. And I asked again, Uncle, what is he doing? Nigeria is a politician. As a politician, it's not an occupation. He said, well, in Nigeria, it is. That's so 20,000 would have been my uncle's portion. And being the man of integrity he is, he said, no, I don't do that kind of stuff. No, I am so sorry. There are thousands of people suffering in Nigeria. I don't want to be part of the causes people are laying on these people every day. I don't want to be part of it.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask me a question.
Ask me a question. Who is talking, please?
Ehime.
Yeah.
Okay, Ehime, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I listened to your arguments and submissions. So after deliberating, I have to ask you, so what do you think is the solution? Because it's like you don't believe in what is happening right now, and you've not offered a solution. Because to you, it's like everything is doom and gloom, and there's no visible solution.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Let me tell you a solution. When IPOB people are talking about, giving them their, their own country and all that stuff, giving them Biafra, I said it over and over again. I said all it's going to take is to take the 5 Eastern governors to march to Aso Rock. If you want IPOB to get that Biafra today, I swear to God, under 1 week, they will get it. But they refuse, right? If you want Nigeria to work, you know who to hold responsible. And those are the people in the government of your people. I don't mean the leader. I don't mean Tinubu. You know your governors. You have to take them down first before you even talk about taking the president down. What I'm saying is that we have, and what's his name? Andrew has said it here so many times. You have to start from the grassroots. But you can't just march and over there and expect Tinubu. Tinubu is not, and I keep saying it, I am not Tinubu's friend. I don't know them. Some people will say, allegedly, she has collected money. Me, I swear to God, nobody will ever give me any money that will open my eyes, that will shock me like this. I don't see anybody, no Nigerian politician. I love money, but I'm not greedy. I like to work for everything I have, so that tomorrow when I want to curse you, I curse you out. What I'm trying to say, Ehime, is this. If you're from Anambra, go take your problem to your governor. Take it to the people in your House of Assembly. Start from there. But if you're telling me you're going to march to whatever square it is in Abuja, Eagle Square, whatever, so that the president, this is one person dealing with 200 and something million people. There are other subsidiary people under him. Let us start from there. When you finish with your governor will now run to Abuja and tell this is what is going on. We need to sit down. But until then, if you are calling Tinubu, we are all wasting our time. We have how many governors? 36 governors, right? And nobody has ever come out to say anything, right? We have pastors. We have imams. I didn't hear, what's his name? The Redeemed Church of God. I did not hear him speak. I did not hear Onyedepo speak. I did not hear the one that built the tower. What's his name? The one in Abuja. I did not hear him speak. The only person I heard that spoke was Chris Oyakilomi. Where are the Nigerian pastors? Where are the imams? Nobody's saying anything. God bless Abel Ademina. Let me tell you guys, whether we like it or not, again, like I said, there are people who has a stake in this country. Until you begin to address those people, Tinubu is not our problem, as I'm talking to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ife, for that.
KJ, can I just say something?
Yes, please.
KJ, I want to ask Sister a few questions, please. KJ, I want to ask a few questions.
All right.
My hands is up.
Hold on, Mama Hecho, there are people who will not, but I'll give you. I can see you, Wale. I can see you. A righteous man and the rest. Just thank you.
Ife,
Ma.
Yes, ma. Solution lies in Aso Rock.
Yes, ma.
You know why? If I am Nigeria president today, and I give allocation to these governors, I need result before I give you the next allocation.
Okay. Can I answer you? Mommy, can I answer you?
I give security vote to this governor. And yet my people tell me there are insecurity. I need to hold them accountable. I understand the people need to address home. I understand. I understand that the people need to hold their governor, their councillor accountable. But if I'm the one that needs to approve your allocation every month, as a business person, you are giving goods to people to sell and give you return, and they don't give you return, will you still give them your goods?
Mommy, you know the politics in Nigeria, do me, I do you.
We know all
Scratch
this.
my back, I scratch your back.
Wait, we know all this. But the question we want to ask ourselves as a people, as a Nigeria, are we doomed forever? Is that what we want to accept?
Mama Eche, in a country where protest against protest.
I'm not saying protests will achieve everything. But the question is this: are we doomed forever? Or we want to be free?
Mommy, I hear you, but 101%.
Look at our daddy, Mr. James. When he look back and he look at us today, he's worried. If I'm called to glory today, is it the legacy I'm leaving behind? And I think all of us are saying the same thing. Then let us see. I don't believe Tinubu will stay 8 years as we sing it if we are determined that it must not happen, because we are tired and enough is enough, enough is enough. Let us change our own language. Let us change our own decision to make this change happen. If we don't determine, just like you said, these cabals will never, even in their breath, when they are breathing their last breath, they are going to hold Nigeria captive as they breathe their last breath. But
Mommy,
are we going to let it happen like this?
Mommy, let me bring your attention back. When what's his name, Dangote, came out to criticize and said something about, you don't push me, let me not open my mouth and talk, right? What happened immediately? Did you hear Dangote's mouth again? Did you hear Dangote complain again?
But that was a protest.
Hold on. No. Hold on.
But he did one thing. Wait, if he did one thing, he make us to understand why our refinery is not working.
We already know. He doesn't need to tell us why. The reason why is because they don't want it to work.
I know. But at least the more revolution we know about Malta, and and the refinery over there and those who are behind the refinery.
Mommy,
that is the more reason we have to be angry for this change.
Mommy, let me tell you something. Even the stake I'm talking about in Nigeria, it's not only Nigerians. There are other foreign bodies that have a stake in Nigeria, mind you. Okay, so for them, for Nigeria to go down, they know they are gonna be affected indirectly, one way or the other. So, and that's why I said, even if this country called Nigeria burns down, a lot is at stake for people holding us hostage, including the foreigners. So because Dangote said what he said and they released it, a lot of discussion went underground. Me and you don't know. It's not going to take a long time for us if they want to fix this refinery to fix it. It won't take them 6 months, 1 year. But again, it's just because the stakeholders refused. They will milk and milk and milk. Remember what Obi said one time during the campaign? He said that somebody told him that, he has wealth and that he is tired of money. These are the people drilling from our country. He did not mention name.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ife. Thank you.
Let us be realistic. We have a long way to go. I want Nigeria to work, but we need to be realistic, honestly speaking. Ferreira is asking exactly what is your point now? Do nothing because we have a wars in. Ferreira, I mentioned your name here. I said, come, let's talk.
Don't worry.
Whether you like it or not.
Let's move on.
Let us start from the grassroots.
Period.
Other than that,
KG is my turn. KJ is my turn.
No, hold on. You don't tell me when it's your turn, Justin, please. You are all people who are here before you came in. Relax. All right. Here. Great. That's even better. I have a lot of people backstage. So if anybody feels like taking over also, that would be good. But here we are. We are trying to sort a problem. Everybody's view is important, especially when I'm the one handling the program. Everybody is important. Your view is important. Much as you have something to express, another person also have something he or she wants to express. Let us give that room and listen to one another. It's not a fight, okay? And then let's not think we are the most important person on the panel. We are not. Even me, I'm not the most important person here. I'm just simply moderating. All right. Yes. The Ihime, who I don't know, you or Wale. Okay, let Wale go. Then we'll come back to you. Wale, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. KJ. I was just about to say you like to kind of push me aside and go. But anyway, that is just on the...
At least you didn't say it again because I didn't push you aside. I brought you in now.
Well, you brought me in, but anyway, let's leave that. I'm more or less interested in listening to people. But sometimes, when you listen to people, you just want to put your own in. But without dwelling on the problem we all know. Because I don't like to kind of think of problem. We all know it. But what is the solution? Two things I'm going to quickly say here without taking people's time. It's one, we are all guilty of what is happening in that country, directly, indirectly. And if we search ourselves inward, if we look inward critically, we will see that we have our hands in what is happening in that country.
I need to stop you there. Hold on, Wale. How, for instance, please tell me how Mama Hecho is responsible for what's going on in Nigeria.
Okay, I'll tell you. This is the reason why I'm coming in. Directly, indirectly.
No, tell me, let us hear.
Okay. My uncle is one of those policemen. Like Evie said just now, our uncle or our uncle who knew a politician who want to loot money, but he wouldn't mention the name. The same thing we've been hearing from all these our police, that we know people who are behind it. Do they ever mention them? We know and these are directly, indirectly. Maybe one of them is my uncle. Maybe one of them is my sister's husband. Maybe one of them is my uncle's friend. Who are we deceiving? If I happen to say to my uncle, but you are the IG of police, you say your men have carried out the intelligence or whatever, you can't pinpoint name. Who are you deceiving?
And your uncle refused to follow what you have said. What will you do?
Exactly. That's what I say. We are all guilty one way or the
So
other.
so you cannot tell me that I'm guilty for what. Listen, I'm trying to make you. Sorry, when you're making your points, you
Yeah.
be more concise.
Yeah.
People
So
are adults. I'm coming, sir. People are adults,
yeah.
and they are responsible for the actions they take.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot say because you are my relative and you go and do something and then you say, me too, I'm part of what you have done because you are related to me. No, once you have come to the age of maturity, your actions are your actions. So
KJ.
Nigerian people have constantly been crying over what is going on. Is there anybody, any government have existed since for the last 40 years that Nigerian people have not
KJ,
given?
thank you very much.
So you can't say we are directly or indirectly. Those who are taking the actions are different from us. So make your point from that point of view. That's why I'm just trying to let you know so I can have a wider, broader input to your answer. Thank you for your
KJ,
contribution.
that question, the way I'm going to answer, the way I'm going to ask you is, we all, I mean, majority of us sitting here will live in abroad. If, I mean, you might have experienced it or you might have seen it on the media. If somebody committed a crime, okay, very, very simple example. When Trump was shot, the FBI director, the lady, was she the one responsible? What I mean, for those who live in US, what did she do? Is she the one responsible for the shooter? But what did she do? I mean, for those who live in US, answer.
Well, the truth remains, Wale, no, she didn't resign. She was forced to resign. I followed the development. Yeah, I've been newsman now. I followed the development. She
Forced
was
to
forced to resign.
resign willingly. I mean, is she the one responsible for the shooting? But she resigned. Why can't
Yes,
you say I have
because
that
in a
here?
developed world, excuse me, Wale, you see, I'm trying to so I don't, drive up. The buck rests on the Caesar's table. That they will hold you accountable. It doesn't matter whether you are in the field or not. It is your department. You are supposed to not give us excuse. You are supposed to deliver. You see, that's the difference between the Western world and the African world. Here, excuses are not accepted. And it's not accepted. You don't bring an excuse for a job you're supposed to have done. You come and give us excuse. Tomorrow you give us excuse. Next tomorrow you give us excuse. It's not accepted, and that's why they're doing better. That's why they're doing better. Let's get this in. So let's not make it look as if what. I'm not. Listen to me carefully, sir. I'm not saying they are better than also. I'm simply saying that when they give you a tax, you must deliver it. You must deliver. If you can't deliver it, you leave. That's the difference. They call a spade a spade.
Okay.
So when you lump it all together and say we are all responsible, I beg to disagree.
All animals are equal, but some are equal, some are whatever than others. What I'm saying is, as much as we keep complaining, reading the book of Lamentation and say we are still backward, can we look inward and see the reason why we are still backward? In as much we can look away when we know the truth, then it's just a matter of time when Nigerians will happen to every single one of us. If you are my brother KJ, and I'm in charge of authority, and I give you a contract, you don't do it well. If I send you to prison, if Emma is my other brother or is my friend, he will be scared that this one, he doesn't tolerate nonsense. But you do something not good enough, I use my hand to kind of, don't do it again. And that is where we start. If either we like it or not, that's how it starts.
Okay, thank you. Iheme, can you you have heard what I said. Please, can you respond to that or give us?
Yes. Thank you very much. I think the title for this particular session is what are the gains for this first day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to come up from that angle before I think I can digress on how my mind takes me all around. First, I would say that if you think this protest doesn't add to Nigeria as a nation, I think you need to rethink again. The thing is, looking back, 2012 protest was the dynamics in what brought APC to power in 2015. It was important for them to win 2015. So remove that protest, APC wouldn't have formed, because it is from there that the APC crystallized the idea properly and could implant it into the people's mind, and from there could take over the government. Also, let us go to 2020. Nobody would have dreamt of a third party having such an impact that LP had in 2023 elections. But we can all trace that impact back to 2020's protest, the answers. The thing is that protest has a way to raise consciousness of the people, the general consciousness of everybody. Because there's this tendency, especially in the Nigerian system, where we are not truly united. There's divisions. Protest helps us to break that division and unite us one way for a particular purpose. So if anybody says protest doesn't add to the nation or doesn't achieve anything, I think they've just lost a sense of history in that regard. And one thing I believe this protest is doing is to raise our awareness again. Look, it's going to take us quite a while for us to be politically aware, or let me say, for us to be politically to become an erudite politically. Let me put it that way. Why? Because how old are we in terms of democracy, in terms of this style of leadership? We are still young, looking at where those who have the nations that have really established democracy. So there's still sentiments involved and all those things. But these are the kind of activity that raise the awareness of people in order to know, for them to be able to question what needs to be questioned, question who needs to be questioned, and even what kind of question needs to be asked. For example, now, this kind of hunger that is wiring everybody, it has never wired people before in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
That is with respect to, I don't know, maybe the Biafra time, because then that was even war. So I might say maybe I excuse that period for the Biafrans. But as a nation, this present hunger they've never experienced. In the past, even when it was like things were bad, the poor person would still have good meal in 2 days at least. The poor person will still be able to buy egg and eat. Gari was a poor man's food as at that time. Now, Gari is no more a poor man's food. The poor man's stew would still have a shower fish in there or a pomo. Now, that stew is for those who have money, and they will even have to ration it. That's the kind of hunger that is going on presently. Some people might think it is exaggerated. Well, to some, there's money, but a lot of people, they are having 001. You can imagine for some people using watermelon to make stew, using cucumber to make stew. That is to the level it has gotten to for a lot of people. And I don't think we can argue that where you're buying a tuber of yam for 7,000 naira. So what am I trying to say? This hunger is uniting a lot of people right now. There is unity in this hunger. And that's going to help them to raise questions. Now, as a person, I believe that we should go our separate ways. I have always advocated for that, and I still believe in it. Because I think the Nigerian problem, you can even see if he's confused about that. The Nigerian problem is wrong. It's so humongous that it is better that we split it. Everybody should go and solve their own unique problems their own unique way. What do I mean? Look at the way the North handle their problem. The North have a way to solve their problem either by religion. There is a way they respect it and they go with that. That doesn't really necessarily work in the South. It doesn't necessarily work in the Southwest. There's a way the Southwest wants to handle their problem. But now let us just show you that is just the way I see that we should go our separate ways. But fine, if you are not going, I think this is a good reason, at least, for everybody to come together and begin to ask their own persons, their own leadership, their own governors, leaders in their separate place, that, okay, what are you now doing with our money? That is just what I'm trying to say. So it's raising the awareness, it's increasing political discourse, and it's uniting the people. I think that's it.
Thank you. I think that's look. Sometimes an action.
KJ, I have a question for Sister Ife, and I raised my hand.
Hold on. Your mic is the one making me. Okay.
While you are sorting that out, I just
now, hold on, Wale.
I just want to express my dissatisfaction. Everybody have their own point to say, things they want to say. You interrupted me. I don't know, maybe because I'm younger, you use that, but I'm not angry. I just want to let you know. But that's one of the things we get when we are in Nigeria. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Wale, that you feel that way. Hold on. No, don't shut me down. I'm sorry that you feel that way. And I give equal opportunity to people, and you had your opportunity. But since you are not satisfied with that, please finish what you're saying. No, I'm giving you time now.
Right.
Take 3 minutes.
I'm not the one going to solve Nigerian problem.
No, you must be able to allow the person who is moderating to assign, and if I feel I need to ask you a follow-up, I ask you a question. But he heard me answer your question and went ahead to make his own, contribution to it. Another side should be, all right. And I've lost what I wanted to say. Yeah, Jabun, go ahead. You are muted.
Thank you. Good day to everybody. Today is rather an historic day, I suppose, as muted by Ferreira in his earlier broadcast of this same program. I haven't been following. I've been in and around, and I've been looking around to see what's going on. But my feeling strongly is that the prelude, my thinking on this is twofold. Firstly, the prelude to this stand, this protest, has been stronger in my hearing than any of the organizational points or organizers of this protest, which I found quite perturbing. We had, from the president himself to ministers to governors to leaders of religious aspects to kings, queens, and everybody you can think of, warning, speaking against the right to protest, showing their fear and suspicion, and in many ways their guilt in not wanting to hear from a protest as to the bad governance that Nigeria is living under and has been living under. And I find these things quite upsetting to the normal course of what a protest should mean, especially a protest in Nigeria that should not be a protest by itself without leading to a greater revolutionary process that breaks down the present status quo in that country. And whilst I understand that people would always want to defend their power or their right to power, the people themselves in Nigeria who have been too well behaved under the oppression of myopic thinking that constitutes the Nigerian polity. And this always lets me know that Nigeria is a sick place. It's a sick place. Nigerians are sick people. What Nigeria has gone through in the last God knows how many years, and in the miseducation on top, because it's not simply since independence, that we have behaved in a rather shallow and how do you say, unbrave, not brave way. We're not brave. We haven't shown bravity. In the world, this kind of operation that Nigeria is, it would have made countrymen, ordinary countrymen, have a serious upheaval within their polity. But somehow Nigeria is able to take it, able to swallow all of the pain, able to make sense out of it even. It's quite incredible. Now, the second thing I want to appreciate is that even though I'm not so happy with the protest, I do look at the diaspora and what I feel that the diaspora should be doing in order to inform, in order to encourage, in order to join with the push of the breakdown of the government, basically. What we must admit, I think most of us here are on the panel are in the diaspora, apart from Righteous Man. And in that understanding, we have to admit that they've at least have done something. Nigeria has somewhat organized itself without the help of the diaspora. They've understood that now we've got to do something. We might not know what to do, we might not put everything in order, but we've got to do something. And I feel strongly that the diaspora largely have, no, I won't say failed, I won't be so harsh, but we haven't been a part of that. We shouldn't fool ourselves that we're a part of that. We haven't done anything. We haven't put 8 penny into that. So we coming here with mouths, talking all our nonsense. You've done nothing. You've done nothing to strengthen the right of the individual in Nigeria to protest. You've done nothing towards that. So, you know, you owe no pride in what they are doing. What they are doing for themselves. And we better hurry up and think as to how we're going to join in to make sure that this is not a one-day occasion, that this is something that gathers pace. This is something that allows us to push further. You want to cut me off. This is the first time I've spoken today now. Allow me to say what I'm saying.
No, go ahead and round up, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you. Basically, I want us to somewhat appreciate those 2 points. One, Nigeria has stood up for itself, and we better join in. 2, that our lack of historical understanding as to why we remain so docile in the face of the oppression, we have to look in the mirror for answers to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagun. Jagun has said that we, or those of you in the diaspora, have actually done very little to what is going on. I want to remind Jagun that our de facto president, Shore, is also part of those who are on ground trying to mobilize. So I think the diaspora, no matter what, have been able to contribute a little to what is going on. However, I'll come back to you, Jagun, in a very short while. Mr. Righteous Man, you have 1 minute to ask Ify that question.
I'll just say, Shore is on the diaspora.
No one. Now, sorry, your audio.
Yeah. Can I ask my question?
Yes, ask your question. Just question.
Yeah, if you do you know how many items in the concurrent, do you know how many items in the concurrent, what do they call it, that lies with the federal government?
Concurrent list.
Yeah, concurrent list. How many items in the concurrent list that lies with the federal government? That's number 1. Number 2, is there any law in the diaspora that forbid Nigerians in diaspora to make a lawful and peaceful assembly in our embassies to protest against what is happening back home?
Okay, thank you. I'll answer the last one for Ify. look, listen, the data will just jump in, do whatever they want to do. How far people are ready to go before they can jump in. Okay, but I think there are people already doing things around the world. By tomorrow, we'll get most of the videos, and then we can be able to display it. If you go ahead. Yes.
You see what I've seen, eh? When somebody doesn't say something that you like or Nigerians like, you people come up with one thing or the other. We live in the world of reality, and this is our current reality in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Your question, I'm not a politician. I don't intend to be a politician. I will never be a politician. If you ask me a question related to healthcare, I can answer that hands down. But this, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not being disrespectful. Like I said, I don't know what you're talking about. But what I'm trying to say is this: we need to start opening our eyes and start telling ourselves the truth. If what we've been doing for the past 64 years is not working, and suddenly you think it's going to work today. No, I'm just saying. Again, what is happening in Nigeria is hurting me. Do I like living in this country? No. I want to be going to Nigeria. Even if I choose to live here, I want to be going to Nigeria every year. There is no place like home. Whenever I visit Nigeria and I'm coming back, if you see me at the airport, you would think that somebody died, because I get so emotional. I get so emotional because I know that I'm coming back to the country where reality of life, that you have to work hard and suffer to make your money. I'm not saying that is not the case in Nigeria, but we are very lenient. What I said, that is what I'm gonna say, and that is where I'm gonna stand, whether we like it or not. For those of you, everybody got to disagree with
No,
me.
the reason why I asked you the question was because of the you made.
Hold on, No, don't turn it to please. Okay, you have asked your question. She has answered you. Let's move on. Mama Hecho, go ahead.
You see, and all of us in this panel, and those of us who are viewing, we shouldn't take the situation personal, or if person respond to us personal, because the person is not actually responding to you. It is the frustration of war is in our table. But one thing is certain: those who will say we are doomed, we are doomed. Those who will come to narrate the problem over, we know the problem. But there is one question. No matter how a rock is a rock, if you persist with a hammer or driller, you will break it. So no matter how tough the cabals are, they can be broken. And they can only be broken by us. And to the Niger Delta, make una think now. When he favor Asare Dokubo, when they don't give a Ghana must go, he go come street, come tell una make una not protest. But when he not favor her, oh, Tinubu, you are a bad man. You are not supposed to be there. For how long will Asare Dokubo be fooling you people in Niger Delta? When he collect millions, he will give you sapele water, and you go come street. They follow and they buga. Say make una not protest. I bet when you follow and do buga reach your house, how far? Did you eat 3 square meal? You too, that is following Asare Dokubo, that has collected money, yes, Asare Dokubo will never, they in DNA to speak to the government when he not favor am. When they not give a Ghana must go, Asare Dokubo no go come tell una say make una not protest. He not there for his DNA. He not dey run for him blood like that. So now when he collect, he go support government, tell you say make you not protest. He get hope, oh. Him children get hope. Because the more he collect, the more they take establish himself for his children. But you that is doing go back, they follow am for back. You are hopeless, and you will remain hopeless until you stop this rubbish. Because it's just they use una, they do like orange. When it's suck una finish, take una gain from the government, finish go trash una. And you will go back to your hopeless situation, except you stop this. And to the protest, I don't know where that video, they not tell us where they said that from. They throw rice, whether 5 kg or 2 kg for now from moto. Hey, you know what did they tell una to? They just tell you when you collect that rice today. Say you are not a human being. Say you are not a citizen of Nigeria. Say you are a slave, and a slave will you remain forever. Except you say no. And the only way to say no, I know if you say make you not collect the rice, because some of them never get what you go eat. Collect and remain on the street. Because the purpose why they throw that rice for you is to collect it and go back home. But how many days will you cook that rice? Because if you mama and papa and pikin, when you cook it today, don't finish. So you see how they turn you to, and you are accepting it. Some of you, as some of you, as we they talk now, landlord don't give you quick notice because you not see money to pay. Sure, now you ain't not see money to pay landlord. Now want see money to buy food or send your children to school. Some of you, una don't come out for house. Una they squat with family where they already get one. Face me and face you when don't fool. Why? Because landlord don't send you packing. You don't owe 1 year or 2 years, 6 months. Landlord don't hire for you. And to the youth who are students, they say student loan. Una don't see them. Una don't collect. So you see, yes, we are dealing with Oluma Rock. But in unity and strength and determination, we can break it down. That is my call here. Home and abroad. So those people, when you see they believe all these 419 pastors, yes, our pastors are 419. They are scammer. Why did I say that? There was a time in my life I had to sit down and look back to every year their theme of declaration. And I decided to apply my mind of research and statistics. And I decided to analyze it. They tell us, this is your year of breakthrough. And you look at that year, how many people in your church have the breakthrough?
All right.
Always come to the stage and tell us story that when I did this, I gave a fantastic seed in a church or in a play, and the Lord opened the door for me, and these millions and millions. Have they ever tell you the person and you are able to investigate to be true? They tell us they had the anointing to be healed. And look at their churches. There are many people who are sick, who has no healing because they are not telling the truth. They tell us, buy the handkerchief, buy the water, it will protect you. But when you look at them, they carry security around. They tell you that you should pray to God, God will give you money. But when they need money, they ask you to sow dangerous seed.
All right, ma. Thank you.
How long are we going to be fooled by the politician? For how long are we going to be fooled by the religious leader? For how long are we going to accept ourselves to be defeated in Nigeria and say, no, we cannot solve this problem? We can, Nigeria, if we are determined. If you know you and me that is in the Western world, we cannot remain here forever. We must make a way to go back home. We must have a Nigeria for our children. We must wake up now or never.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mama Hecho. And that was, I'm not going to even add anything to it. I just say he will let him hear. Yes, Fred, I'm coming to you. After that, I'll go to him, and then we'll go in that circle all the way to the last, Madam Gladys. So, yes, Madam Gladys, get ready. We are coming to you, but not immediately. So just take note of what Ferrari is going to say. We probably have to answer him after that. Yes, Ferrari, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly touch on Ife's comment, Wale's comment, and I think I sort it out with electricity on the chat line. Ife, I listened to you carefully when it's not like anybody is opposing your views. You're entitled to your submissions and views. But I listened to you carefully and I got confused. I know in your submission, I got confused because what I see is that you do not address solution. You were long on recanting the problem, but you concluded by saying that we are incapable of solving them. Maybe I misread you, but another key submission I got from you was that from you're talking from a point of despair, total no solution, no hope, and your response is inaction. And because the problem is so insurmountable, that honestly leaves me confused. And that's why I wanted to say, look, I was born black, and I came to a world where white people tell me they are superior than me. I was born free. I came into a world where someone tell me I'm a slave in my own father's land. I was born human, and where somebody tells me they are more human than me, and you tell me it's insurmountable. It's a confusing position to take. That being said, let me go to Wale. Wale was trying to highlight a point and they shut him down. They shut him down. He was saying we are not different from who the people we criticize. And I think I answered that when electricity asks, is Tinubu the problem? No, Tinubu is not the problem, but Tinubu is the symptom and symbol of our problem. So if Wale was saying that, are we the same as the people with, when somebody asks, is Mama H.O. the problem? Yes, Mama H.O. is the problem, because somebody puts in the comment section and says, traditional rulers have failed us. But is it only traditional rulers that have failed us? The things we watched last year election, watch journalists failed us, watch judges failed us, watch the educated failed us, watch our leaders failed us. Don't we also cherish these leaders as the big men that we all aspire to be? Leaders because they have money. Mama H.O. has talked on the topic of religious insanity. So we sometimes, when we point that finger, We like to point finger. 4 are pointing back at us. And that is the point of this education, re-education, and re-education. Jagu mentioned, we are blind to our historical perspective that we've been miseducated. We just talked about the subject of popular sovereignty, office of citizenship, which we are trying to say, I am as equal as the big man in power. We don't have that. And it's a continuous process. It was a program I did here. I said, what's your view of Nigeria? And somebody said, Nigeria is a continuous event in display. I think it was Ovie who said that. Our story is still being written. We are turning a new page. It has not ended. You understand? I don't want to be so philosophical. And I said, we're going around in circles with this conversation. KJ, I gave you key list as a result of this protest that came out from this protest. The topic is about this protest. Gave you 4 vital questions. The protesters, are they wasting an advantage? This one goes to 0 now. Are they going to tie up loose ends? Question 1. Question 2, because the politicians right now, because they know the people can march, are G3. Are they realigning? If they are, who are the people realigning and why? Second question. Third question. Someone said, how did we get here? If we don't know, it's Bob Marley that says, we know where we're from and we know where we're going. We're leaving Babylon. We're going to a freedom's land. How did we get here? Answers that question. How did we got here? Because of selfishness from everyone concerned. I am more human than you. I am better than you. I am a big man. My tribe is better. I am close to the corridor of power. Let me take advantage of that and grab some things for myself and my people. That is how we got to Emilokon. Emilokon. Self-entitlement, selfish greed, Emilokon. I don't give a damn about you and the rest because Emilokon. That is how we got here. These are vital questions. We keep going around in circles, derailing, and then I throw another one in. Now that this has happened, we still got 9 more days. What can this afford us the opportunity to bring this structural defect of where we came from to the table for discussion, because it has always been swept under the carpet?
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ferrari made points, and we'll go from there. Remember, this is a special broadcast, basically because of the situation that is going on in Nigeria. So we are reviewing and also looking at what is to be. Now, but I want to put this out there. Sometimes an action is taken not because they're going to get an immediate result. It's just a build-up of what is to come. So if we keep waiting for the time that, when I did my first degree was in theater arts. There's a book called Waiting for Godot's. And you finish the whole book and the whole act, and Godot's never showed up. So if we keep waiting for Godot's, it's never going to show up. He never did show up, but we'll keep having that. So sometimes it is good to keep preparing for when Godot's will come, but you have to keep talking. You have to keep giving people an enlightenment, refreshing their brain, making them understand that it's this thing they are doing is not, it's not difficult. It's not impossible to break the seal, because if not, the people cannot remain in where they are. And so I think what we do here mostly is very important. Those who watch later and those who are following, to understand and also make their own contributions ahead. Everybody's contribution, whether it's for or against, is very important. It all ends up building the narrative that we eventually will have. If you read theater as you find out that sometimes they say you should write a critique. And before we got to that point, we thought that writing a critique means you just go and criticize. No, your critique could be for or it could be against. It does not matter. It will still be the same title that you do carry. Okay. Eheme, what that says, that what do you say, sir?
Thank you, sir. And thank you to Mr. Ferreira for reminding us again the questions that you want us to address. So for the four questions, he said the first one is if we are wasting time. I want him to clarify on that properly. Are you asking?
Not time, advantage, because right now it's like a soccer match. Half time, 1 goes to the people, 0 to the politician. They are loosened. Remember, the organizers are faceless. It could go sour. It could go wrong. Can it be honest? Could it be hijack? These are questions around the first question.
Ferrari, did you ever read The Lion and the Jewels? Did you ever read that book?
I think I did, but I can't remember the exact story.
It's one of the fine writings of Professor Wole Soyinka.
Oh, I didn't.
The Bola, what they call it, in that story, was more cunning than the young youth who felt that her beauty, because she was the beauty and the best in this community, could, trick the old man, because since she had been told that she's the most beautiful and the king always comes with the most beautiful, and she felt that, well, with her beauty, she can always taunt him and get him to a point where he cannot act. That is how she ended up being the wife of the older old man, because she was trying to show that she had been born to be the one to taunt him. What am I trying to say in essence? Let's not be quick to running into conclusion. Let's keep trying to motivate the audience, the Nigerian people, the people in the street, to hold on to what they have started doing. Because we are dealing with the people who understand. Let me, again, as a Christian, I'll quote a scripture in the Bible. He said the serpent is more clever. It's more clever. Not this God I was talking about. The enemy knows more than what you know. So let us keep telling our people what you are doing is right. No violence. Go to the street. When you don't have anything to do, sit on the street. Just sit down and be there and keep saying that you need what? You need an adjustment in what you are doing. We're not asking for any change of government because Tinubu didn't start it. Okay? We're not asking for Tinubu to go. And like I said here clearly, if I was Tinubu, I won't go anywhere, but I would sit down and have a discussion with you guys. A dialogue is always going to be where it will end all. And if majority of Nigerians say we want a constitutional change or shift, we will do it because they are the people who own the country. The country don't belong to politicians. The country belongs to the Nigerian people. And if Nigerian people say, look, we do not want this, we should do it. That is how developed wars move. That is how the people who have made progress move. They said to their officials, we don't want this, and it's done. I'll give another example because somebody cited it here. When there was the shooting of Trump, okay, the assembly, the Senate went to work. They didn't say, oh, because it's not a republic, it's not a Democrat, so we'll not talk about it. They didn't say, oh, because it's not a Republican. No, both houses sat down and told the woman, you failed, and we want you to resign. It wasn't politics. It wasn't trying to pander to one party. They said, look, this could be anybody. This is the former president of the United States. What are you thinking? You know what will happen if that happens? And so she left and had no option but to throw in the towel. That is what we expect of somebody who is in a public place that has been given a public trust to hold on behalf of Nigerian people. Not to come and begin to use Nigerian money to buy people to come and say we are marching and nobody's going to demonstrate. Come on, wake up. Okay? Because the people marching today, you may be the victims tomorrow. When Boko Haram and kidnapping started in Nigeria, we were shouting at that time. They called us people who don't want to see good of government, while the people who hate Buhari, because Buhari is in power, we're not saying this is going on.
KJ, I'm confused. So I should be more worried about the marchers than I am about the government that made them march. I'm totally confused.
So what I'm saying in essence is that there's always going to be two sides of the coin. Let us keep telling people who are doing the right thing, what you are doing is good. Keep the momentum. Don't give anybody opportunity to shoot you. Don't give any opportunity to beat you. Just keep the momentum going and keep demanding that this is what you want. That's what we're saying. But whether no matter what is going to be, there always going to be the other side of it. Anyway, that's my own view, and it doesn't matter here because I'm just a moderator. I will allow you guys to continue to make it the contributions. Yes, Jagun, do you want to say, or should he go before you? Ehme, have you spoken?
I have not spoken.
Okay, please go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So, you said, how do we manage this advantage that we have? Well, as Mr. KJ also said, it is still an open game, and we should just continue to see how it goes, and then keep encouraging those who are doing the right thing, those who are asking questions. The average Nigerian now is trying to ask questions, and I think we should continue to encourage them to do so. Now, it shouldn't just end with protest alone. This is now the time that we need think tanks from opposition parties, from the civil society, and from erudites, intellectuals, who should now come together and channel this energy into something more productive. But it starts from here. We always say we need a critical mass to change the nation. The critical mass is already growing up from here. It started quite a while ago. During the NSAS, I think the youth, a large portion of the youth, were absorbed into that mass. Now, I think the parents, the elders are also now gradually understanding that politics, governance, they are different things. And that if you truly want to move the nation forward, you need governance. And politics must not just be the only game. Like, oh, my person is now there, so, and that makes me fine even if I'm hungry. No, I think that message is being passed across right now. People are learning. So, which I think is also an advantage. So I only just hope that I just hope that the think tanks can take advantage of this to begin to, give strategies so that this doesn't die down even after the protest. We should continue to sustain this protest attitude. You get the point? I think that is just one of the things that we should try and do. We must sustain this protest attitude within us, because that is what will make us to continue to query them. And trust me, once these people see that you continue to query, and that at the slightest change, you can pick what they want to do and you query again, you realize that if before they wanted to hold 90 and give you 10, because you are querying, because they know you can query them quickly, they will be willing to release 40 and hold 60. And gradually again, they'll be willing to even release 60 and hold 40. And that is how you make your bargain. And that is how you continue to prosper the nation. So that is just what I think can help us there. But I hope that civil societies, think tanks can just wake up and take advantage of this. And also, you also say, who are we aligning with? Well, I think that is just an open question as well. Who do we align with now? I don't think we can.
No. Emme, you got me wrong. It's not who are we aligning. It's not us aligning. I'm saying the stakeholders of Nigeria that if we talk about, as they are watching in faith unfold, they are realigning because they want to keep their advantage. That's what I'm saying. Don't mix it up. No, not us. Not us. Not the protesters. Okay. The stakeholders, those who have held Nigeria at its jugular, because they've got financial interest. So as they are watching, they're going to say, how do I place myself in it and still end up at the top?
Well, I don't think I can answer for the stakeholders. They know their game. They've been playing it. But I know that once they see that fire wants to burn, they know how to preserve their money. Yes. And usually they align with where they see that power will eventually lie. So whatever thing they want to do, no problem with that. But the thing is, I'm not holding any stakeholder to enjoy his money. He should invest it and make gains. That is what life should be all about. But not to make gain at the expense of the nation, not to make gain at the expense of the people. No, it shouldn't be that again. They've done that enough because people have not been asking questions. You know, they've succeeded in making the people feel like they are not part of the commonwealth of the nation. They don't own part of that. They don't own, you know, they have made people believe that the wealth is personal and not common. And that is one of the things that I appreciate this kind of protest that is trying to achieve. Is going to raise the consciousness in people that come. We all own this thing. And we shouldn't see it as when I get it, I must chop my own. We must make it work for an average person. It's not going to happen in the next 1 month. No. But we are going to grow in it. But these are the kind of activities that expedite that growth, you know, that facilitate the growth well. So these are why I appreciate this kind of activity. Once in a while, it should be there. Discourse should be made to happen. People, you know, and it's one of the things why I'm blaming the LP for. The LP is given a platter.
No, I think you've made your point. Don't go to LPS. You have made your point.
Oh, no. You know why? Because I supported it.
KJ is right. Don't go to LP because
Yes.
Right now Nigerians are united by hunger.
Let's move. Let's move. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution, and you are right on point. That's why I'm stopping you, because going into LP, you need another like 2 minutes to clarify your point. And then
all right, I submit.
Yes, you have made brilliant this thing. We should remain with the people. We should remain with the Nigerian people, the real Nigerian people in the street, and keep encouraging them to hold on to what they have come out to demand. We remember, some people are thinking we are here to demand for the end of Tinubu's government. We are not here to end anybody's government. We're not interested in ending anybody's government. We are interested in the ability of Nigeria to reinvent itself. Everybody who wants to make progress in life must know how to reinvent yourself. When some of us, there's some profession you went to, when we started, there were certain things that were not available at that time that are available now. When we started, there was no computers. We all reinvented ourselves to be able to use it. When I started using computer in the first, I couldn't write on the keyboard and be able to think. I have to first write on this everything I want to write, then I'll come and type. Eventually, I started learning how to do that. So that is people all over, irrespective of your age.
KJ.
Sir.
I hope you understand that you walked back on your words within one sentence.
Like how?
When you said that we are not here to bring down anybody's government.
Yes.
But we are here to reinvent ourselves.
Yes.
In the reinventation, in the what I will suspect as reinventing Nigeria is about bringing down the government and the system.
No, you're wrong.
No, I don't think I'm wrong.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
I don't think so.
I'm coming.
Hold on. Let me put it to you. And you can come back.
Hold on, Jagun. You cannot shave my hair in my presence.
No, let me put it to you, and then you will come back.
No. Let me just correct you.
Where I'm coming from.
What you have said is wrong.
No, I'm saying that's what you said. I'm listening. I'm listening to you now, and I'm saying that in one sentence, what is it called when you critique your own language? I forgot what they call it. What I'm putting to you, sir, is that the protest right now, they're calling it end bad governance. One. Prior to that, the protest was about the NSARS. The problem is that not one singular thing is going to end if we don't bring down the whole infrastructure that we have there, calling themselves government in Nigeria. In order for Nigerians to reinvent themselves as in their rightful image, because we all know that Nigerians are powerful individuals and therefore should be a powerful country and therefore should be a power of influence within the world. And in order for us to achieve that with oppressors in our own land is going to be extremely difficult. So in the reinventation of ourselves, my brother, we have to take down the apparatus that is oppressing us from expressing our true selves. I don't know why we want to convolute things in our mind because of the English language. But the English language is quite pointed.
Hold on, I just allowed so that you can express yourself, but I think you are getting me wrong. A reinvention does not mean that it's going to be without the government of Tinubu. No. I'm saying that Tinubu himself, being a Democrat, being a freedom fighter, being someone who was hoping and fought to a standstill, at least according to what he said, the military. Now, if the people of Nigeria, remember, it's about the people. If the people of Nigeria are saying we are not satisfied with the status quo, I will want you to want to sit down with you and have a discussion. He will be part of that discussion. He's not going. He's a Nigerian. He's not a foreigner. At least to the best of our ability, of our knowledge. So what I'm simply saying by reinvention, which is the word I use, okay, is that we all can sit down as Nigerians and say, okay, this is the constitution we have operated. This is the system we have operated. Now we're not going to we're no longer going to operate this way, but this way. All of us will be part of that system. And just like somebody said, you know what? If you want us to change, if you don't want the Nigerian people to make a demand, let everybody be paid 70,000 naira as minimum wage. Let it be across board. Everybody, whether you're a National Assembly or you're the president or whatever, your minimum wage will start from 70,000 and to have a limit.
Let me use my time to converse with you a little bit, sir. Ife, who I don't agree with, has said certain things that necessarily fall in line with what you are saying now, which is that have we not been going through this for the last 64 years, where we are trying our best to communicate with our oppressors called governments to make certain changes that would progress us as a nation. And basically what we get is lip service and then rough shodding. Now, what's the difference in what negotiation are you going to have with Tinubu that would bring us online? It's what if he's saying. If he's saying that basically because nothing's happening and nothing's about to happen in Ife's mind, why don't we just give up on this process? Is what you're basically putting to us, and I don't agree with that point of view.
Okay, you are free to disagree with me, and let me throw this in because so that we all be on the same page. There's a report. I'll go from the recent trend to the one that's farther away. If you work closely with the Nigerian government in the last 20 years, you find out that there's so many other reports that have been written on how Nigeria can get better, how it can cut off waste. Those reports are lying there. The last one was the original report of the civil service of how things can be streamlined and excesses cut off, how the petroleum industry can be managed and brought under control. It is lying there. The last one that what Nigerian people came together to do was the so-called constitutional conference that Jonathan established. Even the Northerners and everybody said that paper was a piece of document that needs to be executed. It is lying there. We are not saying there's no how you can tear down 200 million people in one day and not have a government and things will not go out of control. So it has to be systematic demolition. It cannot be one time everything being taken apart. Okay, that's what
KJ,
I follow that.
KJ, why is it important that we emphasize keeping the Tinubu government? I don't know why that is important, but let's say we do. The question is, the Tinubu government would decide if it wants to keep itself or if it's going to be removed based on how it responds to demands of Nigerians. I think you're putting it the wrong way. You're placing the Tinubu government above Nigerians. If Nigerians are marching and saying this is our demand, it's how they respond that determines whether they stay or go. I'm confused.
Remember that
it's a day of confusion for me. I don't get it. Why? Because you're not saying the Tinubu government supersede Nigerians' request. I don't get it.
I don't like your tone of discussion.
It's not about tone.
Yeah. No, calm down, guys. Come on. Calm down, please.
I don't know why you chose to speak that way. It doesn't make you any better than any other person here. Let me tell you something. the Tinubu government, whether you like it or not, is legitimate. Whether you like it or not.
To who?
Hold on. You see, why can't we deal with reality? The reality is that the man went to court and the court declared him legitimate. Are you going to change that? That is who is the authority in Nigeria today. If you,
if I understand you, KJ, but it's not.
I want to deal with that. Because these are the places where
excuse me, KJ. We need to be careful what we say. Let's just be careful what we say. Well,
like how?
See, this guy. No, you just said that he went to court. We all know what the judiciary is about. We know the judiciary as it stands at the minute.
Let me tell you something.
It's corrupt.
No, tone. As
So
of now, as of today, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria.
I don't understand.
Regardless of how he came to government. Whether we like it or not, that is the argument. Who is the president of Nigeria? Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and nothing is going to change about that.
Simple.
We don't know what happened.
That is the truth. Even in heaven. In heaven, his name is there. If you go to heaven now, you ask who is the president of Nigeria, it is Ahmed Tinubu. He is not going to change because the system or whatever we have put together, we have brought him forward. And that is who is sitting there. I am not asking we destroy his government. We are saying sit down and discuss with the Nigerian people. We are not interested in the throne.
What do they want to? What do they actually want to sit down and discuss with us?
That is why the Nigerian people are in the streets.
Exactly.
Sorry.
So that's the discussion. I don't want us to lead people to look. The truth is the truth. We may not like the man. We may think he has stolen the election. We may think he went there through the back door. In whichever way we think he is the authority there. They're not going to invite me and you to come. No country today will be looking for the president of Nigeria and go and invite KJ. They won't do that.
KJ, excuse me.
Sir, you
KJ, 1 minute.
Hold on.
Sir. 1 minute, sir. No, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Please, I want to draw your attention to something. Early today, somebody was abusing me personally. He has started again. Can you ask him to warn him? See, I don't want to get down to people with nitty-gritty. Jago, I greet you. Good evening. I've not called this guy's name. Why are you we're talking about serious things. You'll be in the comment section and be giving one.
Why are you taking this personal?
Personal abuse. No. We have said, KJ, remember the meeting that we have, because that is how we allow this thing, and it got so big.
It's gonna continue.
We had a meeting about it.
Okay.
How are we accepting this?
Okay, please. Let us.
But let me tell you, sir, these are people, that you can do anything to. Somebody called me names here. Did I care? I don't care. Because first of all, I don't know you. I don't live with you. Your number is not on my phone. So I'm not worried about that. So don't pay them attention. As long as you're in a public space, people have their opinion. They're going to say what they're going to say and how they feel about that. So don't take it.
I don't know why people will so petty. I don't know you. I didn't even mention your name. You don't know me. You don't know what I do for a living and all that. You just
don't take it personal, Tone. Leave it alone. Don't take it personal.
Let's not go personal. Let's just move on. Kandu, I can see you. Tone, you may want to make your contribution. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, I got halfway into you guys have spoken and all that, but all I'm just saying is that I'm happy today because is the first step of the process. First step of the process to tell the people in power that we cannot accept that again. And the first time that the South and the North will do something jointly. Although there was some incident in the North, I've been reading, I've been looking. It seems that 2 people have lost their life. It's unfortunate. Properties were damaged. Again, that is unfortunate. But my message, and it's very, very simple, let us, as we started turning the screw, let it not stop. We need to be there. We need to be persistent. Not tomorrow and okay, a curfew has been called. A 24 hours curfew has been called. Right now, it's very likely. I'm suspecting that Lagos State is going to adopt the same thing, calling a curfew, and maybe other states and all that. Then how about us sitting at home? Sit down at home. I like what they did in the East, because if they did not call for that sit-down home in the East, I mean, because they've been trying to bait Igbos, saying that it's Igbos that inspired it. Even one policeman today in Kano, you could tell that he's almost itching to mention that word Igbo, that they brought some people to come and destabilize them in Kano. But we all know it's not true. So please let us just focus on these protests. Be peaceful, be lawful, go about, tell them that this kind of thing cannot continue.
All right.
And I think that's the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. Jagun, I see you. If I go to Madam Gladys, if you have any more this thing, we can come back. All right, Madam Gladys, go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I've actually listened to all our conversations. Like, we need to advise each other. This is a collective protest. It is not something done, though we may say, why is it coming now? Or maybe we're not going to have any result out of it. But it is in the right direction for the country to rise up in unity to say enough is enough. The suffering has been on for too long. The people have suffered in silence. The prices of things going higher and higher almost every day. We have our graduates roaming the streets. And by the way, what is 70,000 naira going to fetch for one? If you have 70,000, would that buy you a tin of beans, rice? A bag of rice is going for 80,000. You need to buy so many things to be able to survive. So the tempo we are going now with what had taken place today, let's see how it is going to go tomorrow. We're only praying that it does not go violent, where people will begin to kill or destroy lives. But may the lives of those that were lost in the north rest in perfect peace. Ordinarily, in the past, the northerners couldn't have joined in this present protest. But we have seen it has risen above that. It's not something to do with religion, tribal sentiment, or whatever it is. So we need to be united in our support by saying that the people have to come out. But the military and the policemen, they should not use this as a time to begin to target our people. Because if we have such things on ground, why haven't they prevented Boko Haram, like Sister Ife said here? Why in the past there have been a lot of kidnap cases and ransoms were demanded and people have to run around to look for money to release their people. Now you have all these kind of people on ground because of this little thing of today. They all out on the street to actually begin to say they want to defend the government. We leave everything hoping to see what tomorrow will look like.
Okay.
And yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Gladys. And we hope that tomorrow you will also be here with the panel to give your own view. And if
yes, why not? I'll come in tomorrow by special grace of God.
Please, you come in and now let's all watch and see. Yeah, Kandu, we're hearing you, sir.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Yeah, interesting time. I think in a way, this protest had to be had for all of the different reasons that's been well articulated by so many other people. But I don't think we are ready yet as a people. We're not ready. You know, when they increased salary to 18,000 per person, a bag of rice was selling for 6,000 naira. You have now increased salary to 70. As of my last check today in Lagos, that same bag of rice is 85,000. How does that compute? Obviously, rice is not the only thing that people eat in Nigeria and everywhere else. But we're not ready yet. You cannot have a revolt. I cannot think of any single revolt, whether it's Warsaw in 1992, whether it's the Tsars in Russia. When the Tsars were overthrown, The entire family were bad, including the children. That's when you know that people are serious. I have said this many times. These people are not going to go away silently. You are not going to get what you need unless you have a revolt. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I don't even fight. But the people you're trying to get to come to the table and have a meaningful conversations with you, go and look at their parties. They give Wasiu 2 million in one shot. Bundle of money like this. Those are the people you want to talk to about your 70,000 or even 100,000. They don't see you. These are the people that rent a SUV for 200,000 or 100,000 to 200,000 a day. They can't even relate to you. So it's a good thing that people are on the street, but anyone that is wishing and hoping that it will be non-violent, you're wasting your time. The very essence of protest anywhere in the world, even here in America where I'm at, when people are protesting, they burn police stations, they burn police cars, even though I don't believe in such things because I think it's really stupid. Because when you burn the police car and you burn the police station, they just jack up your taxes to buy new ones. So I don't believe in people destroying their own things. But the very essence of when people are tired, even their tired is tired. So this is what it's going to take. And I'm sorry to say it's going to require a Rawlings type of solution. Because these people are not going to go anywhere. They're not going anywhere. Bad news for all of us. They send their children to some of the best schools that money can buy all over the world. When a minister for petroleum is needed, minister for health is going to be their children. They ruled over us, and I cannot see anything that will stop their children to rule over our children, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission. And that's the truth. Whether I like it or not, I'm coming to you, Jagun. Oh, okay, no, I'll go to Madam Fred, then I'll come to you. Madam Gladys, you want to make a contribution? Yes. Okay, Jagun, please, pardon me, I'll do all the ladies, then I'll come to you. You see, what he just submitted is what I've always been afraid of. Okay? A system that constantly keep you under and exalt themselves above every other person. It doesn't help. No country has ever developed in that kind of manner. Mama Hecho, yes, go ahead.
Yes, they've ruled over me and you. Their children are preparing and are already ruling, but we can stop it. My children can stop it. The Nigerian youth can stop it. The Nigerian teenager that is so hopeless can stop it. Because no Nigeria is more than any Nigeria. But it is only in unity of purpose that we can put our strength and our mind and our intellect together to stop this. We cannot, we will not, my children will not be a slave in their father's house. Nigeria is our home. It belongs to all of us. Your little, my little will solve this problem. At least, growing up, we only hear things from the news or the things that our parents is telling us. But today, my children have the opportunity not to hear news from parents or lies from their pulpit, but the internet is available to you people in your time. So you can see the truth that is happening out there. How developed China is going, how Japan is going. And I know one thing inside my DNA, that my children, the Nigerian youth, you are smart, you are intelligent, and you can do this. If you make all the energy you put in doing the negative things to survive, all the smartness, all the sleepless night you do to do the negative things in survival, because I know if you are given the rightful environment, that your intelligence and smartness, you will use it to do negative things to survive. You will use it to rebuild your nation. You will use it to change Africa. You will use it collectively with your African brothers to build a new African continent. That is why you must refuse to be deceived by these people, making you Yoruba to hate your Igbo brothers. Do not play into this nonsense, because there are only two tribes in that country called Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. And in the tribe of the oppressors, they do not divide themselves by tribe of Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. They marry themselves. They go to party together. When they finish deceiving you and me that we are Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, you are Muslim or a Christian, and we begin to run with that message, they are busy marrying themselves. They are busy partying together. Do not. They deceive my grandfather with that story. They deceive my grandparents with that story. Same thing with your grandfather. They deceive our father with that same story. And it has brought us to this we are suffering today. My children, the Nigerian youth and teenager, you must refuse by every strength and blood that flow through you. Do not allow them to deceive you. If you allow it, you will leave this battle that they live for us, that we are struggling to fight. You will leave it for your children, and their children will rule over you. When I know, if you were given the same opportunity like their children, you will do greater and better than their children. Therefore, you see this fight, it is fight to finish. And to those children of mine that plan for them also, they throw you tear gas today. You also came with your tear gas and you throw it to them. I say, kudos to you. Because they say, Connie man die.
Connie man bury him.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Ehime.
Nami, you say after make I wait for
sorry,
Mama.
Okay, sorry, Ehime. Yes, go ahead, Jagu. No verse.
I know vex, brother. Thank you.
Okay.
It's very difficult sometimes to follow Madame H.O. with the passion and the authenticity that she speaks with. As a real mama, she just reminds me of everybody's. My own mama, she reminds me. My mother, she used to work for a company or an organization, better, called the Mothers Union here in London. And it's a massive organization that has antennas all over the world. In fact, this place was hosted my father's 70th birthday. We had a great time, full of Naija Yoruba splendor, colors, under our prayer, under good food, and under good cheer. There is something when a woman cries that will touch the heart of any normal man. And to hear a woman cry in certain ways, it's especially our older female within our mothers, our grandmothers, to hear them cry, it strikes the heart. Well, it strikes mine in any case. And I will say that, this is even different than what I wanted to say earlier. But I will say that we men, or we young people who have strength, we need not to be allowing our grandmothers to cry. If I speak on an emotional point, we need not to allow our grandmothers to cry. Madam H.O., I will believe, would have much better things to do if her heart was at peace. She wouldn't come here to offer any explanations about the way forward, so to speak. She would feel glad in the fact that things are operating in a certain way and that her legacy has now been left in good hands that can move the whole nation forward. But because that's not the case, we have Madame H.O., which I'll say Mama H.O. is Mama head office, the head office of all mamas, you come from. It's we're in the process right now of having a protest. I particularly want that protest to turn into a revolution. I want that revolution to be spiked by many assistances, many questions, many points of view that add to positivity coming from the African Nigerian diaspora particularly. We've got big questions to ask in Nigeria. And if these questions can ever be answered correctly, then the Black world is emancipated. And that is what we are fighting for. And I want us to really understand the level of importance that the protest in Nigeria is. I want us to really appreciate that there are examples in our trash can, in our dustbin, amongst all the rubbish that we have left behind. There are answers there if we can pick up the pieces and put them together correctly. I would say this, that the biggest question and answer has been an example of the AES countries, those countries of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. If we are not paying attention to the fact that they want to take off the ugly suit, let me not say agbada, the ugly suit of colonialism and put on the better African attire, whichever it may be. That is the process that they are going through at the moment. But I don't think that we are paying attention. We want to speak about Kenya. Kenya, I'm afraid, as much as they have done, it's a one-issue process that they are doing there. That is not sufficient in Nigerian terms. We need to take off the whole nonsensical agbada, be naked for a while before we choose the kind of attire that we are going to put on for our future purposes. And I say this most earnestly, that what's going on right now in Nigeria, I hope it continues. And I hope that it wakes people up. And I hope that we are able to attach ourselves to the solution and the building of a new Nigeria. Because believe me, the politicians we have right now, they do not have anything on paper called New Nigeria that is going to affect greatness for us as a nation of people. I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So you have Yes, you want to make your contribution, or should I move to another person until you're ready?
You can drop me now for now.
Okay. All right. Ify, are you smiling with us or smiling against us? Are you listening or you are somewhere else?
You know, I'm always here to have fun. Listen, first up, Mama, hate you, mommy. You know I'm with you now. You know I understand everything you are saying. I will never be against you. Of course, I look up to you, as my mother.
Praying, and all of a sudden you get this scent of something flowery or rosy. That
Okay,
is
someone's mic is on.
commonly associated with the presence of God. Many saints who are carrying the
Someone is
presence
talking
of
us
God
with your mic.
actually had a scent of.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ify.
So like I said, I totally understand what you're saying, Mama Hecho. Everybody, we all have different opinions. Ferreira, Alaba, I don't want to use the word disrespect. We are all entitled to our own opinion. We may choose to agree and disagree. That's fine. But again, whether you like it or not, there are people that owns Nigeria. I am not part of it. I am just a citizen. There are people that own this country we live in, this country called America. I am not part of it. I am a citizen. You said that you are confused. You don't know what I'm talking about and all that stuff. That's fine. You can be confused from Jerusalem to Jericho. But whether we like it or not, you see what is happening in Nigeria. It did not start today. Let us understand it. This thing started about 60-something years ago, way before I was born. And it's still happening today. The issue of the protest, it's been looming, even right during Buhari's tenure. But I think this is it got to a point, completely out of control during this current regime. And let me make it clear to you, and what I said and what I will continue to say, Tinubu is not my problem. Tinubu will never be my problem. The problem are the people who are making the laws. In fact, Akpabio is even more of my problem than Tinubu. The state governor is even more problem to me than Tinubu. So all of us here calling federal government, I don't even understand where that is coming from. Channel your anger. Let us start. I said, and I'm saying it again. Let us channel our anger, starting from the local government, moving down to the state. Before even talk about federal, somebody make a point here. Somebody made a statement and said, don't you think Tinubu is the problem based on, he makes the decision. Tinubu doesn't make the decision. The House of National Assembly, they are the ones in charge. And all of them, they all travel. I heard they all left the country, that they are nowhere near Nigeria, waiting to see what is going to happen. And I will say it and say it again. Until the people who owns Nigeria decide to let go, you can, if you like, you can burn this country down. Whether you believe what I'm saying or don't believe, whether you agree with what I'm saying or don't agree, we will all sit down here in abroad and be looking. There are people that owns the country. I am not part of it. I am just an ordinary citizen. I'm not in the same level with Wike. You can shake them with the protest. The only way Nigeria and people that are saying divide Nigeria. For example, Atiku Abubakar put up something on his account and said that people are asking Igbos, let Igbos go. Igbos should get out. Igbos should do this thing. Let Igbos go. If Igbos want to live today, they can. But the people holding the Igbos hostage are the 5 Eastern governors. I keep saying it. So if you people want Biafra, I don't mind, and I've said it before. I don't want to be part of Nigeria. I want the Igbos to go. If Uncle Paul is here, Paul will challenge me. Paul will fight me because I've been saying it. And Paul will jokingly say, if I want to come to this thing, I will get a visa. Come on now. Let us be honest. This protest that is going on now, they have targeted Igbo. Obayo Onanuga and his co, they have called P2B. So if Igbos are the problem of Nigeria, if Igbos are the reason why things are expensive, let Igbos go. They've been asking you people to let them go. But unfortunately, the Igbos, including myself, you people know they get respect for yourself. Because person they tell you, say, make you leave. What is in this Lagos everybody's fighting? The Lagos you can't even breathe. Immediately you breathe out, somebody else will breathe it in. This Lagos that is so congested, they make it look as if Lagos is heaven. Igbo should go, Igbo should go. And I promise you, if Igbos leave Lagos today, there will be no Lagos, whether you like it.
Okay.
Let us be realistic.
Okay.
Hold on, let me finish. To you, Ferreira, wherever you are, if you are listening to me, I know what I'm saying might not be making sense to you. You might not like my opinion. That's okay. You don't have to like or agree with what I'm saying. But we can't be an abroad here making noise. There are people that own Nigeria, and I will say it again 200 times. I don't own Nigeria, the country. I am only but a citizen. So the only way we can move this country forward, if we choose to, is to work united. But this person telling Igbo to go, but at the same time, you want Igbo to join Nigeria and protest, right? Please, you people are not serious in that country. I beg. Let me even cross my.
All right, thank you. And I want to say this to whoever is listening. What if he said there, except you didn't have any brush with politics? There are people that own Nigeria. They don't forget it. If there are particular position you want Nigeria, you have to visit 5 locations in Nigeria, and I'm not going to call those locations, but I know them. So what she's saying is very true. They are 4 of those places. 3 of those places are in the north, 2 are in the south. So let's leave it. But that's why I'll end that. I will come to
that KJ.
Yes, ma. Hold on, ma. Hold on. Let me.
I want to say something when you are in Fise. You see, I can understand one thing, that there are some people that hold Nigerians captive.
Yes, that's what she means.
But they do not own Nigeria.
No, it's not a question of owning. It's a question of those people that hold Nigeria captive.
No.
That's what she's saying. Not saying that somebody.
Mama Hecho.
Wait. If you and Ify are making me and my children to say we are held captive, I can understand that. But if you are not telling me that there are some people who own Nigeria, therefore me and my children, we are bastard. No, let my children know that it is their father and their mother property. But there are some few group of people who have decided to say they don't belong, so that my children can have sense to fight for their inheritance.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Let's move on. I just want to throw this in, and then maybe on a later date we'll discuss it. Was there the people who own oil wells in Nigeria? Was it discussed in the National Assembly before they were giving those oil wells?
I beg you.
Is there any legislation, any voting, any place we went to vote to say if this person should get oil well? Have they not been harvesting it for the past 30 or 40 years now?
And some people has monopoly of our resources, right?
Right. Let's move ahead.
They stole it from us. Oga KJ, if in your papa house, if they collect your papa compound from you and tell you say enough belongs to you, you don't go fight for it.
Mama Hecho, even in America, there are people that owns this country. Let us understand it, whether you like it or not.
All I want to understand, Mama Hecho, is this.
See, holding captive
is
different from owing.
Okay, let's move ahead. I want to give Righteous Man an opportunity because he's in Nigeria, and you guys know what it is to get network safe. So, Righteous Man, in where you are now is about almost midnight, right? So, give us an update.
KJ, the way this platform gives references to our sisters, they should also be given to us that are in Nigeria, because we pay substantial amount of money to join this platform. And when we come, we'll be hanging hours and will not be given privilege to make our input. So please, the owners of this platform, just like Ify said, They are the people that owns Nigeria. So those who own this platform, you guys should also pity us that we are here. We need your understanding. Okay?
And you are part of those that own. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oga KJ, I want to ask you a question, please. Is the discussion today about Igbos or the condition in Nigeria and the protests? Because all along, each time I comes in, all along is hearing Igbo. I don't know. Is Igbo the agenda of today?
I think you are not been hearing the right thing, because we'll not be discussing Igbo all this while. And then, but Igbos, they have a saying that all okune wote oku. So it is talk that brings talk. So what you just said right now is the end of an argument, not the beginning of it. But go ahead and make your comment. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, we're almost today is almost going, and the day one of the protest is almost done, and there is no further violence that have been recorded except the one that took place in Kaduna, Maiduguri, and Kano. Bayelsa is peaceful. Rivers is peaceful. Edo is peaceful. Delta State is peaceful. Which other South state? All the South states are peaceful. Southeast state peaceful. Southwest states are peaceful also. No human life has been lost in all the southern states. Where we are having issues is in the 3 states in the north, the Kano, Kaduna, and Maiduguri. And the curfew has been declared by their various governors. So, for me, I do not agree 100% with the submission of Ife. She made some sensitive submissions, but I'm not agreeing totally with her. Because if she's saying our protest is not going to achieve anything, and that we should take the battle to our local government and our state governors, and she's making reference that since 1960s, it has been the same. No, it's not true. It has not been the same. Since 1960s, the Northerners have never mobilized the way they have mobilized this time to protest. The protests have always been the South. This is one of the first time in the history of Nigeria that the entire North had mobilized for a protest against a sitting government. So if he should get it right, and we really want this country to work. That is just the basic truth. But I think the question I would have loved to ask her is this: the America where most of you are today, it is not today's Americans that built that nation. If you say let America of today, the Americans of today build a country, a duplicate country like America, they can't. They can't. That is exactly what is happening to us. The people who founded America, who laid the good foundation and structure of America, made America what it is. And it is on the basis of that foundation that the today's America is thriving on. And I have said it time without number in this platform that our problem as a country is lack of nationhood, because there is no foundation properly laid for a nation to emerge called Nigeria. It is built on a faulty foundation. And whatever that is built on a faulty foundation cannot make progress. The scripture says, because I'm a Christian, I have to refer to the Bible. The Bible says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? So even if you come as an angel to try to change this country, the foundation of Nigeria is faulty. You can't make progress. Even if Obi had become the president of Nigeria, I tell you, he will encounter the things that will slow his dreams of making a new Nigeria a realistic one. If you ask me, what should we do? We have to go to the foundation of this country, rearrange Nigeria, call a national sovereign conference. Let us as Nigerians agree the way and the manner we should live as a people. Let us agree on things that are workable for us. Presidential system of government is not functioning well in Nigeria. We can adopt another system. We can produce our own system of governance and then make progress and compete with the Committee of Nations. But
Okay.
inheriting this country the way it is and the way it was left to us by the colonial masters, in the next 100 years, we will keep rigmaroling, we won't make any meaningful achievement.
Okay.
Because if you compare Nigeria with other countries that got independence at the same time, some in the Middle East, you discover that they have left us far behind. Singapore came to Nigeria. That time I was in school. I think I was finishing my primary education when they came to Nigeria to pick palm nuts.
Okay.
And today, they are first-class nation in the world, and Nigeria today cannot even feed herself.
Okay,
So
thank you. Just man, you've made a lot of contribution, and I appreciate that. Fansad said that KJ speaks Igbo but has a Fulani soul. Fulani, so I don't understand that, how that works. But I think I'm full-blooded. Oji breaking, Oji eating Igbo man. So I'm fully, I mean, full. All right. I'll go to Mr. Guru. Is there any reason for your dressing? Are you going to space or something? Because your outfit is making me fear, Mr. Guru.
No, I am actually a Kenyan, and I am bringing greetings to you from Kenya.
Oh, wow. Okay. Really? Oh, great. It's good to hear you. Good. It's good that you are here, because I was looking forward to talking to a Kenyan.
It's very cold here.
Oh, okay. Oh, really?
Yes, it is very cold in Nairobi.
Oh, yeah.
Kenya not be Nigeria now. Kenya be Kenya. Almost.
You know that Nairobi, I have been in Nairobi. It can be quite cold. Quite cold. All right. So give us. You've heard what we are discussing, but let's start from your place. What is going on now in Kenya?
I must say that I'm excited about what is happening in Africa, because for a long time Africa has been under a colonial mindset. We got independence, but in reality, the systems, the narratives, everything that drives our countries is controlled from other places, mostly from our colonial masters. Even the manner in which we exploit our resources, where they go, who gets them. So parts of the poverty you see in Africa has to do with the systems that these people did not, abandon. They just found a new way in which to continue perpetuating that mindset of colonialism. Now, Kenya has had its share of challenges, but what has happened now is that we have had two presidents in the last 20 years, and the generation that is rising up right now grew at a time when there was a bit of change, and they could go to school without much problem. They had free primary education, well-subsidized secondary school education, but things have all of a sudden deteriorated, and it's become a big burden. And that's not to say that these changes were never seen them happen. They have been happening in small doses, but now it's come to hit us so hard that the employment levels have gone down drastically to a level where most youths feel frustrated and they have nothing to do. Unfortunately, in the last 20 years, we have had a big population of young people going to the universities and the colleges and all that. So we have a big mass of educated youth who are well connected through the internet, and therefore they are able to discuss their problems. And the financial bill of 2023, which has been declared illegal, and the one that was thrown out of 2024 financial bill, brought in a lot of taxes that have hit so hard on families to a level whereby survival has become difficult. And that's why you can see the reaction has been very, very intense. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So you've heard also I'm sure you also abreast of what's going on in Nigeria.
Yes.
Do you think that the steps taken so far is working in the right direction? Or do you think that the government is going to find a way to scuffle it?
No, I think you are doing the right thing, because if you look at, I understand your president has already adjusted the minimum wage. I don't know how far that will help, but they may look small steps, but it shows that the people are now positioning themselves in Africa to influence the manner in which they are read. We are not merely going to be sitting down and waiting to be told what to do. We are coming strongly into the policy positions that our leaderships make. And I do not think going forward, it's going to be very easy for any leader in Africa to just assume the population and go ahead and implement policies that are not sensitive to the people. You've seen what is happening in the west of Africa. Unfortunately, they took a different route where the young people taking over leadership through military power. But for countries like ours, which have practiced democracy for quite some time, we can only use the people way in which we pressurize the government to do the right thing. I think slowly, this is not something that you win in one day. You must keep pressing hard every other day until you get what you want.
Okay, so far,
coming
back to Kenya, do you think that the Kenyan people, are you trying to unseat Ruto, or you just shaking him a bit so he knows that the power belongs to the people and not him? What's your final goal?
We gave ourselves a very progressive constitution in 2010, and that constitution is very clear that the sovereign power belongs to the people, and the people can exercise that power through representatives, or they can exercise it directly. And I think this is the only constitution perhaps in the world that envisages a situation where people may lose confidence with the leadership that they have put in place, and they may want to exercise that power directly. Now, that is where the challenge is, and that is the testing that it is currently going on in Kenya.
Wow, that's a good one. So is everybody mobilized? Is there a division among the youths or among the populace, or is everybody acting in one?
The most interesting thing about this is that it is an organic kind of, it's problems that have been brought people together, particularly the youths who feel that the policies are not progressive and are not sensitive to their needs. So they mobilize through their small, WhatsApp groups and the rest, and then they agree that on this date we are going to meet and move to one's certain government office to present our views. And therefore, that is what has made it very difficult for the government to contain, because you can imagine you do not have any political leadership. In fact, this has nothing to do with the opposition leadership here. We have opposition leaders, but they have been told to keep off. But what has happened in recent days, we can see some of them trying to kind of hijack what is happening. But I do not think it is going to work, because the kind of youths we have understood how we have always handled our things. So they have understood, and they are also being told by those who fought especially for multi-party how these things work and how governments try to circumvent public initiatives like this one. And therefore, today, right now, they are preparing for what they are calling Nane Nane. That means August 8th, which has been historical because of the fight for multipartyism. So it is something that is difficult for the government now to handle, because they do not know who to arrest. They do not know who to put blame on. They resort to running after bloggers and, harassing them and that kind of thing, abductions and, all those manner of things. But it's not working. It's not working at all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anybody have question for Guru? He's Kenyan. Of course, Kenyans are in the streets also, as well as Nigeria. I read in the comment section, I don't have verification for that also the Ghana protest is about to start. I don't know how true that is, but the guy who have turned Africa upside down and have given the youth the ability to know that they can actually push is here with us, and we are proud of the Kenyan guys. You have any question for him?
I would just like to make a statement to the brother from Kenya that we are very glad to have you here. We are very glad to hear what you just said, actually. I am. Because I think there are notes to be taken in what you said. And I think there are three things I underline in terms of what you have broken down to us. One, the protest in Kenya, you underline the fact that the politicians would look to manipulate the output or the outturn or how people perceive the protest. And I want us as Nigerians to pay attention to that. Secondly, your constitution is the first time I've heard that type of constitution indeed. And that's as far back as 2010, as you said. And again, I want Nigerians to pay attention to the depth of where we need to get to actually own our sovereignty. The third thing I would like to put to our Kenyan brother, because here on this platform, we are rather avid at looking at the geopolitics of Africa and the rest of the world. And would you agree with me that geopolitically, the greatest thing that we have right now on the continent is not Julius Malema for all his speak on Afrocentricity. And I don't believe it's necessarily the protest in Kenya. I think more that what we need to look at is Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. What do you say to that, what I put forward?
Come again? I've not heard your rusty statement.
You've not heard my rusty statement. Oh, Mark, yes. Sorry, last statement.
Your last statement.
I beg your pardon. I would like you to tell us what your thoughts are on what is happening geopolitically on the African continent. What is the most underlining example in your mind of Kenya, South African politics, which is somewhat progressive but somewhat regressive at the same time, and what's happening with the AES nations? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. I think one thing we must appreciate.
What reasons why you need.
One thing I think we must appreciate as African continent is that AU has to transform. If we are to move a step ahead, because it seems it has been just been a crop of presidents without any progressive ideas. If you look at democracy, it's in shambles in most of the countries. If you look at the manner in which our resources are expropriated by the foreigners, you start wondering what exactly was the purpose of these organizations, because I thought the purpose was to share ideas so that we can move together progressively and assist the people of the continent of Africa. But if you look back, you will see like there's a disconnect somewhere. Progressively, I think if care is not taken, these young people will not find any use for such organizations. Right now, the kind of problem we have in Kenya is that the youth are saying we have had so many task forces, so many committees, so many this and the other groupings looking after this and the other problem. And the recommendations just are put in the shelves and they gather dust there. So they are saying there is no dialogue. What they want is the constitution to be implemented as what is written, because there are some of the provisions there that the politicians have been dodging. They don't want to implement because they were so progressive and pro-people, and they feel uncomfortable and they feel threatened if those provisions are implemented. In fact, the current president went out opposing this constitution. So you can see where we are. It's a big problem. So for Africa, we got to start thinking differently, especially for those bodies that take care of us, like AU. They have to reprogram themselves. They have to look at issues differently and position the continent very well in matters geopolitics. Otherwise, we end up just being another basket kit for many years to come as an African country, and yet we have so many resources that can take care of us here in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, KJ, I stopped for a minute. Let me just say a couple of things for 2 minutes, and I'm gonna be gone. Thank you for hosting the show. I was listening to Ify earlier, and I was enraged because she has this habit of doing this all the time whenever we're having issues, including the elections. She comes in, first of all, to say it's a hopeless situation, which means she doesn't have any answers. Right now, she's saying that we should go local, solve the local problems, deal with our councillors and our governors, which makes her ignorant of the structure of Nigeria. Is that they have what they call exclusive lists. And in that exclusive list are the big McCoys, the big issues like power and all kind of things, even though they're kind of throwing out a little bit, little by little bit. Security, the issues of our inflation, licenses, unfairness, no due process, our rights. But you know, there's a epiphany that I had in the last week. In essence, I'm going to be differentiating two things: me before and me now. I will conclude with that when I get to that point. And I will proffer one solution for Nigeria in case we do redo our constitution. But on this issue of dealing with our states, at best, we have to do both, right? But anybody who comes on this platform and saying that we should not handle the federal government, especially when we are at the heat of battle. Now, you could make those kind of suggestions when there's nothing going on. If we have an election and there's a binary choice between two candidates, the only thing you open your mouth to talk about is which one do we vote for. Don't start talking nonsense about any other thing, right? So Ify is a very lovely lady, very, very courageous, got a good heart. And some of the problems she has are just basically ignorance, and that's forgivable. It's not an excuse in a court of law, but in a discussion, she should espouse her views. But you, as a moderator, should not give anybody. If it's a female, they don't have to talk more than the men. If you're in Nigeria, you don't have to talk more than somebody who's in the United States. That's where I disagree with my friend, our good brother in Nigeria. What's his name? Righteous Man, who's always right.
Righteous Man.
Yeah, Righteous Man. He's a good brother of ours, a friend of mine. But I disagree with him there. You want to talk, change the government so you have good data when you come up here. Because a good idea could come from anywhere, from America, from Nigeria. So we have to have everybody have equal opportunity to speak. I'm happy to see you, Madam Echo. Now, let me conclude by saying the things that I promised. I'll give you a signpost that I have two suggestions. Number one is that if Nigeria should have 4 states: northern states, southern states, eastern states, and western states. That's it. Everybody else, you belong in one of those. You're in the north central. Some of you there are northerners, some of you are westerners. Because when you run your mouths on this platform, that's the way you run your mouth, right? So the Nigeria should be into 4. Now, I'll conclude with my new thing. It's an epiphany I have. I only care about Nigeria now because it's where I'm from. I care about my stuff. I'm looking at everybody else in Nigeria as tenants on my land. I don't give a damn what happens to you there. You're like a tenant in one of my buildings. If you write graffiti on it, you do whatever you do, and at some point I'm going to come to evict you, change the structure if I want to tear down and rebuild it or paint it or do whatever. So I really don't care about the minutia of what's happening there. If you're starving, starve. A lot of Nigerians are very wicked, very, very wicked people. They don't deserve not even a protester. They don't deserve an activist. All our activists are captured and they're put in jails and they're suffering. You may disagree one thing they said or the other. Somebody like Showere, he went through an ordeal. They didn't care. Nnamdi Kano is right there. They don't care. I don't care who it is that's come to fight for Nigerians. They're idiots. Now, you go to, now, I don't know a lot of names on this platform. I know a lot of names in order. There are a lot of, what do you call it, that I go to ponds. I'm a whale. I come from the ocean. I like to go to where the problems are. So when I go there and I see our people, and you get to see that it's nothing. We're not fighting for, I'm not fighting for anybody in Nigeria. I'm fighting for my land, my country. That's it. And Anapa, it's going to be there when I get there, when I'm going to bring justice down there. So I conclude with that, and I want to caution Ify. She's ubiquitous on all these platforms, but she comes to discourage us. When we're in the heat of battle, that's when she comes to say, hey, you're having an election, but none of these candidates are anything. Don't vote for any of them. Then who the hell are you going to vote for? Or if our people are out there protesting, you come and say, don't protest the federal government, go and protest your states. We're in the heat of battle. God damn it. So that's what I want to conclude with. And then KJ, I was in the back a lot for a long time. I want you to if you have full control of this thing when you're hosting, when you see me, bring me up here. Even if I'm driving. Now, you try to be an officious oath when you're moderating, right? And you want to be liked by everybody.
No, I don't want to be liked, but we have to follow the rules. The rule says when you're driving, you can't be on.
Muslims, Christian, because you grew up in the north.
It's well. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You bring me up. Thank you very much. Madam Echo, good to see you, ma'am. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pansat. And I don't know why Pansat thinks that I have a Fulani hat. However, it's okay. That's his view. And he has made a very good contribution. Mama Hecho, your hands be up.
Yes, so
You have a question for our is he a brother? You look more like a lady. Oh, okay, great. Okay. Our brother from Kenya, do you have a question for him or you just want to make your contribution?
I'll make contribution later, but I have a question for my
Okay.
brother from Kenya. I want to understand that Kenya protest is still ongoing. And I know you guys have been on the street over a month now. Could you please tell my Nigerian children, the youth, what pill you guys are taking in Kenya to sustain your demand and protest up till now? Then secondly, in Nigeria, we are so divided. Not because we want to be divided. We are divided because the political elite and the wicked leaders have made it that during protests like this and during election, they must come to sow the seed of discord in the name of tribe and religion so that we can do their bid, not our bid. And my question is that also existing in Kenya or it is only in Nigeria? Then my third question is, what will you tell my children to do? The Nigerian youth, putting Kenya where you are as an example of a population of youth whose destiny and future has been robbed, because that is what has happened in my Nigeria. I don't know if that's what happened in your country. By those who have lived their future and they are making effort to live the future of my youth, my children. What I know is applicable to Kenya. And you guys are determined to change that. Please talk to my children how they will use your technique, which is the pill, to hold on this our journey, because we just started. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think the first question you asked is about sustainability. I can tell you this for a fact, that the youth being called Gen Z and millennials have their way of communication. And when they made the first attempt of protests, it was very peaceful. And in fact, some government functionaries dismissed them as people who will arrive for protest in Uber I don't know whether you have Uber in Nigeria.
Yes, we do.
They go to KFC to take chicken and fish fingers. And in other ones, they were saying they are privileged youth of a certain category of parents. But the youth in Kenya seem to have refused to be divided. By the way, our politics has a very heavy dose of ethnicity, unfortunately. And this has been part of the problem that we are grappling with. Because every time there's an issue to be discussed nationally, there are those who quickly bring in where one comes from so that you reduce the impact of that movement. But our youth seem to have understood that to be the main problem that must be dealt with. And that's why today, the kind of movement we have of youths cuts across all the communities in Kenya. And it's shocked the political class that has been used to using division, using ethnic divisions like the one you are talking about in Nigeria. In Kenya, it's more ethnic than anything else. Of course, there is also religion, but religion is not so much of a problem. Religious division is not so much of a problem in Kenya. But ethnicity is. So this time, the difference is that the youth seem to have defied that kind of a division, and they are moving together. If you look at the platforms that they open, they come from all ethnic groups in Kenya, big and small. And their argument is that ethnicity has been used to deny them jobs, to keep them poor, and all that manner of thing. So they are actually overcoming the issue of division, which unfortunately now, I have told you the politicians have been kept out of this, both in government and in the opposition. But what the government is doing right now is the president has brought in members of the opposition into government and calling it government of national unity. We underwent contentious elections just in 2022 with a difference of only 200,000 votes. Therefore, it became very contentious and there were claims of rigging and all that. So he's trying to solve the problem of Gen Zs by bringing in a political rival into the government. But the youths are saying, no, that was not the problem. We never said that the opposition should go into government. We have our issues, and those issues are the ones we are pursuing. And that's where the matters are as at now. Otherwise, currently they are mobilizing for 8th of this month, August. I think they have mastered their ways of doing things. It's a generation that parents have had problem with because they have their own way of doing things, which are completely removed from the generation X, like the one I belong in. I have them myself, and one of the ways in which the politicians have perpetuated themselves is through churches in Kenya. They go to churches every Sunday, donate big monies, stolen, of course, from the taxpayers, but they see that as an easy way of getting political mileage. But the youths have said no. They have said occupy churches. So today it's difficult for a politician even to be given an opportunity to talk in the church. That they have said no. And if you take money to church, you must swear the money is coming. In fact, they write to the pastor of that church and tell him, we have heard so and so will be coming on Sunday. We also be coming to greet you. And most of them have now entered, in a situation where they fear confronting these youths because they mean business. So they are not only trying to cleanse the state of the dirt of corruption, but they are also cleansing the church of pollution that has been put there by politicians over several years. So I think I've answered the first two. Then the youths who have been robbed of their future, there are very many in Kenya. I think Kenya has been churning out between 80 to 100,000 graduates every year for the last 6-7 years. These are huge number, and the country is not industrializing. We are still remaining at that basic level, and then the gap that presents itself, that of earning through the internet platforms, is where now the government has come very hard to make sure they squeeze out some money through taxes, and that's why the youths ran mad in Kenya, because the kind of income they are getting there is what the government is going for. So they were not pleased, and the anger you saw in Nairobi had to do partly with that. They cannot understand. You don't pay for us university fees. When we try to set up, some internet-based businesses, you come after us with heavy taxation. You increase prices for the gadgets like telephones, mobile phones, computers, and the rest. So you are kind of completely removing these people from any platform of survival, as you may say. So that is what is happening in Kenya right now. So we have very innovative youth, by the way, in the ICT sector, and many are making a living out of it. There are very many software developers, although there are no good structures. Some make innovations that are stolen by corporates, and there seem to be no, very strong frameworks to assist these youths to advance these ideas into monetary. So there are so many issues here that the youth feel their future is being compromised, and they are bitter with us, the parents, that we have just seemed to be very docile, conformists, and timid. So they have said no. And why you see the sustainability to come now back there is because the parents and the millennials who came before them are supporting them. They go there because they are funded in terms of transport. They are encouraged emotionally. So, in any battle, the psychological part of it is a very strong part of it, apart from material, that you are pushing a cause that many believe in. So why you see them confident is also their parents have said, it's okay, my daughter, it's okay, my son, because there is nothing else to do, just go and express yourself. Of course, we have lost very many. We have lost now about 60. They have been pumped with bullets. Some have been maimed, others are not known where they are. But that's the situation. That's the way it is.
Thank you so much for that explanation. Let's move on real fast. Yes, Madam Gladys, you have a contribution to make?
Actually, the question I actually wanted to ask him
Our beloved mother has already asked him some of those questions, and he actually answered them perfectly well to the best of my knowledge. But I actually also wanted to ask him, the politicians, I will use that language, politicians, the one that ran underground to escape. Does that mean that when they were building such underground escape route, the Kenyans didn't know?
Good question. Does that was the, because they built the till. How did they build it without the Kenya? Was it the Kenyans that built it or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out from him.
That's what I'm asking him too. Yeah, your audio is muted. You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry.
I think they did not envisage such a situation happening. However, they were beneficiary of an infrastructure that was put over the last 7 years. You see, the parliament where it is, they have offices, their personal offices where their constituents go to meet them while in Nairobi. So somebody suggested that a tunnel be, made to connect with that building, and that is the channel through which they were made to escape through. And then when they got on the outside, ambulances and to be used to get them out of the building. Otherwise, they went out like sick people, being taken off from danger. So the tunnel was not about anticipation of such a thing. In fact, it was a big shock that such a thing could have happened in Kenya. In fact, up to the last minute, I don't think the government knew the kind of determination that these youths had to get there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most of them were as they were taking ranch. So they left having stewed their stew and whatever. They ran actually holding plates, others jumping over each other because they were in the dining hall after passing the controversial bill. And they're congratulating themselves for doing a good job. So they were shocked, actually. They were shocked, and some are still shocked.
Thank you for that answer. I mean, this is a lesson for all Africans. We should realize that the moment we wake up, we can take our country back. It does not matter which world power or who is a colonial master or whoever is a colonial. The people can determine how they want their government to go. And Kenya has shown us that you can actually get up and change the direction, the trajectory, the trajectory of your government, and make it more people-oriented instead of the political-oriented to be people-oriented. That's the reason for any government. The Western countries that they pander to do not leave infrastructures to cater to themselves. They built infrastructures for their country, and that is why their country, all of them are going there. They are going to live in a facility that they could have been able to establish in their own country if they were thinking well. And you look at it now, we don't have elder people's home in Africa because we don't believe that elders should live on their own. We take care of our elderly. That's part of life. So the moment we people in Africa, the young, the old, the middle men and the young men can realize that we can take our country back, that's the day we will all wake up. The giant that have been sleeping will wake up that day, and it will soon be here. All right. Ify, do you have any question for him? All right, Mama Hecho, do you have any?
I don't know whether you are aware that the president was forced into X spaces. And what he got there. These youths, they use all kind of language. They are unbound. I think it was not daring of him, and I think I would commend him because I don't think many would want to get to those spaces. But what he got, he was treated like anybody else. The way you'd come to this platform and somebody can tell you the forward thing and dismiss you. That's a kind of situation he got himself in. But it was a desperate measure because the kids were undermined and they were accusing him of not listening. He said he would call for a conference. They refused and said they are not going for such conferences. And therefore, you can see how things can change so fast. I'm sure most of them, actually, all of them, both in government and in the opposition, are shocked at what has happened in the last 1 month. They never saw it coming in that manner.
Thank you so much for your response. The reason I asked those questions so that my children can learn, because I want them to be free. And in fighting for freedom, they should know that not only in Nigeria have these wicked politicians used tribe to divide us, use religion to divide us. So and also, it is not only in Nigeria that some group of people have taken the country as if it is their personal property. So my Nigerian children, you've heard it all. The same problem we are suffering in Nigeria is what happened in Kenya that make young ones like you to say enough is enough. Kenyan youth realize that it is their future that is at stake. They also realize that the politician has been dividing them with religion and tribe. And they also realize that it is only in unity of purpose that they can overtake the wicked leader that have stolen their destiny, just like yours. And their parents also realize that they failed the children and they refuse to fight when they're supposed to fight. Therefore, they are not supporting the children psychologically. And this is also applicable to all of us in this platform and those in the comment section. That instead of us throwing the towel and saying nothing will happen, let's throw the support to tell our children in Nigeria right now that if Kenya can do it and they are still doing it, we can also do it. Did you hear what my brother in Kenya said? That the youth have also realized that the religion leader, the pastors, the prophet, these have been telling their lies and they die in secret with this politician with diluted money. And they celebrate their arrival when they come to church. So they also take the battle to their doorstep. So learn from all these statements. Because some of you in the comment section are saying when he was talking that it was boring. So I have decided to use my Nigerian language, which you understand, to explain what I heard when he was talking. So that you can go and we can apply it to this fight. As for me, very soon, if they die by age, I go leave this world before now. But before I do, I will use my strength and my voice and any resources that God gives to me to support you people, to rescue your future and the future of the unborn child from these hands. And to my sister Ife, make you not take anything when any person talk here. Not take am to heart. Your view is your view. We are here to learn from each other. I may not understand where you are coming from today, but I may understand it tomorrow. And that is applicable to every one of us. But in all our view, there is only one thing we want to do: rescue ourselves and our children from this bondage. So to everybody in the comment section, and to us, the panelists, let's work together.
Thank you. Let us work together. Jabun, let us work together. Well, we cannot work it together while you're doing your own thing. So, so let's work together to get things going. All right. Yes. For those, listen, the thing about life is that the experience matters, whether I like it or not. And the first, Kenya had drawn the first blood for all of us, irrespective of where you are, whether from South Africa, from West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa. We all have something to learn from those guys. They were determined and they achieved something. Whether you see it as successful or not, they achieved something. Never before have anybody, any group of people been able to do that in the way they've done it. And if we all can do this, Africa will no longer be called a third world country. It will become something that all of us will be proud of. And even those people who are in diaspora will eventually come back to Africa and we all live forever together, happily after. I'm sure if he can be angry, I mean, fine girls don't usually get angry because people will always try to harass them. So she's used to it. So she cannot be angry in any which way. All right, let's move ahead.
KJ, Mama Hecho, I am not angry, honestly speaking. Okay. Remember what I said. I don't know these people like Pansat that just came now quite too long ago. There is nothing he has not called me. He has called me a schizophrenic patient. So, I mean, I'm not going to respond to it. I will never go down to his level. Am I stupid? I will never. Oh, God, I know better than that. I'm not mad at anybody. Like I said, everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
That's it.
Whether we like it or not, again, we wake up, we know that 1 + 1 is 2. We live in the world of reality. That is the bottom line. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not against protest. Let me say it and say it loud and clear. I am not against it. I am not. If you want to protest, it's your right. I've also said it here that I want Igbos to go. Like they've been telling Igbos, they don't want Igbos. Igbos self, go. I am Igbo. I want us to go. Go, everybody, go your separate ways. Because this thing called Nigeria is not working. So, I mean, I don't have anything against anybody, but don't come here to attack me. Me, I get out too.
All right. Thank you so much, Ife. And then, you see, those who like me now in the comment section, wait till the day I host the Igbo question. You find out whether you still like me after that. But until then, you see, that's the beauty of it. You are all entitled to your own opinion, and I'm also entitled to hold mine. Guru, thank you for giving us,
Before I leave, I think there's a lady who was talking about visiting governors. Let me tell you here, it was going simultaneously. Those who felt that their governor is not doing well, they took the battle to their doorstep. on as they are pressing on national issues, there are days in which the youth also took the battle to the governors to account for how they have been using resources.
Wow. That's very good. That's very encouraging. So, hey guys, while you are pressing on Mr. Ruto, they were also pressing on the governors of their regions. So it wasn't just one direction. It was a two-pronged attack, and they got results. I mean, we're only hearing of the federal results, but I know that in the states, they will have also got results. And that's what we need to do. No need to keep crying. Let us go to them and have one-on-one, what the Americans call a serious conversation, So we just must continue to engage our leaders. We should take them, bring them off that high horse they've been sitting for a long time of being the king, the emperors. We should let them know that they're no longer having clothes. They are now naked as emperors. Yeah. So that's what we need to do, and we need to do it peacefully, but we have to be assertive. That's what he needs. Thank you, that brother Guru. He was able to, really make our day today, and it was good. We heard it right from the man's mouth. I will not say it's a horse. Welcome, AY.
Oh no! Oh no! Not AY.
Jago man.
I hope AY didn't come because there are 3 ladies in this platform now.
This app that one for you.
Yeah, because even wear Christmas clothes, I don't know. I'm not going that direction. So
I'll be on the comment section. Actually, I was driving. I was just listening to you guys, man.
All right. So since I've been listening, what's your contribution, sir?
So the guy from Kenya, he left. I wanted to talk to him about something, but anyway. Well, I've been listening to good contribution. Mama Echo, as always, man, it's always on point. He understand the issues we have in Nigeria, and I think she was basically speaking on my behalf. I mean, we have to respect our individual views. I heard Passad talking again, coming back today about Ife. I don't know what problem he has with Ife. I don't think we should be treating women like that. I thought KJ was you will stop him, but you did not. So we should not be allowing that. Allow people to speak their mind as long as they are not insulting anybody. They are not. I think they are free to speak their mind. With what is going on in Nigeria, I think there are lessons we need to learn, right? Which I think we've kind of indirectly enumerated here. It's just unfortunate we don't have leaders that are thinking about the country. They don't understand the urgency of our problem. They don't understand the future problem they are creating for the children of Nigeria's unborn. They make joke out of all this stuff. Like I heard the Senate president, he said people can go protest. He will be eating in his house.
Oh,
these are statements that are very reckless. I think one of the if I were in Nigeria, KJ, you are mute. KJ, mute.
Amen. Are you at home?
These are the issue, right? Like I think one of the point I would have demanded was in Nigeria.
Okay.
The Senate president must resign.
Okay, my good. Because the guy just told me that
he has been laughing at the pain of Nigeria. The hunger in Nigeria is not a joke. This is just the beginning. They are still seeing it as a joke. This is not about. I don't have issue with the president. I don't have issue with what we are saying is get the country working. You have to do something. They need to know, like, I was speaking here yesterday, I believe before yesterday, that the protesters, they were very, very kind, Nigerians were very, very friendly with the government for telling them the dates they want to go and protest. If they were not kind, they would just go on the street. What you are seeing in the north, I'm happy now, every Nigeria, we are all coming together because of the hunger. These are the issues I'll be fighting. We come here, we're talking about tribe, we're talking about who is better, who is... No, these are not the issues. They are not part of the issues. The issues is the Nigerians that are suffering. They are all over the place, from north to south to east to west, everywhere. The criminals in Nigeria, they are also in a different group. We need to separate this fight. We need to allow politicians to divide us across tribal, religious, whatever line. We need to stop it. If we come here, I see people making all this kind of statement, dividing, it really gave me work up, because I feel even some of us, we don't understand the problem. These problems are bigger than are from the north, are from the east, and from the west. They are bigger because the country is going to collapse if care is not taken. It's no longer a joke. When you speak to people in Nigeria, the hunger is heavy. People don't even have the money. I remember when we were in school, we used to eat common man food, beans and bread. 10 naira, you done, man. You move on, you go to class. You can take gari, take granite. These were common man food. Mama Echo, these food are not common today. The poor cannot even boast of gari in their house. So it's not, they need to understand where the pain is coming from. Is do something, be doing something, and let the people know what you are doing. If you remove subsidy, what are your plans? What are you doing? What program do you have? Not only the president, the federal government, the state governors, they are also criminals. When they remove subsidy, they increase their allocation. The people need to go to their state, us as well, and ask these governors, what are you doing with our money? They are little dictators in their state. They control every penny that comes into the state. They control the House of Assembly. They control the local government chairman. They control the councillors. It's what they give to them, they take. This is what is going on. We can't continue in this direction. It's not going to work. If you look at, I can tell you, unfortunately, we don't have starting numbers. If you go back to 20 years ago, if you take statistics, I can boldly tell you here, more than 60% of Nigeria graduates, they've never worked for anybody. They don't have jobs. These are big issues. They're taking all these issues for granted. Where do you want the young ones to go? Where do you want the youth to go? Yes, Jakpa, is it everybody that have the resources to Jakpa? What's the percent of Nigeria that are outside the country? It's less than, probably it's less than 1% or 2% maximum. So everybody cannot leave Nigeria. There are people that are there that you got to make this country work for them. We also, as people, one thing I want us to help our people to do. See, even if my father is the president of Nigeria, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. It's not giving Nigeria light. It's not building infrastructure. It's not improving the economy. People are suffering. Let's go after him. We should not give our mandate to one person and be doing what he likes. No. As long as the person is going off-road, Nigerians need to question that person. It's not about friendship. We are not using Nigeria for friendship at this point. Nigeria needs to work for Nigerians. From insecurity, from economy, there is food shortage now, which is the worst. From corruption, Everything is just working against. Is it education? Is it health? Everything is bad. Bad, bad, bad. So we need to really, just like what has started today, Nigerians need to really come together and with one strong voice and send a strong message to these people, no matter who is there, no matter who is the senator, no matter who is the rep member, no matter who is the president, send a strong message to these people. It's not business as usual. If we vote for you and you are not doing what you are supposed to do, we go on the streets. This issue, this needs to continue. In all the states, if your governor is not working, people should go on the street. People should not allow politicians to cause division among us, to cause war in Nigeria.
Okay.
Look at what is going on now currently. Like,
thank you, AY.
Okay, okay, I'll stop there.
Yes, please stop. I'll give can do because I thought I'll have another moderator come sitting, but nobody's coming, so I'm rounding up really. I'll give can do some time to speak. You have 5 minutes to lay your card.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Don't.
I don't understand what you mean by you're here.
Well, I will take over from you once you're ready to leave. Don't let me.
Oh, okay. Oh, great. But you didn't tell me now, Mr. Ferrari.
No, I thought you got the text message from Rudolph.
No, Rudolph is going to say it's going to be around in 40 minutes time.
Oh no. Anyway, I'm here. No.
Okay, so because I have another meeting at 7 and I have not eaten, so I need to.
Okay, no problem.
Make I not go fall down. I go to some anointing push me down. All right, so I think it's been good. Look, if not for anything, I always like to give a personal example of myself. There used to be this bully in our estate that used to bully, like I said, I grew up in the north, so at the time I was there, were just the only few Igbo people that was there. Were just maybe like handful of, I don't even think we're up to 10. So anytime me and my younger sister goes out to play, this guy who comes to bully us, he just bullies us, every time, every now and then. So on one occasion, God just helped me, because he's always beating me and my sister. And then when he starts beating us, we'll start going home. We just turn and start going to our house. And yet he still not leave us alone. So in this case, he was following and just beating us. He plucked the cane from the bush, he hit me and my sister on the head, and I turned around and the fling of my hand hit his nose and see blood everywhere. So that was the end of that bully till we never ever did it again, because now he realized that this person can stand up to him. And so even the other children who are also afraid of him started laughing and saying, hey, so everybody, they all sang and danced that today they found somebody who can beat this bully. And so that was the end of his bully until we eventually left that estate. But what am I trying to say? The moment the Nigerian people can get up and stand up to these people and call their bluff off, that will be the end of this nonsense. The police have been set up against the people. The army have been set up. Have you ever heard in any country where the army make an announcement warning its citizens, the people who are paying your salary, of what you're going to do to them if they decide to demonstrate? Have you heard it before? Where a whole police will pull up all their armories and line it up against the people who are not even going to carry guns. Agreed that, and I can say this because my personal experience are taking part in these demonstrations. And the last one in Abuja. And we saw, of course, we knew when they went to Nasarawa to go and bring the talks of Nasarawa State to come and start breaking things and eventually say it was the NSAS people who were doing that. We saw them, they were brought down. I still have the videos. I mean, so if somebody tried to doubt me, I can play the videos for you. I still have the videos where those guys were being dropped from, government SUVs, and they went out, rampage, in the city of Abuja, breaking everywhere. So that is the next point. And that's what the people who are in this struggle have to watch out for. If you see any miscreant trying to come to forge to be one of you and then begin to, try to break things up, you people be the one to hold him down. Because those are people that are going to give the government the opportunity to begin to bring in law enforcement to come and begin to arrest or even, maybe go ahead and injure some people. let's not allow that, because this is a struggle. It's a struggle for your children. It's a struggle for you. You know, if you come into the and I want to say this: how old should a person be in Nigeria before he stop being a youth? Because youth in other nations starts from 25. Once you are 25 and above, you are no longer considered as a youth. But in Nigeria, people who are 55 years old are still leading youth organizations. So,
they have position.
It helps your mind. I don't know if anybody has a contrary opinion. You can help me. On this.
I think to the Nigerian who the system has not given opportunity is a youth.
I agree with Mama Ichu.
Then to the Nigerians who happens to be favored by some cabals into power, and they are claiming to be youth, they are fraudster. That is the two definitions I have for the youth as it applied to us in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mama Hecho. On this faithful note of yours, I will sign off for now. I'll be out for like 2 hours, and if you are still on, I'll be back. But until then, Alaba, over to you. Thank you for every one of you. I really enjoyed myself discussing and rubbing minds. That's the only way the world goes forward. Let us always judge you. As long as we are talking, we'll continue to live in peace. God bless you all.
Well done, KJ.
Thank you very much, KJ. Well, KJ is a man of peace. Some of us believe that when there is an impasse, first of all, you have dialogue. Then dialogue leads to an impasse, and that protest and war is a continuation of dialogue. That's a political fact. Protest and war is a continuation of dialogue, and there will be no peace without justice. There would be no peace without justice, and we can tweak it all we want. We can paint it all we want. We're all born equal. We're all born free, and it's our duty to seek that freedom when a bully tries to tell us that we are not as equal as they are. The Nigerian government, in my own opinion, since the day I was born in 1969, around the time Nigerian civil war was ending, to this present day, the Nigerian government I have known has been nothing but a bully. It's a government that has met a land rich in arable land, but they have turned it to something terribly disgusting and disgraceful, because we have not utilized what God has given us. And it's not because that we're not capable or we're not smart, but this human thing called greed, selfishness. Every leader we have had from independence, every leader have done things just in their own interest, not in the interest of the people. In their own interest. Everybody had a chance from 1999. Every regime had a chance to fix Nigeria in terms of the structural constitutional framework. They all know, but everybody refused. The current government knows, they refuse. The people who are protesting now give them a demand. They did not respond. Rather than respond, they threaten them. They look down on them. And then they fly out of the country, and we'll fly back in when you're done whining. That's the way they look at. That's what Akpabio calls us, whiners. When you're done, we own this country. But maybe the Nigerians of today will teach them a different lesson that we are used to. That's what we are hoping for. That's what we should encourage this youth to do. Before I go on to I Speak the Truth, I think it's next. I can't see the other names. My eyes. Maybe I've been up too long. I think, is that Gladys? She's not there. I Speak the Truth. You'll be speaking next. What has been your view on this protest? what is next? What's the way forward? And then I'll go back to, I think Ife should be next because I saw AY spoke, and then Jagun, and then Mama Echo. I speak the Ruru.
Understandably, there's frustration in the land, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of tension, and me and AY, when I first met AY, we've spoken about this in the backstage, like a few times. And I also, last time I was on a few weeks ago, I spoke to Mama H.O. And yeah, we had differences, but I do understand why all of this is going on. Now, I've been listening off and on today, and I could only catch certain things AY said, and I caught some of the things Ify said. So let's say give or take like 15 minutes for both. And I think this protest is destined for failure. And it it is destined for failure, and we got to be very careful what we wish. In as much as we all want a better nation, and in as much as a lot of us believe that if Nigeria was to make progress, the rest of the Black race would follow. And instead, we also have to realize that for some people and for some groups and for some organizations, there are ulterior motives why they encourage this protest. Now, if you look at this from as much as they were preparing in the last, like, say, let's say 2 weeks, certain parts already said, we're going to protest, we're going to join y'all. Then certain parts were like, and I'm saying in Nigeria now, started removing themselves from it in certain parts. So like, well, we're not going to do it because when your man was in charge, y'all didn't protest. So why should you now come ahead and ask us to protest? And certain, like the West, a lot of the West is saying they're not going to do it. They're not going to join in. They're saying when Buhari was there, why didn't the North protest? Then you have the Southeast. Now, this is a conundrum. The Southeast that obviously there's a loud, maybe, I don't know if it's majority, but there's a loud call to have their own country. They want their own sovereignty, right? But in this instance, even though they supported the protest when the talks first started, you can see they probably went back and did a rethink, and it's like, wait, we're not getting involved in this, because each time there's something that happens in Nigeria, for some weird reason, everybody points the finger at us. When things starts going awry, everybody starts blaming the Southeast, and they're saying, oh, it's y'all, it's you guys, you burnt this. So you know what? We're not getting involved this time. So you already have ethnic colorations to it, maybe not by design, but by default of the way the country is built. And if you do not have unity, you don't have unity in something like this, what's going to happen is all it takes is for one false move, for one section to be hurt or by someone from another section, and then it all goes down and just burns everything into a situation where we do not want. So in my opinion, if I was to proffer a solution, I would have said, AY and Ife are absolutely right. If you have a problem, why don't you face your local authorities? Why don't you start from the governors and the local government chairman instead of going directly to the federal government, which you guys are not even really doing anything with the federal government anyways, because you're not in front of the National Assembly. You just smart about on the streets, running from tear gas and water cannons. So I think if we're not careful to just bottom this out, if we are not careful this is
Okay, I
going to
speak the
be.
truth. I have a follow-up to your statement. You said you don't see success. You will only see failure. In respect to this protest, what is your definition of failure? What would you have considered failed, and what would you have considered success? Just
That's
your
right.
own definition, and then.
Was my of course my definition would
Well,
be.
let me put it in more better perspective so I don't box you into a corner. They have 15 demands. You know, maybe they get 5, or they get 1, or they get nothing, or they get all. You know, was that success? Or they don't get the demands, they just whine for 10 days and everything goes back to normal. They continue to go eat their suffered and buy their yam. What do you consider as success? And I mean, failure and success, it got to be clear to us, not just mere speculation.
In that sense, I already defined both. I already said failure will obviously be a breakdown in law and order. It would obviously be chaos and carnage coming out of something that everybody thought something great or good was going to come out from. So I already stated that and this is my fear. I didn't say I see failure. I just said these are my fears, you know. And in terms of success, obviously success would be if they got their demands. But I don't think
all of it, some of it, or none of it.
Well, depend. I mean, if you get most of what you want, that would be success in anything in life, right?
So you don't think they're going to get anything?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
But you speculated it's going to fail. You got to have an idea of what you're speculating.
No, I didn't I'm not speculating.
You did use that word. You did use the word failure. It made me laugh actually. But you did use the word.
Well, I didn't deny that. If you let me land, so I said I'm not speculating. In essence,
okay. Let's leave the protesters alone. Let's look at the government. Half of them, your legislatures are out of the country now. The others have a state of chaos to manage. Do you think their strength is still strong from your perspective?
Strength is still strong in what way? What do you mean?
The government, in terms of holding its own, are they in jittery mode? Are they on the edge of being pushed out? The resignation, quitting, forced out. How do you manage their level from what you observed today?
I don't know. I think if it was me, I would not be worried about the people. I
didn't get you. You will not be worried about.
Not at all. I will not be worried about the people per se.
If you're the government, okay.
Yeah. I won't be
just
worried
basically just ignore them.
No, sir, I mean, I really appreciate each time I try to say something like that. You know what I mean? So I will not really be worried about the people per se. If anything, I'll be worried about my political opponents taking advantage of the situation on the ground. And why do I say I would not be worried about the people? I won't be worried about the people because, first of all, they are not organized. That's one. 2, they're divided, going along the playbooks that the political class always uses on Nigerians along religious and tribal lines already. Even before it started, this is already on the ground. You have a place like in Lagos, for example. They're already telling people, do not come out. You're not from out here. You're not from this region. You're not from this tribe. Don't even try.
Did you watch we started at 3 a.m. today. Did you watch any of our broadcast showing each section of the country? Did you watch any part of that? We showed Lagos, we showed Abuja, we showed Ogun, we talked about what was happening in the east. Did you see any of these parts to have a clear assessment of what the outcome of the protest today was? How would you assess it? If, today was a success, today was a failure for the protest. What would you say that?
Well,
what would you say right now?
Well, not from your medium. I didn't get the information from your medium.
Did you get information from any other medium?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was your conclusion from the information you got from other medium?
My conclusion is it is starting off and it is headed for problems if we're not careful. It is headed for a disaster if we're not careful. If they do not get themselves in check, they do not become a unified force. It is going to be there's two things there's two things that's gonna happen, okay, in my humble opinion.
Don't talk about what will happen. Talk about what has happened today. Let's stay focused.
But I just
what
did.
happened today?
Sir, would you let me finish? Like, I understand it's okay to be combative, but
it's not combative. I just don't want
not combative in a
Pereira,
bad way. It is
ask your question and allow him to express.
It is
don't badger.
I speak the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
I think your definition of failure is quite different from mine in this matter. Because the government went all out with all his might and strength to say this protest must not hold. But the protest still hold. That is success.
Yes, sir.
That is success. Did you see the number of our trucks, ammunition truck, leach out on the people? Did you see the number of policemen, army, fully armed against unarmed citizens? Just because they say they want to protest. And yet, my children still came out. Those who will sit at home, sat at home. They locked their shop. That is success. So in life, nobody goes to upstairs without taking the first step. So instead of giving them, speaking the language that would demoralize my children psychologically on this journey, let's give them supportive words of encouragement.
Mama, in as much as, okay, so
wait, let me answer.
If you guys will let me
let me answer. You see, we will never come out of this if we don't brace up to confront that is saying no to our existence.
Yeah, I speak. Sorry, Madam Mitchell. Sorry to cut you off. I speak the truth. It's not. I want to let you land, but I'm surprised that 4 of us, at least on this panel, AY, Mama Echo, Jagun, me, we saw the same event and we are describing it differently. Does that not bother you?
No, it doesn't. Why?
Okay, because what I saw in the East today, where
Alaba, people, if you gave 4 blind men an elephant and told them to touch the elephant and describe the elephant, they will describe the elephant in
yeah, that's why I'm hoping those of us who saw what we saw today are not blind.
Well, I just said if you gave 4 blind men an elephant and you put
let him land with his own thought, Pereira, please.
Oh my God. So if you put that, I cannot be bothered for the simple fact that we all have different ways of seeing things. If we had a singular way of seeing things, then we wouldn't be on this panel. We wouldn't be finding a solution to anything.
Could that mean one of us is lying?
Oh, come on, Ferreira.
I have to be factual. You want hard questions. You want me to be softballing him?
No, you don't have to support him. But you have to let him say what he has to say.
Let him ask his question. It's okay. Let him ask his questions. I can handle myself. Thank you.
I'm not defending you. I want to hear a discussion. It's not about defense of your. I want to hear a full discussion. At this point, I don't know what you're saying because you're being cut off. So I want to hear exactly what you're saying. You understand?
I get it, but you know, he's the moderator. He's asking me a question. Just let me answer. So I don't think this is not about someone lying or someone telling the truth. It's just a situation of you see it from a different angle and I'm seeing it from a different angle, depending on the information that's in front of us and our understanding of things. Maybe our lived experiences, maybe our professional lives. You know, I don't know what you do for a living. You probably don't know what I do for a living. So we might be seeing things from different angles, and our foresight might be different. You cannot, for example, put a political question before a doctor and, let's say, an analyst and expect them to reach the same conclusions. There's nothing. I'm not saying you're lying, and I definitely know I'm not lying. So if you saw the things you saw and what I saw, and I will reach our conclusions, obviously will be very, very, very different.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to agree. We gotta move on from this point. The key issue I want to say.
The forefather is here. You didn't recognize forefather, your boss.
So sorry. Sorry. Forefather, you're welcome on board. I thought you were a total recall. I said that on the comment.
Forefathers, where you come, run leave us.
I was surprised when I saw you, man.
He's boasting new haircut. My brother, what's happening?
He look handsome with his new haircut. Too much money.
Father go Nigeria, go protest. So he just come back.
Too much money.
Now, APC haircut.
You are muted though.
That's APC haircut.
No voice. No voice.
He don't remove himself.
Yeah, I think he's having a problem with his microphone.
Yeah. So, where did forefather disappear to?
I think he's having a problem with his microphone.
With his microphone, okay. So, who's next? Because I did a lot of rundown of the videos of the event. I would describe in the East, most of the people stayed indoor, which also was an advantage for the protest. In the West, people came out. In the North, people came out, and there were a lot of riot. I would just adjudge the entire thing as success. I think Ife should be next, right? Yeah, I think Ife should go next. Yeah, go ahead. Obviously.
Are we still talking about a protest?
If you want to carry us, go where we know.
You have you already made comment about the protest. Yeah, we're still talking about the protest. Do you think that you don't believe the protest is a success? So I need to ask a question relevant to your chain of thought. Do you think that the traditional rulers were complete sold out for this protest? Or you can talk of anything that is of interest to you.
Do we have any evidence that they were bought over?
Huh?
Do we have any evidence just because they did not speak up?
Just general, their response to the people, their speeches, they're trying to deviate them from exercising their.
There have never a time they have even spoken for the masses. So
they
why
have
is
never
this
spoken for the masses? Okay.
Have they ever?
No, not that I know
of. Okay, maybe. So why is this?
This time different.
I said it earlier. None of the pastors said anything. None, not even one, except Christ Embassy or Yakilomi.
I think Buba says something.
Okay, but when I'm talking about pastors, I'm talking about the biggest ones, the ones that they so-called the GOs.
They
didn't say anything.
So you expect something from those people?
No, I mean that's what I'm saying.
They say.
You see why this protest is kind of killing?
It would have surprised me if they say something.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
I know.
They're making it.
It's not about
there are two things.
This protest is not about the elite of any sort. This protest should be, and I hope is, about the masses of the people
And that's what
coming together in order to point a finger at the government directly.
Jago, but that's what
if he, even though they not talk, the system that is affecting us, causing hunger, is also affecting them.
No, it's not. How is it affecting them when they will collect tithes and collect the offering?
Wait. At least offering and tithe, it don't reduce.
Let me tell you, no matter how much he reduced, they will still have enough to fuel their private jets.
Some people not they feel they go church again because they are deciding whether to buy bread to eat or pay transport to go church. Make them humiliate them. Because they go preach Simon when go tell them say now they are sin.
Mama Hitcher, joke apart. They are part of the people. When I say there are people that owns this country,
we are saying the same thing.
You know, I mean, they are part of it. I don't know why people are keep attacking me, you know, when I made that statement. And I still stand by it. Because if somebody like, let me say, somebody like, I don't know, who will I even call? I'm not going to say Ndume, because Ndume, he has been speaking up for a while. I don't know, somebody I can call, you know, I can say something and say, if this person is not part of the government and he's speaking up for the Nigerians, we will say that, okay, people are speaking up. I don't know who I can call now, but who is speaking up for Nigerians? It's just ordinary citizens on the street. So there are people who have a stake in this country called Nigeria. And that is what I'm talking about. Until they begin this speak up, we're not going to have anything, you know, achieved. But I don't expect them to say, because they are gaining something. And I mentioned earlier, I said, when Dangote protested and talked about refinery, what happened? Within 2-3 days, they called him behind, settled him, and case closed. Do we hear him again? No. This protest you people have been talking about, we started talking it, let's say, about 1 month ago. If Tinubu truly cares for this country, he would have made a statement at least one time. And all this time, when I can't even remember the last time he addressed the nation anyway. So another thing somebody was saying, maybe he's even sick. Who knows? I don't know. But I mean, it's just saying.
If he Shana Baba Blue, you won't hear again.
No, but what I'm saying is this. No. Mama Henche, what I'm saying is this. They were given enough time, even though I'm not a firm believer that you have to give them dates to tell them that you're going to protest. But he did not address the nation. And you think he's going to address them now. Okay, we have 1 day gone, 9 to go. We are waiting. I don't have anything to say, Ferreira. 9 days to go. We are waiting to hear from our president and see what the 9 days will amount to us. We're here.
I think that his failure to respond to the demand before he started is to further indict the ruling class that they don't care about the people. It's further indictment against them. But what I see is that the protest was strong today. It's going to get stronger as time goes on, because more people, people generally have a pulling effect. They see success of something, those who are standing on the borderline would further join, and eventually the government would have no choice but to confront this protest either way, because if they don't make the peaceful change possible, they would have to deal with the inevitable one. They would have to come to the terms with the reality of their situation. So whether they misdiagnose the reality or not, that I don't know, but eventually it will get there. But it also depends on how strong the protest itself is going down the line for the remaining 9 days. And if the protesters can tie up loose ends, because there's still so many loose ends, the protest in itself has no individual person leading it who is going to negotiate on their behalf. What would be the finito point of, okay, this demand has been met, that has not been met? you know, who officially calls it off. There's so many loose ends still lying there, but I think they had a strong start. I really believe they had a strong start. Particularly, the North was violent. I don't even know how that is, and their involvement. That's the first time collective involvement of the North in anything you guys are complaining about. I don't think that has ever happened in the history of this country, and that should make the government very scared. Now, there's some other, you know, there's some other deeper thinkers who are say, okay, with this chaos, if this chaos persists, would it create room for like a possible military takeover, resignation of politicians? You know, you got to think all angles, like they do in the Game of Thrones.
If I can,
yeah, you got to look at all angles. Would they? Because, like you said, Ife, the owners of the country are not just going to let go like that.
Resignation, quoi?
Exactly. Who is going to resign?
I'm just throwing down one out there because I know I'm talking to
Who's going to resign? Akpabio?
I'm talking to Abroadians, people from abroad.
Okay. Well, point of correction, none of them is going to resign.
Jagu, go ahead.
Before them to resign, that country called Nigeria, they will burn it down from the head to toe before anything can even happen.
Well, you guys might be surprised. They might resign. Akpabio might put in his letter after the 5th day of protest.
Wait. Let's not go back and forth on this level. Guys, thank you. Listen, you see, whether we see this day, because it's only today, as a success or not, I think we must underline that the Nigerians are trying. And we know they're trying under very difficult circumstances. And the history of protest in Nigeria is not very strong. So therefore, we must give some kudos to the fact that they're even doing it in the first place, to be frank. Because to me, the docility in Nigeria, it's just far too much. For me, it's just incredulous how the people take the rubbish that they're being fed. Now, from that standpoint, we have to then...
Did we lose Jagun?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
We have to look seriously at the fact that they have begun to protest at all. In this day now, are we in the diaspora in any position to assist? This is the real... I mean, since I've been on this platform and listened to our continual dialogue of complaint, we understand the headache, to put it mildly, that Nigeria is in. Given this position, most of us who are in the diaspora, we look to do what we can here and there, but largely we're not doing much. We're not really doing much apart from quibbling. And with this, I'm thinking, are we going to take any responsibility, or are we just going to be objective, what do you call it, contributors to critique? Because that is, I mean, I don't know what that is. None of us here are simple. None of us here is a natural pundit. We're not called on TV to ask our opinion on anything. Here, I don't believe that we are pundits, even though we're doing the job of punditry, speaking on issues concerning Nigeria. From the game is on the field, and we are the fans, if you like, and we cheer and we boo accordingly. But you see, I don't believe that's the game that's been played. I believe that the game that's been played is a global one. And we as Nigerians in the diaspora, we have to look globally at what the solutions are to Nigeria. And we have to assist. All these comments that we make, is this, what the fuck? What? I mean, to me, it's like, are you assisting or are you just complaining? Are you assisting or are you just some kind of commentator? I don't believe that we're commentators here. I believe that we're Nigerians. We're of different ilks, we're of different positions, we're of different mindsets, yes. But definitely we have some level of affinity with the country that we suppose to be Nigeria. If today doesn't allow us to wake up in the diaspora, that this is an opportunity to assist in what we believe can come of the potential of Nigeria. Because we know very well Nigeria going on, with or without this protest, in the way it's been going on, is the road to hell, to further hell, because we're already in hell where Nigeria is concerned. I said this personal thing a couple of weeks ago about the amount of in my own family. Me, I don't consider myself Jack Bauer. I've been here a long time and I travel wherever I want to go. You understand? I'm not held in any country in this world. I can live nearly anywhere. I've lived in numerous countries. But you see, my feeling and my care is really for Nigeria and the people in that country. Why? Because that's my family. That's me. That's where I'm from. So, you know, we can cut the dice however we want. But what is our contribution is the real question. What are you doing? Are you just complaining? Are you just pointing the finger? Are you just pontificating? Are you adding your own nous to the development of a true and new proposition for the country? And I think we really got to steer our minds in this way. We're not watching television and watching our people protesting. No, we are part of that protest, whether we like it or not. So I bid us to think carefully about the way we perceive things. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with your position. We should continue to assist them, one, emotionally, financially, and also physically. Even if there are actions we could take abroad here, do our
Yes,
own matches.
I think the participation right now is to look in and be able to clue in where we can provide some remedy, where we can provide some level of structure. You know, I don't have these things in mind, in my head to put down directly. But these protests are letting me know, look, there is a position that we can play in the diaspora that would enhance, direct, or redirect where this protest goes. Because for me, directly, I want this protest to turn into a revolution. And I don't necessarily want the revolution to be violent. However, I do want us to let the politicians and the elite know that we, as a nation of people, are effing serious about not going backward in our futures. Because our future basically looks in a very degenerate form, a form of negativity, a form of we who live in the West and know the ills of the West. All the ills of the West aren't directly in Nigeria, but they very well can be. And if they are, isn't that the end of the country called Nigeria? Isn't that the end? I mean, let's see what we can do, because the criticism sometimes, especially at these penultimate points, these attitudes that we may have to failure or success is not sufficient to what's going on. What's going on is a reality. And are we going to join in with that reality in order to direct its course? That is where we really reasonably need to be, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Jagun. AY, so what do you think? What should be our role, those in the diaspora, and do you think this thing leading to bigger things like a revolution or possibly change in government?
Yeah. So I think what would that be our role ordinarily? I'm not. We don't really know the people really organizing this stuff. I think the first thing we are supposed to do, right? I wish they actually have an account. People in diaspora can contribute to buy their like water and basic stuff they need. I think they need, funds. Like if they throw account there, people can throw in money here and there, so they have money to buy pure water. My wish is for the protest to be peaceful, but I know, to be honest, it's gonna be difficult for a protest in Nigeria to be peaceful for a week, even for a day, because I remember when we used to protest in university. Before like people will come and jack it and turn it to something else.
I know.
This is what usually happen, right?
That's true.
So yeah, my wish is for the president to, but is to be honest, it's gonna be hard. And I just also pray that there will not be like too much casualty, because this will happen, because that might be the fuel that will actually escalate everything. Because when the police and the soldier, whoever that the security guys, they need to be very, very careful, because they don't escalate everything. That might get people really crazy, and they just want to do what
Does any news media even have a casualty number of people injured?
I don't think so. I've not really. So that's one thing I'm just being because Nigeria, our population is big. So people don't take advantage of the whole thing, and but if he's peaceful, I think he is well deserved. For the state governors across the state, federal, let the protest continue. I'm fully in support, because it does. When you listen to somebody like Fabio, you will honestly think like he does it. He takes everything. He takes it a joke.
Why you don't believe he could resign? Like you don't think Tinubu could use him as a political fall guy?
Yeah, what they're supposed to do, right? What they're supposed to do. I wish I actually know the organizer is to add to that list. The Senate president must resign. Tinubu will use him as a Paul, like get rid of
if he's shaking her head, what you got to say on that?
Yeah, because if you
they could use somebody as a fall guy, like, okay, let me sacrifice this.
He can sacrifice him.
Let me tell you
Tinubu can sacrifice him, trust me.
No, let me tell you. You see why our politicians are not smart. This is a man that talked down on Natasha Akbuti, and nobody said anything. Nobody said anything.
No, people really were against him.
Right there. Nobody objected. Until people started criticizing him. That was when he came and offered that nonsense apology, right? Wike did the same thing to FCT minister, right? That's who she is. FCT senator, right? And nobody said anything. First of all, let's even talk about it. When Tinubu came in power and removed subsidy, nobody said anything. When Tinubu said that he's gonna buy a yacht, or rather, he already bought the yacht, nobody said anything. When he talked about
what do you mean nobody? People were saying.
No, what I'm saying is that people did not make noise. I'm just trying to understand that this protest would have started the first day, in fact, after the election, and nobody said anything. Right? Until things keep going. They renovated the White House. They renovated this guy's house. The vice president gave his wife 15 billion, or how much billion he gave his wife. In fact, the woman herself went and donated to the Sierra Leone, gave them, is it $100,000? And we are suffering in Nigeria.
Nigeria in Sierra Leone.
What about the people in Nigeria? Go. They are suffering. Now you are telling us to go and farm. So when I plant vegetable, I have to wait for 6 months or 7 months before I can eat. You see, honestly speaking, again, it boils down. I tell you guys, there are people that own this country and nothing will happen to them. You that is saying that Tinubu will resign. Akpabio is not going anywhere. If Tinubu is going, then he's going. And again, for Tinubu to leave power, for people that say Tinubu should leave, Tinubu is not going nowhere. The only way Tinubu will leave this government, unless the foreign bodies, intervene. But if they don't intervene, Oga will do his 8 years. I am feeling the pain. Okay? I am feeling the pain. I understand that. But again, it boils down to what I said earlier, Ferreira, before you attacked me and left. We need to start talking to the people, the lower people, to our governors. Let's start from there. You heard what the Kenyan guy said.
I agree.
So we are addressing the issue to the president, also addressing their government this thing.
Yeah.
So we need to. It's not only Tinubu. Tinubu is not making these decisions alone. Tinubu is making these decisions based on what the senators at Abio and the other National Assembly are telling him. Everything, they don't even argue anything. Anything Tinubu brings in, they approve it. Who does that? So you gotta start from them until you deal with them before you can get to the top. Because Tinubu takes something to them.
I even have feeling that our governors are actually even worse than the president.
And I believe so.
They are horrible.
One of the governors said
they
that he cannot
horrible.
Say he cannot afford to pay 70,000 naira, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I asked myself, tell me who can survive on 70,000 naira? Just even the poorest of the poor in Nigeria cannot survive, even 100,000 naira. Because how much is your rent? Then you buy food. 1 tuber of yam is 10, 12.
Why are you talking about rent? Food, just for food alone, is not
I'm
enough.
saying 100,000 naira as a whole. What can you do? So I don't even, and nobody's saying anything. We are clapping for them, 70,000 naira. And that Babio, the idiot Abambo, was even there hailing everybody now can earn 70,000 naira.
Yeah.
When I did you service, we were paid 7,000 naira, right? That was a lot of money then. Now they are paying 70-something thousand or 70,000 naira, which is nothing. Tell me what 70,000 naira can buy. And in a country where there is no job. Now, and I heard they say university said that students were supposed to be paying 80,000 naira for electricity. I think I saw that, or is it that my eyes is deceiving me? I saw that on
social. Let's Mama Icho speak so that I speak the roof can go one with his next.
Sorry, guy. Go ahead, Mama Icho. So, go ahead. I'll step out for a minute.
You see, we don't start journey. We started a journey with this protest. Let's encourage ourselves to sustain it in peace. But if they bring pieces and they collect pieces, not be my children fault. Because in one of the sites today when they protest, police come with tear gas. They throw to my children. My children too. They come with tear gas. They throw to them. Equal. But one thing that is certain is that those when they collect whatever they collect, come they do no protest. In the next how many days, if not now, you would have finished spending whatever they give to you. And you are back to square one. And to the Nigeria police, how far? Una IGP de Nyakata. Because in they collect extra. How is your barrack? How is your children? And how is your wife? Your take home. If you not collect a good job, they not post you go where a good job day. If they take care of your family, I'm taking time to say this to you because the assignment they send against you, my children, with you people on the street, it don't make sense. If you will not protect them, then pull your uniform and join them. Because what they are fighting for is affecting your children and is affecting you. And to the Nigerian military, especially the one where they send go north to sacrifice. And some of you, when it happened, you dig ground for there to bury your colleagues. Meanwhile, If that happen in this Western place when we did now, they go bring them come home and give them national burial. But you people know, say wetin I dey talk now. So when your own colleague buy in the war front, when they send una as sacrifice, because before you go there, they go tell the son that they come. Be one. No be. I beg, it not surprise una how they bring ammunition for una, make una take fight for children when you want come protest. And yet those ammunition they not give una. Make una take fight insecurity. So be one. Nigeria government, be one. And to the politicians, you get family. Oh. So if you not begin to buy our children for this protest, una house get number and it get address. Because this unity, when hunger don't unite us, some of the children don't make up their mind. Instead of hunger to buy me, I go come street. And if buy happen, I go take am. And you know, say people when made that statement, before it happen, they go buy somebody. And to you policeman, when they buy for not, when you buy one of the protesters, because
they buy policeman?
One today now, because he buy protesters.
Yeah.
So I think that was Bauchi or something like that. We were saying it in this morning. There were a few incidents this morning.
They need to be careful. So
and to you policemen, when he did them, I don't see what did go happen to that policeman now when it happen? His children go suffer. Because now the peanut when they bring before now the children they take manage and the woman. So now nothing. They go bury her like chicken. And if he get anything, any benefit when he there for government, before his wife go collect her, he go sweat like this. So make una take cheap pill. Make una let these children protest in peace.
After Mama Echo, is I speak the roof, then Jago.
Now their future now they at stake. Now they are today that they fight for. So instead of you to buy like chicken by obeying these monsters when he send you to street, because the commissioner, the IGP, when he send you to peace, what did they collect for back before they become commissioner? And now when they don't become commissioner, you know they collect them. So respect yourself and your family. If the job not hungry you, pull your uniform and join them. Because if you work well, your children go benefit. Part of the request that they make, they say make they pay on a minimum wage of 250. So if they achieve that, you know go better. At least those one that they say go Medugri all this thing. If they achieve that one, you not go fit pay transport because they see your family after your time for that over. And to the Niger Delta, make una know they list it as Aredo Kupa, because you don't get anything for now. Anytime when Asare Dobko they speak in favor of the government, he don't collect you. Now that kind of person I go listen to. And to my children, if una not see them, una know where their family dey. If they touch una know where to touch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for now.
The speaker is off. Thank you, Mama H.O. So I speak the rule for your turn. Any direction you want to go?
See how nice it was. Everybody spoke and nobody interrupted. That was lovely. I really appreciate the same courtesy to be handed to me. So I start off by what Mama H.O. lastly said. Mama H.O., if you pay them a minimum wage of 250,000 naira in Nigeria, the economy will collapse. That is, there's no ifs, buts, and about it. It will just go down. The price of goods are going to go up. The cost of living is going to go up. Everything's going to crash. Now, there's also a problem that I'm seeing. If it is true that police officials are starting to get killed at the start of this protest, then you are basically telling us that things will inevitably degenerate, and thereby you will give the government more a leeway to, or an excuse to clamp down hardly on the protesters. So that is, to me, you're playing into their hands if you start bringing in violence into it. There was, like I said, my problem with this protest is everybody is not united. At this point, at this stage in time, it is like the North is in charge. The North is leading the protest. The North is the most aggrieved faction. Okay. The Southeast have already said that they want to take themselves out of it. They don't want nothing to do with it. The Southwest is already threatening people on their land, at least in Lagos, that don't try it. Don't come out and do this. And I'm saying, and I keep saying, this is, there's a possibility that this might revolution. You see, revolutions are always they're usually fantastical ideas on paper. You love it when you're reading about it. Then when you have to live through it, or at least you look at the things that could be in the possible fallouts. If all it takes for instance, in a place like the Southwest is for someone to, like the last time a fire happens at a bus depot or one of these new train stations and something gets burned and they start pointing fingers at another tribe. And guess what? Now you have intertribal chaos. I really think, and this is just me speaking from my own opinion, everybody here is, everybody's saying the same thing. They do not even know the leaders in charge of this protest. So basically, you're telling people to line up behind a group of faceless people that we do not know their ulterior motives. We do not know their ethnic leanings. We do not know their political leanings. In a place like Nigeria, where we know everything is usually based on tribe and ethnicity, and you think at any point you will have success in it. Well, I guess to each his own. But for me, when I see people like Dino Malaye and Atiku already supporting a project or supporting a cause, I think for me at that point, I start looking over my shoulders and I start getting very concerned at what is really happening. So we all want a good we all want a good Nigeria. We all want a prosperous Nigeria. We all want a successful Nigeria. But if you ask me how to get it, I would say this is not the way, especially again, and this is my final point on this. People have already started pointing fingers. Even before this started, they started saying, well, Buhari was there and things were just as bad. If anything, people are saying the present government is trying to clean up the last government's mess. Why didn't the North protest at that point? Nobody protested. The federal government is not in charge of paying a minimum wage for state civil servants or local government officials. Why aren't people taking this up with their state governments or their local governments? But listen, all I can say is good luck. I guess we're all seeing everything different. We're all seeing everything, we're projecting different. I don't have a crystal ball. I doubt anybody on here does. We can only wish them good luck, and I just hope it does not degenerate into chaos where the country will not be able to recover from. Because right now, I think if the government, you already told them, 10 days. They probably in their mansions and their villas, just, okay, 9 days to go. Let's wait it out. So I guess good luck to everybody, and I hope there's as less carnage and as less loss of life and property as possible.
Thank you. I speak the truth. I think it's Jagun's turn. Jagun, any other thing we're not thinking of? Direction, points, things to consider, things we've not mentioned?
Well, I think we've mentioned quite a lot today. But I want the consideration of where we would like this to end. What is the focus? What is the narrative that we are bringing? What is the outcome of a successful, let's put it that way, protest? What is that outcome? What are we looking for? What do we want Nigeria to turn into? And I think unless we are conceiving of these things, then the protest will be for nil. I know there are 15 points that they have made, and they're good points, but I don't think necessarily they are the ultimate point of real exhausting change in Nigeria. I think we need in the diaspora to assist them with that. The way I look at Nigerian economy, away from the politics for a moment. Politics hopefully is what they are protesting for, and hopefully what would change fundamentally. But along with the politics goes obviously our security and our economy. And the economy, the way it stands right now, Nigeria, as expensive as it is, in global terms, we in the West, I measure the economy based on property prices right now. And I know there are many more probably better indices that one can use to measure Nigeria's economy. But when you look at property prices, for 4.5 million naira, £1,000, if that, for 4.5 million naira, property.
How much is that in pounds, Jagun? 4.5 million.
I think it's roughly about 250 to 300 million, 300,000. I beg your pardon. So the property that I'm in now in the UK is £700,000. Now it's a mad price. We know how expensive it is here in the West. Especially if you're in New York, London, or any of these big enclaves. So when I look at that, and I look at 4.5 million in Abuja, and I see the kind of property that this would allow, that kind of money would allow me, I'm thinking, my goodness, man. My goodness. If the economy can be based around the property prices, if the economy can be set in such a way And obviously, corruption and all the stolen money is a factor in what I'm saying. Because I understand what was said as to I've just lost it actually, but it was to do basically with the general economy. Yes, if you were to pay 250,000 naira to a Nigerian and make that the what do you call it, the basic wage, I think is the term. If that was the case, the Nigerian economy would collapse. Well, I beg to differ. You know, you can look at it through the lens of the way Nigerians have been mishandling their economy. But the fact of the matter is, people are suffering because of the way people have mismanaged the economy. And 250,000 naira, when you translate that into currency of USD or pound sterling, if you translate that, it's peanuts. We're still talking about peanuts. And the fact of the matter is, Nigeria is supposed to be able to manage that. But because it's been mismanaged and corruption abounds, we find ourselves in this ridiculous position. And unless I think unless we're pointing at that side of the economy, we can't say to give people a reasonable way to conduct life with some level of dignity would mess up the whole country. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. We have to look at it for what it is. These people who were protested against have brought us down to this level. They've brought us to the level of penury. Why should I be so poor as a Niger? Why should I be so poor in the land that produces all the wealth for this country? I'm poor. I mean, are we putting these things to mind? Are we understanding what it is we're protesting against? Because the status quo is crap. You can't pay me a decent wage to live my life with dignity. So I have to be leaving my country. I have to be creating trouble. I have to be buying into corruption myself. I have to buy into this system of woeful corruption because I can't feed myself correctly. I can't grow my family correctly. You see, I don't know. Sometimes we look at economy, we look at it as though it's not attributed to the people and the emotions of people. The economy is a living, breathing thing. And those who are sucking the life out of our economy are not those who want a decent wage in their life for their livelihood. It's not them. We need to give these people justice. We need to give these people some hope. We look at things in such a way, it's like, man, do we understand what suffering is? Me, I'm a person, I've lived all kinds of lives. And I've been rewarded greatly financially, and I've lost based on my own decision making in business. It brings me down to understand both sides of the life. Whereas a bum and a billionaire, they are the only free people in this world. The rest of us who are caught up in the middle, we are all in something other than freedom. A bum, he doesn't give a damn about what's going on left or right. As long as he can put something in his mouth, he will exist. A billionaire doesn't give a damn what you're talking about. I'm here. I don't care. I don't have to care about anything. Those of us in between are the ones struggling and fighting. Believe me or believe me not. It is us who are engaged in going to work on a daily basis. It is us who have mortgages to pay. It is us who are raising children who give a damn about what the hell's going on, because it affects us directly. So unless we're understanding, I fast when I don't want to fast, if you understand what I'm saying, which is that I go without eating, not because I'm being spiritual, but because sometimes it comes to that point where I have to make ends meet and I have to stretch my own personal economy to make some kind of semblance of decent living. So when you go without what you know you may or may not deserve, when you go without, you are put into a predicament of being satisfied, hoping that they're better for tomorrow, or going out and doing whatever you can to feed yourself. This is the position that we are in. So, you know, sometimes we can speak from a governmental or presidential point of view and look at the economy like this. This is what I've inherited. There's not enough money in the system. We're having to borrow money at this stage in order to make everybody satisfied. We have to have some serious cutbacks. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Yeah.
But are the government cutting back? We have seen over the last year the level of cutbacks the government do for themselves. And we're talking about the economy of the poor man. We're talking about the economy of the poor man. Man is looking at private yacht and private jet from government. What the fuck is that? Which kind of slap in the mouth are we
I was
supposed
trying to cut you off there, Jack.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, bro. But I'm really wanting us to be serious.
I was going to go to AY with a very good one, and then they said, AY, you can go any direction you want, but I can't notice all the video where I see today, I don't see the Oro where they say go come out though. I mean, they promise us Oros go come out. I know I download and I show plenty video. I mean, any of you not see the Oro.
Oro people now see food chop now, so they not get energy to take over.
Oga they beat Oro himself. So
yes,
so. Human being, they tie clothes.
Well, I don't have any more questions. So, AY, whatever direction you want to take it, anything you think needs to be covered, not to be talked about, and you got the floor now before Jago took 2 seconds out of your time.
Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna say, right? So I don't know the organizers of this protest, whoever they are. Kudos to them. To be honest, they did a perfect job. How they were able to organize this, the government are not aware of.
Okay, I want to be naughty a little bit, AY. You think it's them or these northern people? Is it them or they just the north?
That is what I don't know, really. That is what I don't know. I'm just here. I know I've been hearing like organizers of the protest.
Organizers.
I don't know who they are. I don't know if they are from the north, from the west, from the east. I don't know who they are. But I mean, we got to give them kudos.
You're right.
But if there is a way they can pass a message, they can talk to people not to be violent, let's keep it down, because I don't really want to see that casualty, like, because the way it's going, it might go bad. I pray it does not go bad. I think one other thing, like if the president and his advisors, he needs to address the nation sincerely. He needs to address the nation. I mean, nobody is gonna stone him. Go on TV, address the nation, talk to the youth, talk to the people. He's supposed to do this before now, actually, before the protest. He's supposed to have done this, like address the people, talk to the people. The governors too, because what I'm seeing right now, even some of the governors, especially those that are not APC, they taking advantage of the protest. The people should not let them go. They need to ask them questions. Ask your governors questions. Go to the government house, ask them questions. Ask them to explain what they are doing with your money. Some of them, they are bad. They're doing nothing. They literally take this money, do whatever they like with the money. Give it with many girlfriends. Just squander the money and nothing to show for it. Ask them questions.
You will come here, come the spoil show for girlfriends, eh?
Yeah, so
you know, get their own national cake.
Because
I'll be a man. Make I let you talk serious.
Because my pain is, I just want to see our country going in a direction. Let even understand there is work in progress. We are not seeing the work. We are not seeing a direction where somebody will say, okay, you know what, be patient. By next year, everything will be okay. This is what I'm not seeing that. That is my whole frustration. If I was seeing that, I would say, okay, you know what, be patient with these people, give that. We are not seeing that, you know. Removing subsidy without a plan, that was the biggest mistake. It was a big mistake. I mean, I'm not saying don't remove subsidy, but have a strong plan, have a backup. What are you going to do with the subsidy? Where is the money going? Who is going to? That is why we are here. You know, the unification of the Naira too, that is another problem. Without a plan, you cannot make this kind of decisions that will affect the people without a plan. That was the big error. Again, I think this is still good. The president, the governors, the senators, they need to wake up very fast, because this thing is like play. Because now, why a lot of them were able to travel out of the country is because they gave them, this is when we are starting the protest. The day it will happen without pre-forming you, people are just gonna go to that house of Senate rep. People are just gonna evade everywhere. This will be a shocker. If they keep doing what they are doing, this is gonna happen. I'm telling you, it's inevitable. With the way the country is going, if they don't take people seriously, these people are gonna evade them, and what will happen, nobody knows.
Nobody's gonna
They
know.
need to be careful. They need to take the people seriously. To be honest, the population is blowing up. The people are hungry. A lot is going on in Nigeria. Let them wake up. You guys should wake up. They should stop taking the people for granted. Thank you.
I agree with you, Ewa. If he we are in the last lap. Me, I don't get question. If you take him any direction you want, take him go. After you, then Mama H.O. and then I speak the rule. I think we're beginning to round up so I can get some sleep. I don't day up since 3 a.m. today.
We don't feel sorry for you, my brother.
So the only thing I have to say is this. I'm trying to be careful. Okay. This issue of mentioning Igbos for every minute, every second, I don't get it. And like I've said,
the only person I've heard say that today, I've not heard anyone say it today.
Listen, I'm saying that based on what is going on social media. Okay. I'm saying that based on what is going. Even Atiku even made a comment about that. This is my thing. I've always said, everybody go your own way, because this is Nigeria and as a country is not going to work for us.
If you give me visa.
Listen, it's not. No, let's be serious. This issue of Igbos, hashtag Igbos, go home, go back to your state. It's time people begin to, think about it and start having a second thought about this country called Nigeria. Because we staying together, it's not working, and it has never worked, and it will not work for us. So, I mean, I'm not being tribalistic. Of course, you all know my best friends are Yorubas. I love them to death, of course. But this, every little thing, you want to attribute it to one particular tribe. I don't think it's fair. So if you want us to stay together, then stop saying that this Bayo Ononuga said what he said and nobody said anything. Accuse Obi of instigating this. And people in the government did not even caution him. You see, that's why when I said nothing is going to happen even with this protest, this is the part of the reason. People will come and say what they want to say, threaten people, and nobody will say anything. In order to justify your foolishness and your bad government, you will call Obi. I'm not a fan of Obi, a point of correction. I've never seen him. I never met him. In fact, my brother is not a supporter of Obi. But let us be fair. This issue, what I'm saying that Yorubas is just because we have a Yoruba president. Let him do his 8 years. That is where we have gotten ourselves in this country. Nobody even cares whether the country is working or not. It's all about after the north, it's going to be the south. After the south, it's just by trade, by barter, boom, 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 boom. But there is no development. Our president bought two jets, one for himself and one for this guy. Nobody said anything. We keep borrowing just between the time they took over up until now. Do you know how much they have borrowed? And we are sinking into debts and debts and debts, and they will continue to borrow. I don't think they have gone for like 2 months without borrowing. What are you doing with all this money? You are sharing it among yourselves, and people are suffering. And that's why, when I said, I'm not part of the government, there are people that owns the country, and nobody's saying anything. People are saying that the Northerners. Yes, of course, they will be more affected because they are more populous. You see one person gets mad making 30,000 naira, like Afayoshe said, and he has like 10, 12 children in this economy. Even citizens as a whole, please have the number of kids you can care for. Don't have 5, 6, 7 kids and expect people to help you raise them. That's not fair. If you can only train one child, just have one child. If you can only train 2, just have 2. But don't try to get a boy, find a girl, and have too many kids without any plan for them. That's not right. That's why we're up to 200 and something. I'm going to 300 million now. But we don't have any resources, to raise these kids.
Okay, thank you so much, Ife. That was a lot. Mama Echo, we're rounding up. Final encouragement to the people. Movement of God's people.
I think before I give my final talk on
before you talk, I just wanted to tell Iche, it didn't skip my head when I opened the microphone, that you see that reason why they're trying to tribalize it is one of the reasons that I personally believe that this government has to be kicked out. I just personally believe all this talk that people are saying it's not to remove Tinubu, not them. Everything to me has to go. Governor Tinubu everywhere, but that's my opinion, Cha. Mama Icho, sorry to interrupt you. Your final submission.
I think my sister Ife, you've not been fair to some Nigerians, some meaningful Nigerians. When it comes to this Igbo talk, it is not the real meaningful Nigeria that talks about Igbos in the language you just expressed. And there has not been any time when those languages are being used that meaningful Nigeria don't stand up for the Igbos. So my question to you, people that feel we, because that's how you people classify it. My question to you people is that, how do you want us to respond that will please you people? Because personally, it hurts me when you people speak like this. Because when they fought you people in Lagos during the election, meaningful Nigerians stood against it. They speak against it. And yet, when you people want to talk, you don't see that. And it hurts. The people behind this hatred for the Igbo you speak about, they are still the people that hate the average Nigerian today. They are not different people. They are the same people that has caused the reason that is making my children to go out for protests. Or are they different? And I think, since you people know their reason of doing what they are doing, is it not high time you don't allow their useless talk to get into your skin? Is it not high time you fight the bully back with what they deserve? Because as far as I'm concerned, those are always debates. Because when you want catch chicken, you go give am what? Bait. So why will they always give you bait and you take it and you will not speak over every other tribe in Nigeria as if we don't care? It hurt. And as a person from a different state, from a different tribe that does not belong to the three tribes that are disturbing us in Nigeria, the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa, that see themselves as majority and are not playing majority role to allow peace, unity to strive, I think enough of all this.
Yeah. Well said, Mama.
Well said, Mama.
No, for me, I was going to, if I can, I was going to.
You think it doesn't hurt us?
Ejo, we've understood you guys.
Because we don't come here to sing and sing. I am from Delta State. We produce oil. We are part of the Niger Delta. But go to our community. They don't have good water to drink. And yet, those are the states, the money they distribute every month comes from. My brothers and sisters, they are not working in all those oil drilling companies. They are not in NNPC. But we don't cry over it because we know it's a collective problem and we can only solve it collectively by unity. So I want to appeal to my Igbo brothers and sisters. Stop reacting to this debate. Stop. Because it doesn't add to nothing than achieving their purpose of always giving it to you, which is disunity. So that anything that will make us to work collectively together and liberate ourselves and decide the way forward for ourselves will never be achieved. I am begging, because it is only in unity of purpose we can come out of this. I beg. Sister Ife and my Igbo brothers and sisters, the very meaningful people of that country called Nigeria does not hate you. We are always suffering the same suffering caused by our wicked politicians and the wicked elite that are part of the cabals. I beg, make una let us fight to win and prepare a better constitution that work for us.
But Mama Angel, shouldn't that fight start from the Niger Delta where you're from?
You know, say, Puff Asare the Kubo, when they go to Ghana must go, they can't talk another story. What they see, huh?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You cannot.
The day he favors Asare the Kubo, when he don't collect envelope, or Ghana must go because he made it don't pass envelope. So
but it's not just a sorry, Mama Angel. You've had James Shibori.
Exactly.
You've had people like Patience. You've had people like Patience Jonathan. You've had people like you know, there's Edwin Clark. There's people out there that are really
there are
roughshod
people out there
that
are supposed to do what? Fight.
People not supposed to fight. You've had someone like Edwin Clark.
When I mean fight, to discuss the issue and solve it, Abi.
Yeah.
But make you go during Jonathan 6 years in office. I passed by Bayelsa to Warri. The federal road, nothing to talk about. That is somebody who was privileged from Niger Delta to be in power.
Yeah, but
nothing.
Mama H.O., you're not saying anything new, okay? So this is where I always have a problem with the political discussion in Nigeria. If you still have people like James Ibori running around, Temipre Silva is running around, Edwin Clark has been pilfering Nigeria from the coffers of the Niger Delta forever. We have all these people in that area, but nobody has ever said anything. Now, what do they do in a situation like this? You're facing the federal government. I'm not saying don't face the federal government.
Speak the truth.
Ma'am, all I'm saying is, I think
that is why we are saying that there are only 2 tribes in Nigeria. Because just like you have some group of people in the north, in the east, everywhere that goes and collect and satisfy their belly, and that is all they talk about, we are fighting the same fight. That is why you discover that even in the Niger Delta, that they were supposed to be collecting at least monthly checks so that it can substitute for all the damage that has been done. We are saying the same thing.
Okay. So if
we can only unite to fight.
Yeah, okay. I'm about to round up and start saying thank you.
So you finally,
yeah,
to my children, Aluta continua. Be strong and be courageous.
Yeah, I'll speak to prove you one minute final say before I just thank the people.
That's it, bro. I'm good.
That's it. Okay,
are you closing the show?
Yeah.
Put us on backstage. Let's have discussion, man. Jaguar, speak the truth.
My man wants to talk. Let me just say this. I thank Madam H.O. in the premise of what she was saying, to be honest, again, because you know, I don't think what Ife put on the table today necessarily leads us anywhere apart from doom or gloominess. And I do understand why she may offer the types of conversations she offers. I understand we are frustrated with what is Nigeria, but we can't just throw everything away. I don't believe our frustration with throwing everything away is the right course, no matter how deep our frustration is. And I know our frustrations are deep where Nigeria is concerned. Nigeria has hurt all of us. It's hurt us. In this, I don't know if propagating a solution of break it all up, let's all run away, Igbos are this and Yorubas are that. You know, apart from it's boring, apart from it's extremely boring to listen to some of these times when they're just putting themselves, you're putting yourself forward. You're making yourself the most important thing, and it's not the most important thing. No one thing in Nigeria is the most important thing. Unless we understand that the geography that we are positioned into is a failing political one, a failing social one. And unless we kind of agree to that then we as Madam Ife said, we have no real way of changing it. It needs a lot of weight to change the level of bad governance that we've had continuing years. It's been years and years. Some of us weren't alive when the bad governance began. We weren't even alive. We were born into a bad governance. We have to understand the might of what that is to take on. I think the level of reasonableness that we need to show to tackle the monster at hand. If we haven't got it, we have to assume it. We have to become reasonable if we're basically unreasonable. Because it is only through reason where this thing can change at all. And sometimes I'm hearing a lot of unreasonable points of view. And I'm thinking, what am I going to do with that point of view for real? What am I going to do with it? How does that assist me? How does that bring us forward? I don't know. I think everyone needs to take a step back, especially us in the diaspora. You know, because the Nigerians in Nigeria, they're in it. They're living inside it. They're living under the suffering of it. We are here because we can turn the lights on and work. We believe that we're in heaven. Some of us are very funny, you know. We believe that there's no corruption in the land that we are actually in just because the lights come on. It's pathetic.
No.
It's pathetic.
Yeah.
So I ask us to, in the diaspora, to just take a step back and look at the opportunity in actual fact that this can be. I'm not saying I know where it's going because I don't, but it could be an opportunity, especially for those of us in the diaspora. That's how I round up. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice one.
So I just have to close out, right?
So if you close out, make you leave them for those who want to continue talking.
In the back, okay. First of all, let me thank those who have donated to help us today. Don Anthony, thank you very much. Mr. Egbon Alexander Gomez, thank you very much. Don Anthony again. And then Kulata, which is Coconut Head, thank you very much. All right, and all the people in the chat section, thank you all very much for joining us on this historic day. It's been wonderful. We will continue hopefully tomorrow to bring you events and coverings in Nigeria, analysis and reviews. It's been real good, real nice. Thank you all, Mama H.O., Ifai, AY. I speak the truth, Jagun, and the panelists and the moderators. You've all done a great job, KJ and everybody. So we will continue in the back door and continue talking. We'll have to end the show now. Thank you, guys.